All right. I'm a little late. A little late, but I got it. Hi guys, how are we doing? Hope we're doing good. Hello. I do hope that hopefully you cannot hear the fan. I do hope so. If you do, well, I'm cooked because it's super hot. Neat little 33 degrees. It's amazing. Truly peak. Okay. Hi Cricket, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hi Diagonal, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Okay. Let me quickly adjust a few things. First of all, I need to look at this. Perfect. That works. Need to check this as well. Okay. Real quick. Adjust a few things. Then we can start. I think for the first one we're starting today probably is going to be the shoe on head video, actually. Because yeah, she dropped the new video and I'm ready to watch that. For sure. I really want to watch that. Hi, Shadow Clips. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Unfortunately, I cannot watch the Grass Wonder video. Apparently, he took it down. Which sucks, but what can you do? Can't change that. It's not available. It's not available. I cannot watch it. So yeah, let me real quick. Okay, that works. Let me real quick check at the few things. Because I need to add something still. But then we're ready. But yeah, we literally start with the shoe on head video, I think. I need to look. I still see it. I don't. Shoe on head with Sydney, I guess. Yup. Oh, it's back again. Oh, it's back again. I guess maybe because he linked the stream one. That could be. Yeah. Okay. Well, then we can in fact watch the Grass Wonder one. That's huge. Okay, that's amazing. Truly amazing. I'll be here in a few minutes because the At Me Abuse event is happening in Grow a Garden on Roblox. Gotta get that Elder Strawberry or Burning Bud. Okay, sure. Go ahead, Zoom. Also, hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Enjoy that event. Well, I did see it. Never mind. I did see it. Never mind. Okay, how do I do this? Because I'm in a different room, a much colder room. So I need to look how I'm gonna put the chat, where I'm gonna put the chat, I guess. I have an idea. I have a solution for this. I do. I'm a smart guy. You wouldn't call me smart if I wasn't smart. Haha! Works. Okay, perfect. Almost works. Give me a second. Still need to adjust a few things, but I got this. Yeah, it is a bit unusual streaming from this room. For real. That's unusual. I usually don't do that. So it's a bit new to me. Oh, crap. I'm gonna place this. Not like this, that's for sure. How I'm gonna do this? Where you watch girl watchers. I feel like they would like shoe on head video. Possibly, but to be fair, I mean, they consider shoe on head evil, so there's that. What do I know? Okay, I got it actually. Good. I got what I want to do. Neat. Very good. Okay. Huge. Alright then. I think we can pretty much start. You're going to watch Somali trial first? Nah, not yet. I don't even have a video, to be fair, to look at that. To be fair, I do not have a video that I can look at. So I still need to find something. Maybe I'll look at it in the break if I can find anything that looks interesting about Johnny. That shouldn't be an issue. Alright. Real quick. I need to up the audio so we get it loud enough. That's important. Okay. Good idea. You won't run from true crime. Okay. I mean, I do have a true crime video from Joe again. So there's that. Boink. And we are here. Perfect. Isn't that neat? Girls consider girls evil isn't new. The Ultimate Warlord, thank you for the sub. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wait, I can't see my chat. Hold up a minute. It didn't load properly. What is this? Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. I do not see it. Ah, now I do. Huh. Okay, on a random note, I think I've had the absolute full odds of seeing real-life shiny animals, aka albino animals. I've literally seen 12 different species of albinos. Bro, he's shiny hunting IRL. That's cool. I think I've seen one albino. I think. And that was a guinea pig. That's it. Maybe even a rabbit. What do I know? But that's pretty much it. It's super dark here as well, so that's gonna be rough for the tracking. Maybe I need to turn on the lights in between. We'll see. Anyways, this is the one. This is the one I want to watch. This is it. Audio seems fine. Perfect. This is how we start. I think, yep, the shoe on head video. Full on. Remind me of some of deer hunt videos just to balance things. Sure. Alright, I think... okay, voice. Calm down. This is what we're gonna start with. Why do women hate Sydney Sweeney by Shoe on Head? Well, there's multiple reasons. I'd say there's multiple reasons. Possibly one reason, most certainly, is that they, what's the word? Jealousy. Jealousy is usually a good pinpoint. That's usually a good one. But also what I believe is, and this does not only go for Sydney Sweeney, but in general, people don't like looking at attractive and healthy people. Let me speak. Hear me out. It is a constant reminder of you yourself being not healthy and unattractive. You may not realize it by yourself, but subconsciously, it might remind you of the fact that you are not where you want to be or where you should be. So you like to tear down others. This is not just a woman thing. I think this is also to a degree a man thing. I mean, looks maxers are literally a result of that, right? But yeah, we'll just see. We'll just see. Quick question, Poke. You have maybe seen Mario a drone comedy? Nope, I have not seen that. Nope, have not. I need to make sure that I actually stand normally. It's gonna be a little awkward, but we'll see. Yeah, we'll just jump in and see. This is a German lad. He remind of a lot of you a lot, but I know it's not your secret identity. That's for sure. Maybe I have heard that name before. Maybe I've seen him before, but I'm not sure. Maybe not by name. You know what? I'll Google that later. Seen some short comedy he did here in Israel. Was great. Okay. We'll jump in. We'll see.
So, if you've been living under a rock, you probably haven't heard that Sydney Sweeney was in an American Eagle commercial.
Genes are passed down from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My genes are blue.
Sydney Sweeney has great genes.
Get it? Genes? Because she's attractive?
Yeah, but people didn't get that because, you know, they saw it as a white supremacist dog whistle or something like that. Which is really, really interesting. Because... Holy tractor. Because, you know, an ad apparently is that deep. An ad is apparently that deep.
And she is. I can see why men like her. She has a really cute face and a nice body.
And yes, Sydney Sweeney does in fact have good genes. Great genes, in fact. That's the reason why she looks the way she does.
But personally, my favorite thing about Sydney Sweeney is that she's a Nazi. Did they mean to include a bunch...
Oh no. Oh no, hold up. No! No, actually? I mean, I've seen it. I've seen a few things when I watched the decoy voice video, but this is new. I guess I guess I wasn't wrong.
To Nazi dog whistles in this? How the did she agree to this? Actual Nazi ad. The only way Sydney Sweeney would be okay with doing an ad like this is if she was a Nazi.
This doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't. How did it come to that conclusion? I guess... Wait, are they people here pretty white girls said jeans, and lost their mind? True. They did.
This is Nazi shit.
The war on hot women. And whether you like it or not, there is in fact a war on hot women. Literally look at modern movies, TV shows, art. And this doesn't, by the way, it doesn't discriminate against just white ladies either. Look at the depictions of black women. Why are there so many artworks of black women where the black women are, for some odd reason, somehow always a racist caricature of a black woman? By the way, these are made by black people, which I question. That is weird. And sometimes white people. Nazi's too easy to call someone today. People call you Nazi if you yell at your dog, possibly. She's hot. There you go. Pretty much.
Stop the ad! That is being racist!
Some of you guys might be too young to remember, but back in the day when an ugly girl was jealous of a pretty girl, she would simply call her a whore. But that's a good thing now.
Yeah, so that doesn't work anymore. Always a war on hot women. I don't know if always. I mean, looking at the... people generally don't like attractive people, I guess. Sure, you aren't wrong.
So we have to call her racist. I am going to be completely honest, I have no idea what movies Sydney Sweeney is in. All I know, she is a very popular celebrity, and I always see discourse on Twitter about her being mid.
How? These people must be blind or gay. Blind or gay. This is not mid. This is not mid. The fuck you mean this is mid?
What is wrong with you people? Who is not mid nowadays? I saw Anne Hathaway get called mid the other day. Anne Hathaway. If these women are mid, I'm like a sub-zero. I'm like a -2. I am like a...
You need to consider this. Instagram has fried and corn. Instagram and corn have fried men's brains. They have fried men's brains way too much. I just recently saw a clip of like a group of women and like a group of men, and they were like trying to see if they could date each other, right? Not the entire group, but like individuals, right? Introducing themselves to the group, and then like if somebody was interested in dating, they would stand up. There was a super quirky girl. She was like just recently got into scuba diving, skiing, all that stuff, right? She's super adventurous, quirky, wants to find a guy that wants to travel a lot, stuff like that, right? Not a single of the dudes stood up. I'm not talking about like the travel of you know, I'm gonna collect a bunch of men on my travels, right? Just a genuinely normal, absolutely normal looking woman. None of the dudes stood up. None. We are cooked.
Horseshoe crab on the bottom of the ocean. Horseshoe crabs are pretty base though. 445 million years, no.
This is peak design, chat. This is peak design. This thing looks the same since the beginning of time. This thing just looks the same. Ever. Blind, gay, or very jealous. Yep.
No evolution. That's me. Millions of years on YouTube, no evolution. Sydney Sweeney has like a fun, bubbly personality. She seems like she enjoys being feminine, and it seems like she doesn't hate men, which is a big plus. She really plays into the like, I'm a hot blonde bombshell, I have big thing, which, are we back to liking titties as a society? Didn't Kim Kardashian deflate her ass recently? That's how I knew.
Wait, what? Kim Kardashian deflated her butt? Okay, sure. I guess that's a thing. The list of albinos is peacock, tiger shark, cockroach, male deer, cat, snake, common Florida lizard, wolf, moose, mallard duck, frog, and a lobster. Ooh, bro, it's actually connecting shinies. That's crazy. Hopefully you have pictures of those. Otherwise that'd be a missed opportunity.
The ass fad was over, the fall of Kim Kardashian's ass and the rise of Sydney Sweeney. Besides, ass, titties, no, I don't objectify women. I respect women, okay? The only thing that matters to me is a woman's mind. And thighs. What is like the...
A woman's mind and thighs. To be fair, face everything. Face is everything, I swear, face is everything. It doesn't really matter, man or woman, face is everything.
Male body equivalent to this debate, abs or arms? Personally, I love a good forearm. I love a good, nice, thick, manly wrist. And you know what looks great on a wrist? A watch. Which brings us to today's sponsor.
Holzkern. Is it? It is.
Holzkern. So let's quickly give them a shout out before we get into today's video, shall we? Holzkern is a young Austrian company that creates unique watches, jewelry, and accessories using all natural materials like wood and stone.
Maybe I should get a watch at this point. Maybe I should. At this point, I've seen this ad so much, I should get a watch.
Their high-quality timepieces come in various designs for both men and women, making them the perfect choice for any style or occasion. All of Holzkern's products are manufactured in small quantities to ensure responsible and ethical production, while making sure each item is built to last. I personally love the kaleidoscope watch with the little flower design on the pearl dial. I think it is so beautiful and so cute. I'm obsessed with it. The glass is made of sapphire crystal, making it scratch resistant, while the strap is crafted from koa wood, and it's water resistant as well. There's also the Moonrise watch, which is made from genuine white marble and stainless steel. It shows the weekday, date, and even the current moon phase, which is really cool. I think all their products make very beautiful gifts, and since they're all made from natural materials, they're all very unique. All their items come with a 2-year warranty and
I'm not skipping the ad. Otherwise, she would threaten me to skip the ad. Not skip the ad, so we're not skipping the ad. Soul face body, true. Unfortunately not, but the odds of facing another albino is pretty high, so... Wait a minute. I'll take pictures in the future. I'm usually just more in awe and like to observe. Yeah, sure. I mean, this is a rare occasion.
Ordering online is super easy with free worldwide shipping within 5 to 9 business days. And if you're in the US, don't worry, Holzkern handles the custom feeds for you, so no unexpected drama there. Just click my link in the description below and use my special discount code SHOE to get 15% off your order. Plus, if you additionally sign up for their free premium club membership, you'll get access to exclusive products, special discounts, and early pre-sales. But if you only want to check things out for now, no pressure, you can just sign up, come back later, and you'll still get a special discount on your first purchase. So if you're looking for a unique gift or just want to treat yourself to a nice watch, I highly suggest checking out Holzkern. Big thank you to Holzkern for sponsoring this video. And now, let's get back to it.
Where's my threat? I want to be threatened. I did not skip the ad, and now you didn't threaten me? How dare you?
Jeans are brown. Sounds like I shit my pants.
The woke outrage.
Yes, the brown.
Over Sydney Sweeney's ad has gone from, well, bad to worse.
Some people have taken issue with the phrase great genes being used over images of a blonde, blue-eyed woman.
If Sydney Sweeney is a registered Republican, I think her ad is fantastic. Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
TikTok and Twitter absolutely blew up with thousands and thousands of people calling this ad fascist propaganda. Yes, they literally took the jeans and jeans pun to be some kind of Nazi dog whistle because Sydney Sweeney is an attractive blonde-haired
they really want to find Nazis. They actually are attempting. They are actively attempting to find somewhere there aren't any. You can't make it up. They are literally I think that one meme tweet, whatever you want to call it, they literally create a guy in their head doing something, and then they get mad at that guy. Bro.
Blue-eyed woman, which apparently has been an extinct species for so long in advertisement that when people saw this, they got scared and thought they saw the ghost of Hitler. Is Sydney Sweeney a Nazi? No. But do these people kind of have a point about this ad?
Aren't they literally making an anime where past evil people and good people get reincarnated in a way that includes like Napoleon, Caesar, Hitler, and everything?
Also no, they are unwell. But let's hear them out. Let's watch some of these TikToks. Let's listen to them, listen to their points. We're not gonna be mean. We're not gonna own the libs, okay? We are going to hear them out.
You guys are complaining about that Sydney Sweeney jeans ad, so I went and saw it.
That's Nazi propaganda.
And once again, I have to say it. They always look like that. They always look you always know what they look like. You always do. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure there are people that look like that that don't act like that. But you can always tell what they look like. Also, septum piercing theory.
Holy 2014 Tumblr. What the f? Out here looking like she walked straight out of a Stone Toss comic. Looking like you're going on the thumbnail of this video. Listen, if your bangs end in the middle of your forehead, you don't have to tell me your political opinions. I know them. I can tell. Okay, sorry.
Also, if you have a septum piercing, chances are I know. Hi, Samax. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. But it's not about bad and good people. It's about how they left this world and entered the isekai. Spoiler drift is big bad. Is Jesus? That's funny.
Sorry, I got it out of my system. Let's continue.
I will be the friend that's too woke because those Sydney Sweeney American Eagle ads are weird. Like,
I can tell that you are the friend that is too woke. And yes, septum piercing. Again, I have to point it out. I always have to point it out. Yes, you are I can tell that you are.
Fascist weird. Like, Nazi propaganda weird.
So this commercial was apparently a reference to an old Brooke Shields commercial from the 80s.
The secret of life lies hidden in the genetic code. Genes are fundamental in determining the characteristics of an individual and passing on these characteristics to succeeding generations. This may result in the
So what they did is they just repurposed an ad and people thought scream Nazi. That's crazy. I'm okay. I'm doing okay. It was a boring day. Okay, a boring Saturday. Well, it is a boring Saturday for me. My sister and her husband are also here. So, I'm struggling because I'm sitting in a super hot room.
origin of an entirely new species. Which brings us to Calvin's and the survival of the fittest.
Calvin Klein jeans.
Oh my god, she turns into a swastika. She was like 14 in that ad, by the way. Really creepy. So at least Sydney Sweeney is of legal age.
I wouldn't know. I could have. The quality was so bad that I could not tell.
14 is actually pretty old for Brooke Shields if you know her history and her lore. If anything, that is the most f***ed up thing about this Sydney Sweeney ad, referencing an old ad of a child star who was abused by Hollywood. But yeah, it was a callback to an old commercial. And Sydney Sweeney is the current day hot celebrity, so they chose to do it with her. They unfortunately failed to consider the fact that in current year, white people are not allowed to say that they have good genes because that is Nazi propaganda.
A blonde-haired, blue-eyed white woman is talking about her good genes. Like,
I can tell who does not have good genes. I can tell. Hi, tourist. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Well, in the 60s, it was hard to wear jeans. Apparently, it was. I'm doing great. I'm doing great, tourist. Also, she shoe on head. As a Dr. Dre song in the background. Could be, yeah. It's just, I can tell that you do not have good genes. That's all I know. That maybe that's the main reason why you actually complain, because you do not.
That is Nazi propaganda.
You don't get to drop lines about inherited traits, blue eyes, and great genes while zooming in on somebody that could have walked straight off of a Nazi propaganda poster.
A white, blonde, blue.
Is this mental illness? The worst thing that happened to society, nobody can prove me otherwise, is liberal white women. Literally the downfall of humankind. How do you get to the conclusion that a woman talking about her genes isn't a attractive woman talking about her genes? How do you get to the point where you think that is Nazi propaganda? How does this work? I'm losing brain cells as we speak. They're currently crushing together at light speed in my head.
Blue-eyed, Hitler's wet dream talking about
My neurons are in flames.
how much she loves her genetics. It's not just giving eugenics, it's giving male fantasy.
I like how eugenics and being attractive to men are like equally terrible things to these people.
Ah, yes. An attractive woman making an ad for genes is certainly for men. How exactly does this work? How exactly does that work? I am completely confused. I'm just out. I'm not sure if you know about this poker. I just wanted to let you know that I found someone out there who stole one of your videos and is claiming it as their own. I have the video link. Interesting. When did that happen? When did that news drop?
Sydney Sweeney's jeans ad is giving ethnic state propaganda. It is giving dystopian. It is giving 1940s Germany.
Why do they all speak the same? Why do they all do the same shit? They all say the same shit. It's giving. It's giving.
Put a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, fair-skinned woman in an ad and say she has good genes. I don't know if I can say this, but it's literally giving Nazi propaganda.
It's giving. Also,
It's giving? Always it's giving. How? I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna lose my mind. Why is your feelings? Stop using your feelings. Look at facts, not feelings. Not that long ago, it happened yesterday. Can you give me that link? I'm interested.
Flesh-colored microphone? Why? It's giving dick, okay? It's giving penis. It's giving cock.
I can't believe I actually have to explain this, but there is a reason that they picked a girl named Sydney Sweeney for this ad, and it's not just her blonde hair and her blue eyes. Sydney Sweeney is laying with her German Shepherd dog in this shoe. Her name is Sydney Sweeney, so her initials are SS.
What? How? How do you come to that conclusion? That's gotta be rage. This is rage bait. This is rage bait. Okay, this clip has to be rage bait. This clip has to be rage bait. It has to be. It's giving insecurity. It's showing lady. It's giving Nazi without. It's giving they can't say Nazi. Yeah. How do you come to the conclusion? What the heck? How? This is retarded, bro. This is rage bait. This has to be rage bait. I'm not, nah, bro. This has to be rage bait. Nah.
Intentionally included her German Shepherd dog in the photo shoot.
Oh my god. Take your meds. Meds. Her name is Sydney.
They are literally schizo. They are literally schizo. As lady with German Shepherd, get it? They are schizo. They gotta be schizo. Also, Chad, if you own a dog, Hitler owned dogs. Does that make all of us Nazis? This is crazy.
Sweeney. Her initials are SS, like the Nazis. The dog is a German Shepherd, German, like the Nazis. Are they putting crack in birth control nowadays? What is going on?
I mean, the baby food apparently has 177 times the legal amount of lead in there, so maybe that's the reason they were retarded as babies already.
She is a hot woman. She is a hot woman because of the way she looks. She looks the way she looks because of genetics. She has great genes. That is how a normal person sees it. She's blonde and has blue eyes and her initials are SS and she has a German Shepherd is how a schizophrenic, politically brain-rotted person sees it.
Hi, thanks for calling American Eagle. This is Jess. How can I help today?
Hi, I am a marketing student and was wondering if I could speak to someone who could maybe give me some insight as to what estimated
They're fucking calling there. They are fucking calling there. Kayla was a human. Does that make me a Nazi? Yep, apparently. Okay, that means all confirmation. Everyone is. It's over.
return on investment there has to be willing to use white supremacy and eugenics.
How the fuck? I mean, I have to give her that. She had the balls to call. But holy fuck. You should get blacklisted of every company that sells clothes. I'll be real. Go naked.
As your marketing campaign.
On a marketing campaign?
Harassing some poor worker. Doesn't even fucking speak English. Has all.
Yeah, essentially she was harassing some poor lady. That's what it is. She was harassing some poor lady that doesn't even properly speak English. She probably did not even understand. She probably does not even understand what you just said.
To do with the commercial. These people are sick.
Yes, I recently saw American Eagle's eugenics marketing campaign where they used that white blonde girl and talked about how good her genes were in a time where race...
Why are none of their genes good? Why are the people complaining? Why are all their genes not good? Just put the fries in the bag, homie. It's not that deep. It's not that deep. It really isn't. It's a fucking ad. That's it.
Racism is rampant in the U.S.
I see. Thank you for taking time to share your feedback.
Why are you bothering this random ass Filipino woman with your West Wing ass TED talk? Nobody gives a
Okay, so there's no way to, as a student, I can't learn about when eugenics makes sense in marketing? No one on the marketing team can talk to me about that?
I miss like 50 years ago when these people would just be serial killers instead of doing whatever the this is. She's even got other celebrities seething.
Genes are passed down from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My genes are blue.
Haha, she did a dumb redneck voice, get it? Because all white people are dumb inbred hicks? Good one, Doja. Hey, by the way, why are you pandering to the same exact people who got your ass cancelled for wearing a Sam Hyde shirt once? They all think
Doja wore a Sam Hyde shirt once? When did that happen? When did that DLC drop? I didn't know of that. That's new. Also, I don't think anybody with that kind of music can talk, you know?
I think you're racist too, girl, but nice try. Hope they see this.
Doja Cat is making fun of Sydney Sweeney's ad only because she realized after all those years of her kissing up to white supremacists, they're never going to accept her because she's a half-black woman. Wearing the Sam Hyde shirt, you dating all these white supremacists. So make fun of the ad all you want, but we'll never forget you rolling around in those chat.
Oh, yes, the classic. Never ask a white supremacist what the skin color what the skin color of his girlfriend is.
Room showing white supremacists your feet so they can make fun of your black ass.
Oh, they did see it, and they still hate you.
Weird adverts aside about how the best genes are characterized in a conventionally attractive white, blonde, blue-eyed woman. Not true. I mean, look at me. Within 5 years, or as soon as she shows any sign of aging, that's it. The moment she becomes visibly over 25.
Enjoy the ride now, babe, before you get too old and ugly and hate.
Did he just use a talking point that red pillars love to use, which is the wall. Huh. I guess they do love using talking points when they are of the other side, when they are convenient to use, apparently. Also, that doesn't change. Yes, we all age, but she's gonna age better than you and me. Also, you don't have good genes, even though you have blonde hair, blue eyes, and you're white. Congratulations.
Hit the wall. But wokely. This is just something I've noticed in the decade of criticizing feminism on the internet. Male feminists are the most misogynistic, sexist freaks ever when they finally have an acceptable, approved target to go after. God forbid you are a woman with the incorrect opinion, because hell hath no fury like a male feminist replying to you.
A strawberry blonde, blue-eyed woman marketing having great genes. This is just a whole fucking eugenics campaign, and I, for one, would like to throw myself off a balcony.
Do it.
Do it. Do it. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Just unplug the brainwasher. Thank you. Just unplug it. Remove the brainwashing. Thank you.
Do a backflip, live stream it. Also, these people just straight up don't know what the eugenics movement is. Talking about genetics is not eugenics. Sydney Sweeney did not say she had the best genes or superior genes or that other people had bad, inferior genes. Someone even made it like a fake ad, like, Beyonce has better genes, and it's like, why'd you pick the picture where she has like a blonde wig on?
This campaign.
Good question. Also, if one side does it, it's racist. If the other side does it, it's not. What is this double standard? Want to age well, eat well, care your body, take care of your body, take care of your health. Yep, that is exactly what you need to do. That is exactly.
Is poking at women's greatest and most tender insecurity under the patriarchy, which is desirability and the beauty standard. It affects not only non-white women, even though this is clearly white supremacist, Aryan race propaganda.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess now we're fully talking about, Aryan. Oh, that's interesting. We have beauty standards, yes. It is what it is. Live with it. Men have beauty standards too. Funnily enough, not a single man complains about it, and if they do, you get told that you're a retard, like actively. Live with it. Men aren't complaining. Not a single man is complaining about beauty standards for men. Nobody is complaining that you need to look that like movies are pushing that you need to look like Zac Efron during Baywatch. Men look at that and are like, boy, I gotta look like that. Gotta hit the gym. Women are like, when they see an attractive woman, ugh, no! Beauty standards! Say I have good genes isn't racist. Say I have better genes is racist. Exactly. And then even the better genes could be in a context, right? Even in a context, even depending on the context. Like, for example, when it's like beauty, right? Just strictly beauty, and you say I have better genes, and you are more pretty, then it is what it is. I guess it's true then.
But it also adversely affects the majority of white women who do not naturally have blonde hair and blue eyes. Because yes, even the women who can achieve this look have to do it through artificial means in one way or another. The vast majority of white women are not naturally blonde. And of course, lots of white women are also insecure about having brown eyes.
You would not know how many women technically are blonde. It's just that the blonde varies. Like my little brother, technically has brown. I would consider it brown hair, but through through the look of like a hairdresser or hairstylist, he technically does have dark blonde, really dark blonde. You have to really look at those colors and realize that a lot of things that we consider brown are actually technically blonde and not brown. Interesting. Also, your insecurities are not other people's problems. If you're fat and you get insecure because you see healthy people, thin people, that is your problem. It's not my problem. It's not the attractive person's problem. That's your problem. Those are your feelings. We need to realize that your feelings are your own feelings, and they only affect you, and you are responsible for what you do with those. And if you want to be a bitch, just be a bitch. Just don't cry if you get backlash for being a bitch.
So that's a whole generation of young white women who are being further propagandized to purchase blonde hair dye and contacts for the rest of all time.
Okay, what? Are attractive women just not allowed to model anymore because, like, God forbid it makes some other women insecure? And as someone with brown eyes, I've never once felt insecure about having brown eyes. Like, yeah, I'm not gonna get into hyperborea, but I've seen myself photoshopped with blue eyes. Horrifying.
Bro, that's a bit much. That's too blue. That's no natural blue. That's too much blue. That's too blue. That's not normal. That's too bright. That's a bit too maybe not bright, but too saturated. Do people really? No, people don't have that blue.
So we've gone from Nazi propaganda to genocide to racism to now poor little girls are gonna feel insecure because they don't have blue eyes like Sydney Sweeney.
Another thing about the Sydney Sweeney beauty standard that is very important to note is that big boobs are a hallmark of what conservative men are attracted to.
We are humans. We appreciate big boobs and big ass. This is... I want to throw my bottle, bro. I want to throw it. I want to throw it at this woman. If there's one reason to become misogynistic, this is one of them. Okay. Even lesbians like big tits. Bisexual men like big tits. I'm sorry that it offends you that you don't have big tits. What is this? What are we doing? What are we doing? Sorry, if you're a woman and you watch this and you have big booba, just get to the surgery at this point. Just get the surgery. Your boobs might offend somebody. Just take them off. Just take them off. Just do it. They might offend somebody. What is this? What is this? What is this argument? You straight women love big breasts. Yes! Yes, they do! Yes, they do. There's a reason why big booba are sexualized. Because, universally, chop them off. Yep. Chop them off. Universally, most men like big booba. That's it. That's the full thing. How do you come to that conclusion? It does not make sense, lady. It does not make sense. Remove the brainwashing helmet. Goodness.
At the end of the early 2000s and through the 2010s, we were becoming a more progressive society, and so we also naturally progressed.
Also, I realized, so, if you like big boobs, you're conservative, or a sexist, apparently now also a white supremacist, and you uphold unreasonable beauty standards. Now, if you prefer flat chests, you're a pedophile. So you can't win. You literally can't win.
Us to be a more ass-centric society.
In the 2000s, we were becoming more progressive, so we started objectifying women's butts.
True. The way she said this is crazy. True. The way she just said it is crazy. So, objectifying women's butts is less of a problem than boobs? Okay, sure, I guess. So true, but on rare occasions, there's such a thing as too big. True, true, true. And I would say that the too big mostly happens though when it's hurting the woman's back, which in this case, make them smaller. Go to a doctor. I'd rather you have a healthy body. If you do it wrong, if you like big boobs, you Nazi. I guess it is what it is. You aren't supposed to win, duck, and neither do you, because you like big boobs too. Definitely. I know what you are.
What? The communist utopia will be ass-centric, apparently. I didn't know the ass versus tits thing was political. How does she know conservatives are all boob?
How do you even make that political? How do you make men's preferences political? How do we make biological preferences political? Oh my goodness, how is this political? Because men has butts too. But only women have boobs, so I think that's why it's okay to objectify nice butts, possibly. Still doesn't make it right, but yes, possibly.
Men. Conservatives in the audience, are you a boobs or butt guy? What political affiliation are the feet?
I do not care. I do not care. I don't care. There's more important things. There's way more important things to look out for. But it's different. I don't like him sexually, I just notice them on occasion. That you notice them is a sexual thing, otherwise you wouldn't notice them. If there was no sexual thing in there, you wouldn't notice them and enjoy them. Silence. You're lying. You talk through your ass, which means your ass is more intelligent than you yourself, because it can do two things. It can sit on it and talk. Silence.
Men. Libertarians.
Lips like... Wait! That's why they don't objectify women. That's why they never are on the list of objectifying women. Because they like feet. Got it. It's essentially safe horny.
Listen, they can try to disguise it with their little intersectionality buzzwords all they want, but at the end of the day, women just want a socially acceptable reason to hate other women. That's it.
Good genes pass on to offspring?
I know what you are. Get Poliwag out of here! Save Poliwag. I beg of you, please save Poliwag. Please save Poliwag. Somebody needs to save my boy down here. Get him out of here. Also, this looks like it. Look, this doesn't look like an adult.
American Eagle ad with Sydney Sweeney is literally overt eugenics. I know you don't want to hear this, but if you want to talk about how that ad is promoting eugenics, which it absolutely is, we also have to talk about how choosing not to wear a mask when you can during an ongoing pandemic, because you're okay with a certain subset of people, primarily disabled people of color, dying for your own comfort.
Okay. Okay. So, not wearing a mask during the pandemic primarily affects disabled people of color. Is the virus racist? Is the corona is racist? It only goes after those disabled black people or people of color. Bro, what? How did they pull this out of their ass? How did they pull this out of their ass? Oh, so me not wearing a mask in front of my disabled white grandmother is not gonna make her sick because the virus is racist and skips her. It will instead target actively the black neighbor in a wheelchair. That is literally what you're saying. How? Damn, Poke didn't have to verbally throw hands so hard at Sumax. I'm just reminding her that she is a gooner. Forget what Samix did to you. I was here yesterday. I don't know. I just felt like it. She likes to throw hands too, calling me a weak white man.
Is also eugenics.
1 second. "2025. We are talking about wearing masks for COVID in 2025. I like how she's woke scolding the other woke scold.
CDS? CDS. COVID derangement syndrome. How this nobody believes in when I say this pandemic, if you can call it that, fried people's brains. This is actually the beginning of this was the beginning of brain rot. And it's not even the stuff that kids consume. This is the brain rot.
For not woke scolding about her particular pet issue. COVID broke the brains of so many of these people, man. It's because it's when the world was just a giant, safe HR longhouse where it was socially acceptable for them to be moral busybodies and never leave their home. It was like the closest to their lib shit utopia that we have ever gotten, and they miss it.
I remember growing up in a predominantly white community, wishing myself out of this body, out of this culture, take my name, if it meant that I could wake up blonde-haired and blue-eyed, never having to explain who I am or worry about being accepted. That is why this American Eagle ad with Sydney Sweeney is especially off-putting.
Listen, I'm sorry that happened to you, but we live in a predominantly white country. If you
don't like it here, if you don't like the culture, if you don't like the people, if you don't like the people with that skin color, the hair, the eyes, why are you here? Just go there where the people look like you. That's the solution. Yo, that's the solution. You don't like living in you're black and you don't like living in the white country? Move to a country that is predominantly black. You're Asian, you don't like living, I don't know, in Germany? Go back, go to Asia. What is the problem? No person in their right mind would live in a country that they don't like. Just leave, man. I wouldn't live in Switzerland if I didn't like Switzerland. Huh? I summon Blue Eyes White Dragon. You do get some diversity in your deck. Bro is like, get the Red Eyes Black Dragon. You racist. But yeah, sit at home isn't good for society in more than few ways. Yep. Isolation, more exposed to social media, which is worse in my opinion. Probably a lot of other things. I like my brown eyes, and apparently other people do too for reasons. Okay. I got Red Eyes Black Dragon just to keep my deck safe from racism. It's just not good good for you in general. Mess up your body. True. It will.
You go to another country, there will be a different beauty standard. If you go to the country of your ancestors, there will be a different beauty standard, and maybe it will look more like you. But again, she didn't say her genes were better or the best, and it's not like all the hot popular celebrities look like Sydney Sweeney. Look at Ana de Armas, look at Zendaya. They don't look anything like Sydney Sweeney, and they are known as very beautiful around Hollywood. This is why corporations in the media think in order to pander to the female gaze, everything has to be like average and frumpy and ugly, because women can't stop fucking projecting their insecurities. Not every character in a movie or a video game has to look like you. Not everyone in an ad has to look like you.
But these women are a minority. Like, go on. They did a study, or not a study, but they did a survey on women. If they do prefer attractive characters, and the overwhelming majority of women said yes, they do prefer their characters to be attractive, male and female. This is a small, loud minority of women that are completely brain rotted. No brain. It's just a stem. Nothing else.
Hell, the only time I see people who look like me is when I turn on the live-action Grinch movie. You notice men never say this shit, by the way? They usually go like, wow, that man is strong. I don't look like that. I'm gonna go to the gym. And women are like, wow, that woman is thin. I don't look like that. I'm gonna go complain.
What to make Sydney Sweeney's jeans better? Like, why did you get that joke? All us woke people are saying is that it's just a little bit weird to directly reference European jeans as better.
Again,
Nobody said better. Nobody said better. Nobody. Nope, nobody.
Never said that her jeans were better. You are making shit up.
Now, when you think of the all-American girl, like the standard of like American beauty, you probably think blonde hair, blue eyes, white girl, right? You're not supposed to think that way.
You're not supposed to think that way, guys. That's double plus ungood.
That's ingrained in you because of negative things that have been pushed on you by society.
When you think about the all-American woman, you should be thinking about an obese, transgender, disabled woman or something. What would be an acceptable vision of the American woman for this?
I don't know, maybe that really ugly statue of that black woman, which once again looks like a racist caricature of a black woman. Why can they never create anything that truly shows beautiful black women? I don't get it. Dungeons and Dragons just recently did it as well. Why must you do that? At some point, I'm genuinely thinking this is all just the CIA doing this on purpose.
Person. It's insane she's saying that we think Sydney Sweeney is hot because of negative things that have been pushed on us by society. No, bitch, we have eyes. And just because she is attractive does not mean you are also not attractive. Look at your full lips. That is a standard of beauty I'll never live up to, but that's okay. Because I have other things that are beautiful and unique about me, just like you have other things that are beautiful and unique about you. Regardless if Sydney Sweeney...
Well, it cannot be her personality. That's for sure. The proper representation of an American woman is a man. Wait, didn't Mulvaney get voted as something like greatest American woman, something like that? Or greatest woman of all time, something like, I don't know what it was. Stuff like that. You get the idea. I don't know exactly what it was, but apparently he was picked for that, which I'm gonna say this. It's gonna make people mad, but I don't care. Biological men have nothing to do with, should never be considered for anything that is for women, biological women. I'm sorry. I'm gonna straight up say that. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Not women's sports, not beauty pageants for women. Nothing like that. Nuh-uh. How about let me be attracted to and you be attracted to what you want to, and if you don't like your body, fucking do something about it. But that's the point. They don't want to do anything about it because we push the idea that everyone is perfect the way they are. Which is a lie. Nobody is perfect the way they are. There's always something you can improve. And that's fine. You're not meant to be perfect. But these people can't do that. They must live in La La Fantasy Sugarland, where everyone is perfect.
Is held up as the American beauty standard. These are lessons your mother should have taught you, not a YouTuber. Sydney Sweeney's ad shows a cultural shift towards whiteness. Advertisements are always mirrors of society, and sometimes what they reflect is ugly and startling. Boo! A white woman. Oh, the fucking author is white. I hate these people, man. Shut up. Shut up. It's one thing.
What is it with these self-hating people? What is it with these self-hating people? Why do you hate yourself so much? Why do you hate yourself so much? Who gave you the idea that you must hate yourself so much? Stop that. I don't see that from any other culture. I don't see it from Japanese, Chinese, Black, Asian in general, Indian, Russian. Western women are the only ones that are doing this. Why are you doing this? I would like to have green, blue, and gray eyes, but yeah, I'll comfort myself with brown eyes that look pretty with sunlight. Like, you can change those things, so why complain? The only perfect being is Relican and Cell, clearly. I'd say the what do you call it? The horseshoe crab. That is definitely one that is perfect. You can't deny that. 445 million years without evolution? That is peak. That is peak design. Man isn't God's greatest creation. It's the horseshoe crab. My father got blue eyes, and all of us 3 children have brown eyes. I'm so angry at him for it. Wait, shouldn't you be... Wait, does that mean your mother has brown eyes? Shouldn't you be mad at your mother? At least you can look at the sun. They won't hurt. True. Well, you shouldn't look at the sun directly either. That's not good for your eyes regardless. But you are... sunlight is much easier on your eyes if you have brown eyes.
I think when it's like a non-white person talking about how white people suck, it's like, okay, you're just racist. But when it's a white person talking about white people suck, you need to be ground up into a pulp and fed to livestock. You would honestly be more useful that way. Ants are always mirrors of society, and sometimes what they reflect is ugly and startling. Popular American culture is, indisputably, becoming more puritanical and more conservative. Puritanical? The focus of the ad was her tits and ass! This is not at all a conservative, puritanical ad. Have you seen what the puritanical right thinks of Sydney Sweetie? They think she's a whore, okay? They think she's a whore. The backlash has been...
They think... They are, literally... They really hate her. A lot of the conservatives really hate her because she dated black men. So what are you on about? Again, been told on occasion that my eyes get darker brown to almost black in sunlight. Bro has some demons inside him. Yes, my mother has brown eyes. I'm mad at father for not being more dominant. Or should have been more dominant.
Swift and fierce, and some of it, at least if you ask me, is fair. The internet has been quick to condemn the advertisement as non-inclusive at best. Non-inclusive? Why the f does everything have to be inclusive? It's a...
Another hot take. Nothing has to be inclusive. Nothing. It doesn't have to be. I'm sorry. It doesn't. It really doesn't. If you don't fit somewhere, find something else. If something's not made for you, find something else. I'm sorry. That is the undeniable truth. It would be best if companies would mostly cater to their core audience for success. Because if they don't, they fail. We have seen that recently. Concord, for example.
Commercial with one fucking person in it. Sweeney exudes a source of vintage sexiness that caters to the male gaze. She embodies the near mythological girl next door beautiful but low maintenance sexy femininity.
But this is an ad about women's jeans, not men's jeans. Women's jeans. Why would a man look at that ad and be like, yes, I'm gonna buy myself women jeans now?
That dominated the media in the 1990s and early 2000s. Oh wow, that sounds great. You're telling me that's fascism? Waiter, more fascism please. What the f***? It's just so funny, like, the left is currently losing their mind about how, like, they need to get young men to vote for...
Also, I'm gonna be honest, I don't like the term progressives. Because they're not progressive. If anything, they would be like changeist. Because just because it's different doesn't mean it's progressive. In fact, something can be different and actually regressive. Just because something is left doesn't mean it's progressive. Because the definition for progress is moving forward. progress would be we can do space travel. Progress would be we fix our birth rate. That is progress. Progress would be equal rights when it comes to court for men and women. Not leftist talking points in general.
Democrats again, and here they are like, blondes with big B's are fascism. Listen, the alt-right pipeline does not start with the American Eagle ad. It starts with you. What do you do?
Also conservative. Like, are big boobs, are we conserving? Because that's what it is, right? Are we conserving big boobs?
Doing. This is not at all a conservative far-right ad. It's just a normal ad that would have ran like 15 years ago. But I guess that's what being far-right is nowadays. Being normal from 15 years ago. I love this random part of the article though. Young women are being radicalized through so-called clean skincare and healthy eating. So fashion
Healthy skin and healthy eating is radicalization. I really wonder if this society tries to keep people fat on purpose. I really wonder. I really wonder at this point if we're actually trying to keep people fat on purpose. Because that's the only thing that makes... How do you come to the conclusion that healthy eating is radical? Something that's universally and medically accepted as good. Yeah, guys, I must unradicalize myself by now eating just a diet that consists of McDonald's, Burger King, and KFC. Strong blue eyes. Blonde. I should be recruiting them, not fighting them. Dragon Ball resurrected failed artist. That's crazy. That's insane. True. Like, how do they come? It just does not make sense how they ever come to this conclusion. What kind of lens what kind of drugs do they take? What kind of weed do they smoke? I want that too. That must be some good shit if that sends me on a trip that makes me just annihilate reality.
fascism is hot people eating healthy and having clean skin. Goebbels himself could not make better propaganda. Literally, as I am editing this video, the New York Times comes out with his opinion piece, Why the Right is...
Being thin is healthy? Being thin is healthy. That's possible. Okay, because back ages ago, how fat you were was a sign or prosperity and wealth. Yeah, you aren't wrong. You aren't wrong because food was more scarce. But now it isn't. And now we have actual data that shows it's unhealthy to be overweight. And somehow not being overweight is now being radical. I don't know how that worked. But yes, being thin is better than being fat. I don't think there's much of an obsession here. I think everybody should be just obsessed with being healthy because it's universally good for everyone. It's good for you, it's good for others, it's good for your children. It's just good. Being chunky was a sign of fertility back in the long past. That's why the small statues of the goddess of fertility was chunky. That is true. Again, food was more scarce. Therefore, if somebody had more food, that was obviously a good party. Obviously, but yeah. We had a long period of history that fat considered beauty. Not today, though. Yeah, because times have changed. Food is readily available everywhere. We have better healthcare than ever. People are living longer than ever.
Is obsessed with thinness. I would really appreciate if people stopped equating health and beauty to fascism, because if health and beauty are fascism, what is unhealthiness and ugliness? Unfortunately, a big part of socially progressive ideology is dismantling hierarchies and norms and challenging what society sees as conventional, traditional, and beautiful. A really good example of this was those statues that were put up, like...
This shit is so ugly. I'm gonna say it, this shit is so ugly. This shit is so ugly. This thing is ugly. Get it out there. Replace it with an actual beautiful black woman. I'm not opposed to the statue of a black woman. I'm opposed to an ugly statue of a black woman. I'm sorry. Why is that here? In history, men like women with more fat at certain regions because that helped in the kid's development, brain specific, and that as well. Fun fact. They did a little study, and this literally showed that the beauty standards that we nowadays have are not based on men. They're based on women. Man pretty is a woman with a higher body fat percentage. While girl pretty, what girls find pretty, in general, is women with a lower body fat percentage. Which is really interesting. That means that women do in fact prefer looking at skinnier women than men. It was also natural food, not what Americans have. Do you mean the mystery food? You mean the food that 177 times the legal limits of lead in baby food?
All over different cities of like a frumpy woman in leggings. And the artist says like the purpose of these was to like challenge conventional beauty standards. And it's like, imagine looking like one of these women and then...
Not only that, there were plenty of black women saying they find this thing horrid. Why are you not putting an actual beautiful black woman there? So I'm not the only one. I can say this because black women have said it. This thing is horrid. I think in the near future, life length will be shortened a bit, but I wonder if the media will let the population know about it. I think actually it might get longer. I think not only that, but I also think that people will live longer, healthier. I hope so. I'd rather right now focus on, instead of extending the life expectancy, extending the period of healthiness. I think that's much. It does matter if I'm 80 if I can't move on my own anymore, or like 100 I can't move on my own anymore. Like that's not a life I want to live. So that's one thing. This. Okay, let me look at this. Let me look at this. That's an interesting. I know this guy. I know this guy. I've seen this guy before. I know this guy. I've seen this guy before. Interesting. Really interesting. Cool. Yeah, I'm also aware that most of the food served in my country would be illegal in most European countries. Yep. I think radiation has other plans for us. Possibly. I mean, let's hope that there won't be any radiation. I don't want to be blown up to bits.
Hearing like, oh yeah, this was put up to challenge beauty, like, what do you mean by that? Remember the whole body positivity movement like 10 years ago? Remember like all the fat influencers? Remember when every single ad was like this ad, for example?
Yeah, and the fat influencers. There's literally a video of was it? It was either Think Before You Sleep or Sydney Watson, who literally made a video of dead fat influencers. How can we have that? How the fuck did we normalize being so fat and glorifying it to the point we're dying? When did that happen?
Calvin Klein's latest underwear campaign is breaking big boundaries. Big boundaries? Whoa, 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 whoa. What do you mean by that? While fashion is starting to seriously consider creating more inclusive environment for consumers, there is still a huge mountain to climb before—
Are they doing this on purpose? Are they doing this on purpose? Big boundaries, huge mountain.
or it is truly considered diverse. Huge mountain? No, that's just mean. And that's why Calvin Klein, probably the most famous name associated with underwear, just launched a groundbreaking campaign. Groundbreaking? Oh, Come on now. The campaign is all about feeling free to express yourself, being uninhibited, and being provocative by challenging the norms we see on a regular basis. See? Challenging norms. It's all about challenging norms. This reminds me of that protein world controversy from 2015.
Wait, there was a protein ad controversy. Are you beach body ready? Wait. Yeah, okay. Actually, that was a Blair White video. She showed a Blair White video. Ah, okay.
Heads will remember. I wrote an article about it for the Libertarian Republic. Wow, that was a long...
Supplement company under fire for body shaming. I don't think we should normalize laying down in the sand at the beach, and whale hunters might mistake you for a whale if you lay there. Just saying.
Time ago. But anyway, a billboard with this ad for a protein powder supplement was put up and people lost their fucking minds. They vandalized it, they threatened to get a bunch of the employees fired, they threatened to go where the company was located with hammers.
One of the chicks at my college, right? One of the chicks at my college had this exact sticker. This exact sticker. You're not smashing any patriarchy. You know why? You know why you're not smashing any patriarchy? Because the same men that you are trying to smash are the reason why you, as a woman, can live freely. Incredible hot take. The only reason women have women's rights is because there's men upholding them. If all men collectively now decided that there were no women's rights, you'd have no rights. So how about a little thank you? That'd be cool.
All because they committed the great crime of body shaming by daring to have a thin, attractive woman on their ad. This ad made other companies come out with their own like little virtue signaling things, like passive aggressive, like everybody is ready. Like every fashion magazine, every beauty magazine was pumping this out at the time, just fat, 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 fat. The rise of like Tess Holiday and the hashtag
Isn't she dead?
F your beauty standards. Oh my god. You could not escape this. Also, suspiciously, body positivity only seemed to mean obese women.
Yeah, body positivity. Only obese women. If it's a fat man, it's... You disgusting pig, put on a shirt. Yeah, body positivity, by the way, is only for women. It's not for men.
But yes, everywhere you looked, it was like fat, 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 and everyone was like, yes, queen! Well, now we live in Ozempic world, and the fat acceptance movement seems to have died. Like many of the fat influencers, unfortunately. And these same types of people are like crashing out about the Sydney Sweeney ad because they really do feel like all the work...
Didn't Lizzo lose a lot of weight? Right? If I remember correctly. And people got super mad, saying like, she betrayed them and stuff. But to be fair, she made an absolutely perfect decision, because last time I saw her, she looked quite better. So, it's really good for her. Fuck the people that crash out over that. While I don't want to agree with that sentiment, most people in power are men, so even if most people in power would be women, if all men, you could not physically defend yourself. It's just the truth. If all men collectively decided, even if everything was with women in power, most people in military would still be men. And most people in police would still be men. It just is what it is, because men are stronger. That's it. We can force our opinions. Women kinda don't have that luxury. Right, but what if we will decide to force our opinion and not count girls as living worthy as us? Do you think women's right will keep, even if there are a lot of annoying free speech women out there? Oh, I'm not saying we should do that. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That would be horrid. That would be terrible. We should not do that. That's first of all, that's absolutely insane. I'm not advocating for that. Hell no, we should not do that. Absolutely not. I think men and women are equal in value. Not equal in the things we do, but equal in value. That's totally different. We are different, but the same. Just to get that out. She was fat shaming other women and then lost a ton of weight. Both were huge controversies. I mean, you can't really throw a brick if you're sitting in a glass house, so that's a weird one. But yeah, her losing weight is definitely a good step. I'll send you a short. Okay.
Work they have done to like socially engineer people's behavior and preferences has been just like destroyed overnight. Who would win? Decades of propaganda? One big booby girl. I wrote in the old article, I can't say I'm too surprised at the backlash towards this model's body. We are living in a world where instead of striving to better ourselves and live a healthy lifestyle, praising obesity and unattractiveness is becoming the norm. Well, shoe on head from 10 years ago, you will be happy to hear that it seems like it's no longer the norm. Because apparently not just American Eagle, but like Dunkin' Donuts and Arby's are using hot people in their ads again.
I mean, isn't there something called Hooters? Or whatever it's called in the US? That the entire thing, the entire marketing strategy of that fast food restaurant is literally just hot women? I mean, that's pretty obvious. It works. I'm sorry, but it works. Just like with most stuff, if something's hot, it works.
The culture truly healing, or are we about to go into a deep financial recession? Questions we should be asking. Angry Reddit freaks also doxed Sydney, looking through her voting records and found out she's a registered Republican. One of the most common things I saw about—
That's interesting. Well, I knew that, but when I first heard that, that's very interesting.
this were how, like, all the women getting mad about Sydney Sweeney were ugly, and I don't think that's true. There were some, like, pretty people in there. But it got onto this topic that I see all the time, and that is, why are liberal women so ugly? Leftists are ugly, conservatives are hot, which is not true, by the way. I was at January 6th, okay? But for the most part, stereotypes exist for a reason, right? Conservatives are, well, conservative with the way that they present themselves. They tend to follow norms and beauty standards, which is why, for example, the media called Hassan a, quote, progressive in a
MAGA body. Wait, are you saying that MAGA men are usually more physically attractive? Just saying. Also, why are you also not progressive? If anything changes, I don't think that saying that we should eradicate certain places or that grape is fine if it happens to the right people is progressive in any way. Just saying. Also, why is his head so short, so small? He has a small head. Yeah, I can't stand that dude. I can't stand him.
MAGA body. And how so many women on dating apps nowadays are looking for a man who votes Democrat but looks like a Republican. Everyone is aware of the stereotypes. And with leftists, you know the stereotype, like the overweight, blue hair, nose ring. They're not all ugly, of course, but many purposely make themselves look ugly. Because being ugly is saying f you to the man. Marcel Duchamp's art piece, Fountain, which was literally just a urinal, was a f you to art institutions and classical ideas of beauty. Those f-ass ugly concrete block brutalist buildings are another example.
What is that? You know that, like, that game where you like you have like this block tower, right? It's like made up of different blocks, and you remove like one block always and see and make sure that it doesn't fall apart. This is what it looks like. What is this? Who made this? This is a crime. Like, have you seen the pic of Hassan in the bath? I'm gonna be honest. Destiny sucking dick was not as gay as this.
Brutalism emerged after World War II as a post-war modernist style, in part created as a f you to the classical architecture celebrated by, drumroll, the Nazis. Now think of those concrete buildings and the urinal and apply it to broader society. Basically, the blue hair and nose ring is a f you to, well, Sydney Sweeney. Hitler existed, so now everything has to be fat and ugly. Sorry. I don't know why so many on the left want to give the concept of beauty and health to the right, but it is not a winning strategy. Listen, I just want everyone's basic needs met, alright? I don't want people going in debt if they get into a car accident, or be homeless, or get sent to foreign wars. I didn't sign up for this stupid shit. It is funny though how like every time Sydney Sweeney is on camera, there's like a right-wing article like, woke is dead.
Woke is dead. Woke is not dead. Stop parading this. I find that so stupid. Woke is not nearly as dead as people want it to be, Jenga. Yep. Woke is just not dead. It still persists.
Wokeness is no match for Sydney Sweeney's undeniable beauty. Are Sydney Sweeney's breasts double D harbingers of the dead?
Are Sydney Sweeney's breasts double D harbingers of the death of woke? What the fuck are these people doing? This is just as stupid.
Death of woke. Was that girl right about conservatives being boob guys? She might have been right after all. Honestly, this doesn't really make sense because, like, the left are the ones trying to normalize porn and, like, OnlyFans culture and stuff like that. If anything, there is too much boobs everywhere. We need to calm down a bit. But when it comes to Sydney's, like, classical...
I mean, I'm the perfect example. I'm tired of this. I'm muting and blocking everyone who has their tits out. I'm so done with this. And IRL, if a woman is dressed too nakedly, that's probably not a word, but I can't find anything. I won't be close to her. It makes me uncomfortable. I can't see it anymore. I had enough.
Bombshell beauty, like, I kind of get where they're coming from. Sydney Sweeney is a hot white woman who does not mind catering to the male gaze after we had a decade of hearing about how the male gaze is bad and toxic. A decade of hearing about how white people are bad and toxic. A decade of ugly, angry, fat androgyny seeping its way into everything and anything. When people say Sydney Sweeney is anti-woke, I don't even think they mean politically. I think they just mean like Sydney Sweeney is like looking into a time portal back to 1992. A time when porn addiction wasn't such a big issue. Every woman didn't show her hole online for $5. Hookup apps didn't exist. It's like a bunch of millennials and zoomers are longing for a time they never experienced. But yes, this is a cultural shift.
A time where everyone wasn't naked? Same.
But not necessarily a conservative one. Just a return to, like, normalcy. A return to normal Americana consumerism. And
Reject modernity. Embrace normalcy. Insert edit here.
2065, conservatives are gonna be like posting people twerking like, return! These same TikTok freaks who are attacking Sydney Sweeney have been sounding the alarm about this cultural shift for some time now. And we see a bunch of celebrities and-
But if twerking was normal in like 30 years, if that was considered normal, then we would be fucked in 30 years. Cause what would be the normal thing happening then? It's a time where you you would get it as Playboy. Very true. That is a time. Playboy. And very odd subscriptions on all phones. Not that I ever had any of these, but I know people that had these.
Embracing, like, looking normal and healthy again. Like, Demi Lovato is a perfect example of this. She was an obese, short hair, walking stereotype, crying about a frozen yogurt place, daring to sell sugar-free frozen yogurt.
I walked in, was so triggered that I left without froyo.
To now being skinny and healthy and married, and even making a TikTok dancing happily in that same frozen yogurt place.
The singer returning to the scene of the crime Wednesday, poking fun at herself on her social.
How does this even happen? Like, how can you go back to normalcy here? That's really interesting. Good for her, though. Huge W.
That's part of the reason these people are freaking out and saying, like, fascist aesthetics, because they know the chokehold they have had on culture is losing its grip. Inshallah. Once Sam Smith goes back to being normal...
What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that creature? What is this? That looks like somebody started Arc up, clicked on randomize, and this is the character they got.
That's when I know the culture is healing. Thankfully, American Eagle did not bend the knee and did not apologize to the Horde. In fact, they doubled down. Sydney Sweeney has great genes is and always was about the genes. Her genes, her story. Wait a minute. Her genes, her story. HH.
Yeah. Stop, you're giving them ideas.
Uh-oh. Now, I can sit here and say the obvious, like, these corporations just want to pander to you, they just want to sell you like, yeah, obviously. But have you considered, it's good when corporation pander to me, personally? I just realized so much of American political discourse is, like, around f***ing corporations and ads. The Gillette commercial, Bud Light, Protein World. There are so many examples, like, it's just crazy how so much of our politics revolves around consuming things. I will buy blue team product. I will buy red team product. Bleak.
Because we're brainless consumers. We are brainless consumers. Consume and wait for next product and consume again.
Conclusion, we are tired of ugly. There's hot people in ads again. The white woman is back, baby. Let's go. 500 trillion more to Israel. Nobody can afford a fucking house. World is run by pedophiles. But woke is dead, baby. That's
true. America first. But Israel firstest.
what I'm talking about. Hell yeah! So if you like this video, please subscribe and maybe donate to me on Patreon. Link down below. All Patreon members get the uncensored version of every single video a day early. So you get to hear all the fucks and shits uncensored. If you can't or don't want to do that, there's also a little tip jar down below.
So, if I pay for her Patreon, I get a uncensored version. And that works. It's just so I can hear Shoe-on-Head swear. Perfect.
Oh, you can leave a little tip, and I will give it a little heart. It helps the channel out, and I appreciate it so much. Also, big shout out to Holtzkern again for sponsoring this video. Check them out, link down below. And I will see you very soon with a new video. Bye!
To summarize this whole ordeal, people are schizophrenic and need to take their meds. That's the entire summary of the video. People are schizophrenic and need to take their meds. And if that isn't enough, overdose. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. That was horrible. My neurons are dead. They're dead. They're dead. You know what? Let's do a shorter one. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. First, I need water. Look at this. Let's do a shorter one. Okay. Apparently people are angry at Kai Cenat. Everyone hates Kai Cenat again. I curse. I don't know what's going on. We'll have to see. To be fair, it can't be that bad. It can't be that bad. Bro, it's Kai Cenat. Like, he's essentially the golden child. Come on. We'll see. Can't be that bad. What did he do?
Well, guys, Kai Cenat is once again receiving a lot of hate online, and this time it's from all sides of the internet, and with some of it even inciting some
Okay. Sure.
racism, which is definitely not okay. The last time we covered Kai Cenat, he was getting called out by TikTok for his fake laughs and overboard reactions, even though the thing he was laughing at was never funny. However,
yeah, bro, that shit is fake. That shit is fake. Is weird. They call Asmongold in his car getting McDonald's. Huh? Interesting. But yeah, that shit is fake as fuck. To be fair, though, a lot of these reactions from these really big streamers are in fact fake. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. And the thing that people that get mad that it's fake, right, are just kids starting to turn into teenagers or even adults and realizing that the shit is fake. That's really it. That's really it. That's all there is. Mr. Beast? Okay. I need more context.
Guess Kai Cenat and his haters signed a peace treaty because I haven't seen any of that Kai Cenat laughing cringe stuff since I made that last video. However, even though they aren't hating on him for that reason anymore, over the past couple weeks, they have created a few reasons to hate on him. So the first part of this new hate comes from the Jinxie and Clash Royale situation. And to keep a short story even shorter, Kai Cenat and Jinxie were supposed to do some kind of Clash Royale stream, but apparently, when it was actually time to do
I like the stream with Jinxie and Kaiser. That was a funny one. I like that one.
The stream with Jinxie, the people from AMP just wouldn't stop talking and let Jinxie speak.
Y'all want to do a tournament? Because I think that would be fire, bro. Like if y'all play each other.
Echo? Who's echoing? Kai,
Oh my gosh, it might be me. Wait, is it better now? So go to your account, go to social, and then go to invite friend. That's a yellow button. Click that, and then you copy.
Hey, anybody in the chat want him?
And then after this, Kai just completely abandoned the Clash Royale.
This is awkward. Poor Jinxie, but that's awkward. That is very awkward. Imagine you're like a big you're a big content creator. You like to you're giving somebody a tip twice, and you just get straight up ignored. Goddamn, bro.
Stream altogether. He just got up, put on his IRL stuff, and left the room, leaving Jinxie completely confused.
Laggy sound. Spam 2 if it's good.
He legit just gets up and leaves Jinxie mid-stream. That is insane. Jinxie also wound up ending his stream after this, and honestly, that's valid because I'd end my stream too.
All right, chat. I'm gonna go to the gym, bro. I don't even know what's going on. All right.
Understandable. Understandable. Also, I've never heard anybody ever pull that kind of move. Okay, they are definitely justified for shitting on him, for sure. For sure, yep, this is justified. I see no reason why this wouldn't be justified. Definitely. This is dumb. This is dumb. This is stupid.
I'm gonna see y'all boys, bro. I tried to set up attorney. I don't know. I'm gonna see y'all boys tomorrow, all right, bro? Peace out. Have a good night. Love y'all.
But after he did this, Kai's entire chat started spamming L's because, I mean, it was an L move from him.
Let's see. L Kai. What am I doing? Why does it say Al Kai?
How can you be that unaware? How can you be that unaware? What do you mean, YL? Bro, you just let the dude alone and left the room and just wandered through your house. What do you mean by that? What do you mean you're confused?
No, tell Jinxie. Matter of fact, no. Okay, yeah. I'm going to Jinxie, bro. Tell Jinxie they have something planned IRL, but nigga, I'm about to do a one-on-one. Tell Jinxie I'll do the one-on-one with him. I'm not doing it. I didn't want to do the IRL shit. I ain't gonna lie.
Why did we stop Kai hate? Why Kai famous? I have no idea. Common Kai L. And the comments just go on and on and on. And is the situation sad? Sure. It's probably annoying planning something just for somebody to ghost last second.
I think people are a little overreacting. Sure. People are a little overreacting. It's not that crazy. I have to say that that's a dog shit move. I'll be real. It's not crazy, right? It's not some shit that other people do, right? But it's still crazy.
However, this amount of hate is a little bit insane. Actually, you know what? Scratch that. Leaving someone midstream is crazy, okay? I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. And after Kai was receiving all that hate, and his chat was being spammed with literal L's by everybody, he finally addressed the Jinxie situation.
I feel bad now because it's like, literally was waiting all day and posted a flyer and all types of shit.
No offense, and I'm sure...
I mean, he did apologize at least, but I do like the fact though that his entire chat said, "Bro, you pulled a weird move." I like his chat. I like an aware chat.
Kai's not a bad guy, but he only feels bad because people were spamming L's in his chat. If nobody spammed that in the chat, I bet my entire life he would have continued on with his day and not thought about the Clash Royale thing with Jinxie ever again.
You saying who give a bro? It's not about who gives a. It's about like the time. It's stream. You feel me? I don't know. I'm still gonna do it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm doing it.
And even though he sounded pretty sincere, a lot of people just thought he was trying to place the blame on somebody else.
It might not be on my stream, but I'm doing it. I'm still doing it. So to dedicate a day to now thinking. Bro, y'all just messed up with Jinxie, gang.
You said what?
I just messed up Jinxie.
How?
Because he was ready for us. I didn't want to do the IRL shit, but he just ended. Like, we were supposed to play with him.
We were supposed to play with him
as if they're at fault. They came in prepared. You were not. New plant and grow garden is Romanesco. It's another vegetable. Okay. Like, you were at fault this. Please own it that you were at fault. I hate when people just don't show any kind of accountability. I just don't like that. Just if you do something, own it. Stop avoiding it.
He got up and left.
Man.
And I'm pretty sure Jinxie didn't even want to play with AMP. He just wanted to play with Kai because he wanted to do a stream coaching Kai how to play Clash Royale. But anyway, clearly he got a lot of hate for it, both on TikTok and Twitter. And everyone was ready to cancel him over this. He is honestly the biggest fake ever. He acts all sweet and innocent when
that is definitely an OnlyFans account.
People are around, but the moment it's just us, he's a full-on menace. The switch up is insane. What is she talking about? I will never understand why people like Kai. W Kai hate with 2 healed hearts. Did y'all hear him make excuses to make it not his fault? Everyone is responsible for their own actions. Kai only acted like that after his chat started hating. And yeah, I actually agree with this one.
To be fair, I'm gonna be honest, that's most people. Most people apologize because, not because they're actually sorry, but because they were caught. That's just a universal truth. This does not only go for influencers, this goes for everyone. This goes straight up for everyone. Most people, when they do something and they get caught, they apologize, but they don't apologize because they thought they were wrong. They just apologize because they were caught. And there's backlash. That's really what it is. That's why I told you about Kai not promising building a school in Nigeria. Well, this is not about Nigeria. This is about leaving, for now at least, it's not about Nigeria. It's for leaving Jinxie behind.
So yeah, as you guys can see, the internet is not happy with Kai Cenat. And just recently, it only seemed to get worse. So recently, Mr. Beast was doing Mr. Beast things, and he recently launched this campaign called Team Water. And from my understanding, this is a campaign that's solely focused around content creators donating money so that they can help out poor countries and give them clean water.
A mission to give 2 million people all around the world clean water. This village in Malawi now has clean water, impacting over 1,000 people. This is the first time.
I find it insane that content creators have to do it. I find it insane that content creators have to do it. You know why? Fun fact. African governments do have the money and resources to build wells. In fact, if they right now started building wells, they would have wells almost essentially everywhere. They just refuse to do it. I wonder what they do with that money. I think we need a big investment. Can I look at these numbers? Wait a minute. Who do I see here? Crate Royale, 2 million. YouTube, 2 million. Toby, 500k. Mr. Beast, 400k. XQC, 400k. Trainwreck, 400k. Aiden Ross, 400k. Mark Robert, 100k. Logan Paul, 100k. Michael Robin, 100k. Kaser, 100k. Banks, the same. Jinxie as well. Los Polos, Sketch. Young Thug, Interesting X-Post, Kodak Black, Togi. Oh, that's cool, I guess. Neon, that's also interesting. DDG, okay. Look at that name. Stable Ronaldo, 50. Dan Clancy. 1K. Isn't that the Twitch CEO? That's the Twitch CEO, isn't it? Interesting.
Many projects we're doing and the largest creator collab in history. Over 3,000 of your favorite creators are all coming together with over 3 billion followers combined. This could be one of the largest philanthropy projects in history. Team Water, all of us teaming up from around the globe to get clean water that will last decades to over 2 million people in need. All starting here in Malawi. Let's give away some water.
So from that video, I'm pretty sure you guys can fully understand the point of the cause now. Mr. Beast is just trying to help out people get some clean water. And of course, since he's trying to make this a content creator project, he's going around asking different content creators to donate. Creators like Mark Robber, Aiden Ross, XQC, a bunch of different popular creators. Because in the short amount of time that he's been launching this project, they've already made $6.5 million.
Yo! Mr. Beast raised over
Not bad. 6.5 million. That's not bad. Not bad. If I'm a trillionaire, give $350 billion to Team Water so we can all have drinking water. Again, that should technically not be Mr. Beast's job, but the government's job. For some odd reason, especially African governments refuse to do it. And I'm thinking they're doing it on purpose. Regardless. Also, being a trillionaire would absolutely destabilize the economy. Which is crazy, by the way. Never reach that. Also, it wouldn't probably be... Probably you would need to give more than 350 billion because that would raise inflation significantly if there was a trillionaire.
6.5 million for his Team Water project. Point of Mr. Beast's Team Water Foundation was for every $1 raised, it's going to be 1 whole year of clean water. $6.5 million is 6.5 million years of clean water. Do you know how crazy that is? The fact that we live in a world where influencers are pulling their money and doing more than actual politicians and governments is insane. I better not hear anybody talk about Mr.
Because for money. Politicians don't do it for money. It's not that they don't have the resources, because that's a lie. They do have the resources. They do have the ability to operate the things. They just refuse not to. They just refuse not to. Probably because of corruption.
Mr. Beast after this. Because every time he does something good, there's always somebody that doesn't donate to any causes, that doesn't...
And to be fair, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody would actively sabotage these wells. Gonna be honest here.
Do any good that's gonna have something to say.
And in the video that Mr. Beast posted, if you look on the right hand side, you can also see a list of names of people who have donated to the cause. At the top, all the way from YouTube giving 2 million to down at the bottom to DDG and Neon giving 10k and 1k. But there is one name that people cannot find on here, which is Kai Cenat. And of course, since he's going around asking popular creators, it only makes sense that he would also ask the biggest streamer on Twitch. But it seems like when Mr. Beast reached out, Kai Cenat ignored him. And he also ignored Aiden Ross saying that if Kai Cenat does donate a large amount of money, he'll match what he donates.
X does 400k, Train does 400k, Beast does 400k, Ado does 400k. We need 5. If Kai Cenat does 400k, on God I'll do 400k. Locked. Locked.
Okay, but only
what is that? 5? That's 2 mil. That's 2 mil. That's beautiful.
Kai Cenat gotta go 400. I'm in. On God.
And look, obviously, Kai isn't obligated to donate anything, but in my opinion, if
I'm gonna be honest here. You're that big of a number, you're just a big deal. It's not whether you are obligated. It's more so whether it's a smart move to donate, because gonna be honest here. You have no other choice, realistically. Realistically, you don't really have much of a choice, even if you're not obligated to do it. You still have to do it. It is what it is. That just comes with being a big creator. People were angry at him building wells, then now people are angry at him because using the TPM, using the wells didn't do any maintenance, so most are abandoned now. Are you shitting me? Is that a you got Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So essentially, it was all for nothing. It was all for nothing. It was all for nothing. Again, when I said somebody would sabotage it, I wasn't quite wrong, was I?
If you're having a creator project, it would only make sense for one of the biggest creators to donate at least something, because even $100 helps, and the man makes thousands upon thousands every time he streams. But hey, let me know what you guys think down below, and I'm done.
Chill. Calm down. Back to the video. Back to the video. Chill.
Welp guy.
Also, I didn't. Okay. For the outro. Alright, so now what do we have? What do we have here? Okay. Being mad at him for the Jinxie thing, I can understand. I do get that. I get it, okay? It makes sense, right? I get that, but while he's not obligated to donate anything, right? He's not obligated to donate anything, right? But since he is as big as he is, he's kind of forced to. It just is what it is. That just comes with being a big content creator. You can't really just keep out of things because people are gonna ask, especially since you want to often act so generous or whatever you want to use that word. So it is what it is. I think he should have donated, to be fair, to keep that out. But to be fair, it's not a huge big deal. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Not even sabotage. None just did any maintenance. Even people using it. Well, that it's still set. Then it's self-sabotage technically. Nuxnor is ignoring about Johnny Somali trial. I don't know why he's not making a video about it for 3 days. Maybe because there's no video to properly react to it yet out there. That could be. I don't know. Weird as fuck. What is happening here recently? Chat, I'm in need of a break. I will be right back. I have returned. Okay. We're back at it again. Chatto. Give me a second. Okay, good. Very good, very nice. Your Saturdays, you usually don't have work or much work. Today I had one short walk and I have an old dog that just stays at my place. Thursday till Thursday. Okay, let's throw that in as well. What is that? What am I looking at? What the heck is that? Bro, that's insane. Okay, that's insane. Interesting. Interesting, Samax. Very, very interesting. I must admit, very interesting. Not bad. That looks interesting. Okay. Time to continue. Okay, what do we do next? You know what? We're doing it. We're doing it.
Horses are afraid of human breath.
We're doing it. We're doing it. We are doing it. We are definitely doing it. We are. Don't you remember him, the mama's boy? No, I do not. We're doing it. We are doing it. Prepare. It's gonna be painful. We're gonna do this. Redditors that understand women by Please David. This can only be terrible. These videos are always terrible. Oh, they will always be. This cannot be good because Redditors and women works as well as pineapple on pizza. It doesn't. Anyways, jump into it. Also, if you like this kind of content, please consider liking and subscribing. Let's go.
Horses are afraid of human breast. That's a...
How do you know that?
Fact I learned today on Reddit. While we all know that Redditors aren't known for getting too much...
Don't tell me a Redditor had it going on with a horse. This is not Uma Musume. There is no horsing around.
Play. They do...
Wait, what? I want to see this meme. Let me look at this meme.
Known for getting too much play.
Redditors making fun of virgins, other Redditors. Everyone stop firing, we're shooting at our own men. Tierlaw, his whole online persona was the soft boy who shouts mama at the end of every video. It turns out he and his friends did. Oh boy. We're gonna watch that after that.
They do happen to know a lot about women. So I thought today, you know what? Why don't I take a chance to sit down and get educated with us, right? Head to Reddit and let's find out as much as we can about women, you know? Where's the Clint, right? I have a collection of posts here across a couple of different subreddits that
This is gonna be so bad. This is going to be so bad. Oh my god.
I'd really like to go through with you today. I haven't fully seen them all, but I do see a little headline here about sperm traveling to a woman's brain. So clearly we're in like ultra scientific territory here, and I'm very excited. They aborted my girlfriend.
Oh, nah, we're in that territory again. Nah, I'm shutting off. No, we're in that territory again? Bro is pre-ordering?
I'm not saying I won't get there, but the vagina is an organ of cosmic horror.
Yeah. Men are fucking Cthulhu.
Buddy, women absorb and assimilate the DNA of every guy that nuts inside of her.
That women do that apparently, as far as I know, but under only one condition, and that is when she's pregnant, which makes sense.
Oh, and we're just gonna get right into it. But before I do that, I just want to say, hey guys, how's it going? I am so happy to see you again. And if you're new here, also don't forget to join the Discord server. Link is in the description down below. But with all that out of the way, guys, let's just get right into learning about women. Okay, so our first post here seems to be a Facebook conversation, and it opens up hot. I don't know why you would post about your period. It's disgusting to talk about that so openly. Men don't need to hear about such an unnatural.
Unnatural? Unnatural. What about periods is unnatural? How did they get that? How did they understand that? How do you reach this point? How do you reach this point? How do you ever get to the point of this? How do you ever reach that? What do you need to do? What kind of deep rabbit hole do you have to fall down into?
Thing. Yes, the most unnatural of processes. I didn't even know we were still doing periods in 2025. Seems a little passe, right?
Periods and the big 25.
Right, and unnatural. Not sure why period is in quotation marks. Also, yeah, what the fuck was that about? I'm disgusting then, and a period isn't unnatural, it's literally Mother Nature happening with women. I put it like that because it's not even a real thing. Women just say it happens to complain about life.
What? How? How do you reach that? How do you reach that point? How do you get to that point? How do you sit here and say, oh, women just say it happens to complain about life? Bro does not know a single woman. Bro doesn't even know his own mother. What do you mean it's not real? Bro has never felt the touch of a woman. That unnatural process is needed, or won't exist. I feel like maybe he's an NPC. Maybe he does in fact not exist. He just spawned.
Ah, yes. Man, I'm so glad I am learning today. Finally. I knew something was fishy about those periods. Like, how unrealistic. Really? Blood? Chunks of your inner workings coming out? Come on. Give me a fucking break. I wonder if either this guy is trolling or if he's just so like incel Redditor brain pilled that like he's genuinely beyond like conspiracies about women. This
is not just incel. I don't know what this is, but the term incel doesn't apply here. I don't think we need a new word. At this point, nah, fuck it. We need a slur. What the fuck are we doing? How do we reach this point? Are men and women really that far apart from each other at this point? Is this what is happening?
This is the equivalent of like going up to someone and having a conversation about, I don't know, the moon landing and being like, oh, do you think it happened? Do you think it happened? Oh, there's a lot of evidence that says it might not have happened. And they look you dead in the face and they go, the moon landing? You still believe in the moon? And you're like, oh.
Everybody knows that the moon landing happened. Everybody does. But people are denying the truth. The moon is made of cheese. He is. I can't prove it, but he is. The moon is literally made of cheese. That's all I'm gonna say.
That's a little farther than you're a couple of steps farther than I am in this. Okay, but hey, lesson 1 learned.
The great period conspiracy. Periods aren't real. They never have been. They're simulated.
Periods aren't real. And they're unnatural. Okay, the flair for the next post is literally just sexual miseducation. So, I think we're about to learn a lot here. Okay, so the post up here says, bruh, I'm just wondering, how strong are their parents' genes? They just birthing the same kid. And yeah, they all look pretty similar. Okay.
I mean, I'm not gonna deny that. I'm not gonna deny that. Eat moon. Exactly, moon cheese! That's where all the cheese comes from. They're not making cheese on Earth, they're making it on the moon. The lighting was impossible to fake at that time. Absolutely. I still don't know how people that believe in flat Earth. Yeah. Let's just ignore the fact that shadows exist. Interesting. I guess we're all in a simulation. Yep.
Okay. Okay, in comes the Redditor. A woman who knew only one man made this type of kid because there was only one DNA in the mix. Not like all the modern women who are like sperm banks. All their inside matrix is full of multiple men's DNA. And
How? What? Chad, it's over. It's just over. They believe that a woman can get pregnant even years later from another man, even though she hasn't slept with that man in like 10 years. It's so over. 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 We're done. We're done not making sense. If the moon made of cheese, how come we don't call it eating moon instead of eating cheese? Moon sandwich for real. For biology, you'll be missed, Rebozo. So women hold sperm forever? No, they don't. No, they don't. The only time a woman, as far as I'm aware, and I could be wrong in this, is when she saves your DNA because you made her pregnant, which technically would make sense because, you know, she has hurt your baby. I think that's the only time a woman's body does that.
that don't disappear like that. What? That's beyond a conspiracy that I could even begin to conceive in my mind. They say we can find each men's DNA that she slept with in her brain cells. Cum is stored in the brain, apparently. Nice. That's honestly kind of a sick superpower.
Yeah. Women have a cum brain! How do they come to this conclusion? How do they sit here in like bold with a bold-faced lie and just say, yo, by the way, if you're not inside of a woman, her brain will just store your sperm, and later you get pregnant with that sperm.
He's acting like like women are dementors. You know, the things that used to scare the shit out of me when I was like 9 years old or however old I was when that movie came out. Yeah, those things were fucking freaky. Anyways, that's women. Okay, so second lesson of the day, cum is stored in the brain. So we got periods aren't real and cum is stored in the brain. Man, who needs sex ed? Honestly. Ooh. This next one comes from a Facebook post. You know it's going to be good when it's Facebook. You know it's going to be good when it's Facebook. 60% of new moms don't breastfeed. Many have breast tattoos of cherries and strawberries. Unused milk gets sour.
What? That's not how it works. That's not how it works. That is not how it works. Yeah, women, if you were pregnant and you didn't breastfeed, chances are you have sour milk in your tits. Yep, that just happened. That's terrible. This is terrible. Okay. I do think, though, I have to say, though, I do think, though, that if you can breastfeed your child, you should breastfeed feed your child, if you can. I know that some women can, because, you know, no booba and no milk produced, right? Makes sense, right? But if you can, you should. It has huge benefits for your child. Instead of getting like some formula, some fake stuff.
That's false advertisement. The next time you get a tat on your breasts, make sure it's an expiration date.
Bro looking at breasts be like, expired.
Why are you so concerned with breast milk? First of all, what is going on?
There's a lot of men who would definitely try to taste their woman's breast milk. I'm gonna say it. Definitely. I'm not one of those, but there's men definitely that would. Cum is white, and so is cheese, so women have moon in their brain. Cheese is yellow, not white. Well, some cheese is white, but cheese is mostly yellow. Except for like mozzarella.
Are you mad because there's not enough left for you? And then someone just comments, this guy is slow. He didn't say guy. Your breasts are useless and sour. Ooh, yes! New.
That's gonna be a new insult. That's gonna be a new insult. That's not it. I'm gonna coin it as an insult if some stupid chick tries to have a go at me. Your breasts are useless and sour. That's crazy.
Diss added to the repertoire there. I cannot wait to use that on a minimum wage service worker. Maybe at a Subway or something. Oh, so he's saying that the tattoos are making breast milk sour? Or is he saying that just not using milk, like not breastfeeding with milk in your tits?
This was me off of the shoehorn head video. Literally brain fried. Bro just experienced what a lobotomy feels like. Lobotomy ASMR.
Let's it get sour. We're not here for real facts today. No. We're here to learn shit like your unused milk gets sour. Periods aren't real, and cum is stored in the brain. Brother, this is ancient knowledge at this point. Okay, this one just appears to be a comment on maybe Instagram or something. My pastor said we only cover women's breasts in public because God made the areolas to appear like giant eyes to ward off predators.
What the fuck? Is that where the expression comes from? They're looking at me? Bro, what the fuck? This can't be. This is what the fuck? No, that's not what the fuck? How? Not gonna lie, I would want to try it. Just to compare it to other milks. Yeah, you're not beating the allegations. You are not beating the allegations.
I don't know about that, man. I think he was just scared of tits. Since women usually have larger ones, this can cause panic and fear in horses.
What? What? Why? How? What do you mean it scares the horses? Boobs scare horses. Boobs scare horses. So yeah, if you're a woman and a horse tries to attack you, if you're a woman and a horse tries to attack you, show your tits. Just show your tits. Hippo milk, I gotta try this pink milk. I never had the allegations to begin with. The Gooner allegations you had.
Yeah, ladies, put your tits away. You're scaring the fucking horses. And me. What the fuck? I have not spent much time around horses, I'll be honest. So I really don't know if they do get a little more nervous.
You can sense the tits behind him or on top of him. I'll scare the horse. That's crazy. That's crazy. But yes, boobs are scary, probably. Not gonna lie, because women are scary.
When women walk by. And like, what if I as a man just had huge fucking areolas? Like, anybody remember that photoshopped picture of Harry Styles with the huge fucking nipples? Oh, it was Nick Jonas. It was Nick Jonas with the huge nipples. Yeah. See? You fucking bring that around a horse, that motherfucker's belly up by morning. That's terrifying. I'm kind of scared of those. Damn, am I part horse? All right, new lesson learned. Horses hate tits. That might be my favorite one so far. Okay, this next.
I'm gonna spread this false. I'm gonna be honest. This is a fact that would definitely spread as false information. I'm gonna be honest. This is a fact that I would spread as false information, because it's funny. Hey, bro, did you know that horses are scared of tits?
Post, I did start to read this a little bit earlier. It's not a fun read. Some of you might want to skip this one. So this comes from a Reddit thread. I never understood how people, especially women, just refuse or don't want to have sex. They somehow believe that sex is unnatural? It's like saying you don't.
No. Nobody's saying that. Nobody is saying that. Some people are just not in the mood for sex. That's okay, man or woman. I think nobody should be shamed for not wanting sex at the moment. That's totally okay. In fact, I would even say this is a warning sign if it persists. If your partner consistently does not want to have intimacy with you, then you could argue that's unnatural. Then you could say something is wrong. But other than that, if it's like a 1 or 2 time thing, that's okay. What do you mean?
Want food to go into your mouth and that the act of chewing is too much to bear or something. She literally can lay on her back, use some lubricant, and go to sleep. There's nothing more to be done there. Literally. Oh, my man gets no play, and he is not happy about it.
Bro gets negative play. Even his body pillow refuses him at night. That's how negative play he gets. But you believe elephants are scared of rats? No. Elephants are scared of also tits.
And the guy will last all of 3 to 5 minutes with a condom on. No difference from using a hard object going into a hole that it's meant to go into. Women can have zero attachment, barely even feel their small dick. Oh, he's been hurt. He is.
Yeah, bro is cooked. Bro is cooked. It's over for bro. Somebody commented on his pee size. Bro is forever traumatized.
Been hurt by someone or something, and then go right back to watching a movie and eating some popcorn. Like, how are y'all pretending like a natural lubricated hole where a penis is supposed to go equals such a torturous act? Awkward territory now. Brother, reel it in. It's no different than drinking a glass of water, even if you're not really thirsty at all. It won't kill you. Send this guy to fucking therapy, dude. Wow, that's bad.
Therapy won't help here. Therapy won't help. That is just won't help. Actually, it's generally therapy is really bad for men. Like, not bad in that it doesn't help, but most of the data is not based on male psychology.
This is not a lesson. Okay, here's our lesson. Don't be like this guy, actually. That's the new lesson. Okay.
So bad with men, not for men. Bad with men.
Okay, so this post here is less about the post itself and more about the replies in this certain subreddit that it's posted in. So it's like a red pill subreddit, basically. Somebody posted a screenshot and said, "This is why hoe culture continues to get shamed." And they screenshotted another post from r/am I the asshole, where somebody posted and said, "Am I the asshole for not wanting to date a guy who is a virgin at 28 years old?" They go on to explain that this person basically out the gate says, "Hey, I'm 28, I'm a virgin. I don't know if that changes things for us." And the girl says, "Yeah, honestly, it kind of does change things for me. And I don't know if I really want to do this." And they went their separate ways. But something like that being posted in a red pill subreddit, you should read the replies to this.
I mean, I know how that feels. I've been rejected for that. I know how that feels. Feels kind of shit. But what can you do? Is what it is.
This hoe has 9,000 bodies and now can't pair a bond with a normal/religious traditional guy. Enjoy your future wives, gentlemen. Brother, you are so scared of nothing. You are so scared of something that can't hurt you and doesn't exist. Oh my god. And then they start dunking on the guy too. Nah, that dude is a whole loser too. Who the hell tells a chick that they're a virgin, let alone telling her before your first date? To which the same guy replies, she'll spin the block when she's a fat single mom and needs a beta to pay for her. What? They live in a world where they're so afraid of scenarios that they've completely made up themselves.
They made up. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Thank you. They made up, essentially, they made up things. Again, they're made up people in their mind that do not exist and get mad about those people. It's better than nothing. They keep it bottled up in therapy. They might open up, which would help them a ton in processing stuff. That doesn't fix the problem for men, though. You need to realize something. Men and women aren't the same. Therapy for women does great because women talk. Men need fixing. Men are fixers and need fixing. Dr. K once said this. A lot of men that come to him because of therapy, 50% of those are not depressed. And those 50% who are also suicidal genuinely believe that their life has no meaning. They show no signs of clinical depression whatsoever. So the problem is that we need to start treating male therapy completely different to female therapy because we are different. We struggle with different things that needs to be acknowledged. Yes, talking can help, but it doesn't fix the problem. They feel useless. Exactly. That's the problem. It's uselessness. So what we need to do is, instead of talking, we need to make men feel capable in therapy. Which oftentimes does not do because of, instead of making men feel capable, we make them feel seen and heard, which doesn't solve the issue.
Like scenarios that will never affect them, they'll probably never come across. They're quite literally just living their life in this like fragile mind palace, but instead of a mind palace, it's a house of horrors. Filled with just shit. All right, we got another cum is stored in the brain believer. Believe it or not, I'm pretty sure this is a fucking Facebook comment. Also links an article. That's wild. Is there a cum is stored in the brain article? I might have to check that out. Women absorb and assimilate the DNA of every guy that nuts inside of her. Oh, who would want to marry a woman with multiple or even one other male DNA in her? That is what makes it your turn, because she will never be your girl. Women literally belong to the first guy to get his DNA in her, and her heart belongs to him as well. Only a simp thinks he can turn her into...
Funnily enough, that is kind of true. A lot of people, especially men, struggle with getting over the first person they were with. So that's technically true, but not because of DNA stored in there, but because of the first person they ever loved, they ever had an intimate relationship with. Not because DNA stored that could make them feel vulnerable. That's valid, but it does help when you share your feelings with other person, lessens the burden you gotta carry. I think what would help a lot of men out there who do struggle is acknowledging the burden that they carry. I think that would already mostly acknowledgement, but from the people that they are carrying these burdens for. I think that would do a lot of help already.
His girl. Ain't never gonna happen. DNA matters, people. Each DNA has a frequency. Each DNA is alive and communicating 24/7, 365. And that is why hoes are all on a spectrum of crazy. The more different DNAs they have in them, the crazier they get. Crazy cat ladies were at one time promiscuous hotties. Like this definitely falls into the category of schizo posting, right? Like what?
This is definitely schizo. There's no denial that this isn't schizo. This is definitely schizo. This is not why people sleep around, okay? This is not why. It's a combination of multiple different things. For example, lack of impulse control. Not only that, but also it really comes down to dopamine. It really comes down to dopamine. If you sleep around, you train your brain to hit a new dopamine high with each time you sleep with a new person. So you make yourself get used to it, which means that once you sleep with the same person over and over, they will eventually get boring. Which is why it ruins future relationship. It really comes down to you're used to new things always, and then you get with the same thing over and over, and you get bored. Because you know worse and better. Simple. I wonder how DNA communicate beyond our communication limits. I don't know, maybe sperm has like a little walkie-talkie installed to be like, yo, homie! This guy's DNA is shit.
Brother. My God, like there's a non-zero chance that if someone was to go into your house, there would be writing on the walls, wild writing on the walls. Cum is stored in the brain. Cum is stored in the brain. Cum is stored in the brain. All over the fucking place. I mean, undeniable, of course. I mean, if you guys don't believe it, go read the literature. It's all very well studied. Okay, this one comes from 4chan. Never trust what a woman says. Only look at what she does. It's not even conscious behavior. We need to start and killing.
Put bro on a list, thank you. Maybe even jail. Actually, no, screw the list. Just jail straight up. What the fuck are we doing? Yeah, these aren't the best performers of our species. So does sperm have a mecha? Possibly. Gundam sperm.
Women. These people walk among us. I'm gonna guess bro was just getting a little grumpy because his chicken tendies were a little cold. That's probably what happened. It's fascinating people live like this. Just so hateful all the time. It is also no surprise that they're American. I mean, doesn't seem like a fucking fun place to be anymore, I'll be honest. Ooh, this is a post on X the everything.
To be fair, I've seen women like that too, so I'm technically not surprised that men do the same thing. Minus the graping part, but deletion is definitely a part of both sides. Even the crazy women.
App, greatest app of all time. It's a tweet from Milo Yiannopoulos, who I feel has faded into obscurity at this point. I remember in like 2016, this motherfucker was all over YouTube for being just like, oh my God, there's gay conservatives? And he was really popular.
Yeah, I've seen plenty of clips. I have a question though. Didn't bro ungay himself? Like he tried to ungay himself, and apparently he also likes Latinas. Nobody's safe from the big booty Latinas. Not even the gay men. Latinas are too strong. They beat the white man, every other man. Actually, lesbians, bisexual men, gay men, hedgehogs. Latinas, chat. Latinas.
But apparently he's converted and like totally heterosexual now. Anyways, he posts this. He says, I'm not saying I won't get there, but the vagina is an organ of cosmic horror. Buddy, you're still
Bro is still gay. Bro is... I think he also posted on Twitter the mouth of a snake and said like, they look like that for a reason. Which he was referring to lady parts. Obviously. Yeah, you cannot tell me homie ain't gay. Still. Bro is still gay.
Fucking gay. Come on. You can't not... That's a little dramatic, dude. A sweet, pretty, slender young girl hides something Lovecraftian between her legs. Hot, hungry, oddly askew.
Is bro the one behind all these erotic novels for women? What is this?
What the fuck? In a world of seahorses and peacocks and delicate moths, our Lord gave her a viper's open jaws. Oh, God, that's so...
So, a summary. Pussy is evil. Got it.
Fucking funny. You're just gay, and that's fine. Stay that way. That's probably why you're fading into obscurity. You're not the gay conservative anymore. A viper's open jaws. Which is kind of a compliment because there's a lot online about toothless snakes. People see the inside of a snake's mouth and they go, wait a minute. You know what?
No! You don't need to remind me of that. Ugh! Don't say that. No. Ugh. What the fuck? Gross. Why are there people out there who want to do it with snakes? Everything is nothing safe.
Be onto something, actually. Cool. New lesson learned. Vaginas are cosmic horror. Oh, man, I am setting women back with this one. No way there's another cum is stored in the brain fucking post. Is this a thing that I need to research now to, like, see what they're misinterpreting or, like, what stupid study they read to fucking come to this conclusion? Because that's 3 of these now. Stop experimenting with sex. When the sperm enters a woman, it swims until it hits a wall and then seeps into your flesh.
They are not cell. They are not cell. Women will not absorb you. Calm down.
If it's in your mouth, abomination, by the way. If it's in your mouth, which would be an abomination, but if it is in your mouth, abominably, it can get into your nasal areas. Cum could get in your nose. Cum can get in your eyes. And even in your inner ear. It then enters your bloodstream and collects in your brain and spine. Think of all the women walking around with cummy spines. Oh, disgusting. You can never get rid of it. It becomes a part of you forever. These are the true consequences of intercourse. But you haven't said what it does either. What are the consequences?
These are the guys. This is essentially the equivalent of the lesbian women shoving stuff in each other. I watched a Kirsche stream yesterday, and just a part, right? Just a part. And there were women, lesbian women, trying out really, really weird shit. I don't know how to say that. It's probably not really related to this, but I'm gonna say it anyways. They were shoving all sorts of stuff inside them. They were even punctuating their lady parts with needles. They were using testosterone gel on their lady part. She was using testosterone gel on her lady parts. And somebody else, some other woman, was beating that part. That's not even the worst. That's not even the worst. By the way, this was a real article. This was a real article that Kirsche read. They were also using different instruments. And the worst part, the finality they did. They shoved food inside of them. Inside both holds. And when it leaked out, they were eating that. What did you watch, Poke? Just an average Kirsche stream. Just an average Kirsche stream. I'm so sorry. But yeah. All kinds of food. Sweets. Snacks. Yeah. If you were eating to this, suffer. You won't be eating anymore. And I'll keep that in the video. I do not care. Suffer. Yeah. It is terrible. It is terrible what people do. So basically this one time at Bandcamp, pretty much.
Consequences. Why is it bad? If anything, that sounds like it could give me superpowers, you know? Original research is from University of Seattle and Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center. Is this why we haven't found the cure for...
Oh my god, I'm so glad I lived under a rock. Not only that, but Kirsche had pictures of it. Kirsche had pictures of it and sent it in her Discord into the NSFW part. And when I saw the pictures, I gagged. Like, I just looked at it. Frog was sitting next to me, and I started gagging. Like, I looked at it and I immediately started gagging. And Frog was like, "Are you okay?" Like, you could not show that on YouTube or anywhere. There's something for the hub. But yeah, I started gagging immediately.
Cancer yet? Because they're busy. The cancer research centers are busy researching cum in the spine and brain. Get your fucking act together, dude. Jeez. They accidentally found this when they were researching to find out why pregnant women carrying boys get men neurological diseases. Okay. Let's see. University of Seattle. Okay, dude, I just looked this up and I'm not even at this. I'm just reading the Google outline, like just the fucking overview that pops up. And it says, a study from Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center found male DNA in the brains of women, likely from carrying male fetuses during pregnancy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said. So I am correct, actually. It's from pregnancy. Which makes sense. Because I do think that the brain would need to store the DNA of the fetus and of the man, so it doesn't just kill off the fetus.
Wait, so you kind of said the reason in your fucking... They accidentally found this when they were researching to find out why pregnant women carrying boys get men neurological diseases. They're carrying a men inside of them. This phenomenon, called male microchimerism, was found in 63% of the women studied, and the male DNA was present in multiple brain regions. The study did not find that the male DNA was from sperm or sexual intercourse. Okay, bro. Okay. Ooh, our next post, we got a tweet from Myron Games.
Oh god, not Myron. Not Myron! Oh no, not Fresh and Fit.
Famous from the Fresh and Fit podcast, maybe? Only one gender's orgasm creates life. Oh, brother, here we go. Here we go. He's mad because he can't make his lady. Okay. All right. Only one gender's orgasm creates life. If God doesn't care about a woman's orgasm, why should I?
Yes. Well, technically, the orgasm doesn't create life. Technically, the sperm is already sitting in there, alive, before you have your orgasm. So that doesn't make sense. Second of all, you have not added to creating lives. I don't think you have children. Therefore, you can't argue with this. Hi, Joe. How you doing? Hope you're doing good.
That's right. Female orgasm is satanic. Only the devil can make a woman's legs shake, not God. God doesn't care about women's orgasms. You know what God likes? God loves cum. God loves jizzing. Man, blowing loads is co-signed by God. Nice. The Gooners are up with this one.
Gooners are God approved. Bro, this is over. This is so over.
The Gooners are so up with this one. Sorry, ladies. No, you get to party in the depths of hell. You're all going to hell and having crazy orgasms in the burning depths of hell.
Calm down. This isn't Islam. This will probably happen.
Hell by yourselves. All us men are going to be up in heaven fucking jerking all over each other. I guess that's what heaven is. Nice. Nice. Good stuff, Myron. Yeah. Good stuff. Oh my god. Oh my god, this one's bad. This is so cringe. Okay, you guys have to be ready for like sad levels of cringe. Sad cringe. Very sad cringe. Just the title of this. They aborted my girlfriend.
Oh God. Oh no. This is gonna be horrible. This is gonna be horrible. God loves what? Apparently gooners. God actually afraid of women orgasm. To be fair, I wonder, does God get PTSD when he sees a woman eat a fruit? I'm just asking the important questions. It does. That why he got holes in his hands? Terrible.
You fucking loser. Oh, they aborted my girlfriend. Motherfucker imprinted on a fetus. Holy shit. Team Jacob, baby. I can't stop thinking that the woman who would have fallen in love with me was aborted in this timeline. This is fake. And that's why I'm alone. In another alternate timeline, her mother didn't abort her, and she grew up to fall in love with me. I must be very happy there. But here, I'm a failure. Without a doubt, my aborted girlfriend would have loved me, and I wouldn't be sad. No, that's gotta be fake. I don't believe that.
That's gotta be rage bait. How do you even think about that? Well, it's not PDF shit, I think. I think. He just means that he says that his girlfriend was aborted in the past, and he grew up without her. How do you even come to that scenario? Bro should write books.
I don't believe that for 1 second. That's wild.
Fan fiction on fictions on Wattpad.
That is some of the saddest cringe I've ever read in my life. Oh yeah, abortion causes incels. That's the lesson. Not really a female anatomy lesson, but a lesson nonetheless. I feel like I'm saying less a lot. Anyways, I think that's gonna be where I wrap this up. That was fun. That was fun enough, right? Kind of lighthearted. Well, there was a couple dips in there that I'm not too happy about, but I got a question for you. What's an unknown fact about women that I should know that didn't come up in this video? I'd like to hear it. Put it in the comments down below.
Fact about women. A fact about women. A fact about women. An unknown fact about women, or a rare fact about women. Let me think. They can be just as disgusting as men. Women aren't princesses. There's plenty of posts where also a woman, for example, straight up said she left her underwear on the ground and the ants started eating her discharge. So that's, if you think a woman is completely pure and women don't pee, women don't poop, women are always cleanly. No, they're not. No, they're not. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Okay, do you want to fight somebody? No. Women don't actually get pregnant. They just eat a lot, get fat, and then the bird drops the baby. True and real. True and real. Fact about women, they like head massage. But who doesn't? Who doesn't like a good head massage? Fuck, Poet just said. Yeah, I got that from a shoe on head video. Well, a woman posted I think the video was the girls are not okay or something like that. Or the women are not okay. Where a woman posted on Twitter that she left her underwear on the floor. And started eating her discharge. Anyways. Also, okay, I can shock you even more. I can shock you even more. I've said this previous, but I'm going to say it again because there's more people here. I watched the Kirsche stream yesterday. Okay? And in that stream, she covered an article. Okay? And in that article, lesbian women were doing weird shit with each other. With pictures, by the way. With pictures. Okay? One was that they were penetrating each other with weird shit, like really weird shit. But also, they were using needles to punctuate their sensitive parts. And then have intimacy. What they also did is, they were using testosterone gel on their sensitive parts and then beating it. Like physically. To the point where it looked like a piece of raw meat. Their description. Their description, okay? It gets worse. Eventually, they come to in the article to the point where they shove food inside of them. Both holes. And were eating what was dropping out of it. It came with pictures. Kirsha was sending these pictures into her NSFW channel. I opened it, and the final picture, I just gagged. I just had to gag. Terrible. Like cake and what was it? Like a milk snack. They shoved a milk snack inside of them. It's like chocolate, then like a milky part, and then another piece of chocolate on top of it. Yeah. Testosterone gel, yes, it makes it more sensitive. Yeah, we'll be skipping dinner tonight. Okay, now that I've ruined your day, we can continue. We can continue. And since Joe is here, we will do his true crime section. Where did they get the pictures from? It was from an article. It was from an article. It was from an article. That's all I'm gonna say. She couldn't show it on stream. How the fuck is Kirsha not banned? She didn't show it on stream. She just read it out and censored it. She did censor it. She did censor it when she read it out. Still horrible though. Still absolutely horrible though. I do not recommend. I do not recommend. I saw the pictures. I just had to gag. My immediate reaction was gagging. Oh, you guys didn't see it? Well, we did see it. If we were on the Discord and looking at her NSFW channel, then you could see the pictures. Anyways, it's time. True crime. Exactly. True crime. Let's go. Let's go. As usual. As usual. Atricorn. I got to clean my ear. Even the description should be ban-worthy. Possibly. Didn't happen though. She really just put it as lightly as possible. It was still gross though. It was still hella gross. The pictures just were the final straw. They were the straw that broke the camel's back. Anyways, true crime. Who is behind Damastala's Dark Truth? I butchered that name. Janya, Ananya, and 1,000 Other Bodies by Desi Studios. I butchered these names. I murdered these names. Anyways, we'll jump in. We'll see.
Dharmasthala, Karnataka.
Dharmasthala. Okay.
For centuries, its name has meant justice. It's a place where faith feels tangible, a sanctuary where a Hindu deity is served by a Jain family in a rare show of harmony. But in July of 2025, a story would emerge that threatened to turn this sacred ground into a crime scene. A story that suggests for years, while pilgrims prayed for salvation, others were being buried in shallow graves. It began when one man decided he could no longer carry
the Indian 3Ks? Why is he marrying a hood? Well, it's not a hood. It's a mat. Or is it a hood?
the weight of what he had done and what he had seen. A man who claimed that he held the key to over 100 unsolved deaths. This is the story of the skeletons of Dharmasthala.
always scares me, this intro. If I die, I die. It is what it is. The real reason I dislike Kirsche. The real reason I love Kirsche. Because of the random articles she sometimes covers. She also covered, before that, she covered African people complaining about people taking away their space rock, considering it a part of the culture. Fun fact, it was just a random space rock that wasn't part of their culture.
Hi everyone, welcome to the Desi Crime Podcast, a show where we dive deep into some of the craziest stories from around South Asia. I'm your host Aryan.
And I'm Aishwarya.
And the case that I have for you today is one that has riveted not just the state of Karnataka, but the whole of India. It's the case that everybody seems to be talking about right now.
Our DMs are full
I have never
just
been
this
sent
case.
one single scoop whoop
So
carousel
much.
so many times.
And you were very particular in calling me and telling me not to read up anything about this case because you were actually doing a deep dive and a case into this.
I was already going to write a script on the Sojanya case from 2012.
Because it's not a new case.
It's not a new case. It's more than a decade.
Sojanya. I think I got this time. Shake it to the max. Stop with that song. I'll kick you out.
Decade old.
Right.
And so, I wasn't sort of keeping up with social media necessarily. And I told Aishwarya when she asked me, which case are you thinking of doing? I said, the Sojanya, the scandal. She said, the one in the news right now. I'm like, why is it in the news right now?
Yeah, he had no idea.
I said, and then it just led me into a deep dive of what's really happening at Dharmasthala. So this is a complete debrief of everything you know and everything you don't know about this case. Before that, talking about cases you don't know, guys.
Yay!
You see what that is? That's what boomers call a book.
For those of you on audio,
That is what boomers call a book. But it is a book. Interesting. So what will this book contain? Interesting. They have a book now. They have a book. I should order it.
this is our Desi Crime, the book.
The book.
Which is so crazy to hold in our own hands. We've been dreaming about this for almost
Yeah, we like
more than a
calling
year
ourselves
now.
writers, but sort of...
Of course you do. The writers. I mean, hey, to be fair, from the last one, that what's the word? That poem was peak, I have to admit.
Now that we have a book, we can actually say
Right.
we're writers. But if you want to get your hand on the Desi Crime book, the link is in the bio to pre-order. The book is out on 19th August.
Skip the ads. I will not skip the ad. I will not skip the ad. We are not doing that. I need to keep in mind what the bird said.
But if you buy the book in pre-orders, you get a 10% discount. But not just that, it helps us rank up the Amazon bestseller list, which makes the book popular. This book has an editorialized, formatted version of some of the best cases we've ever covered on Desi Crime. But not just that, because we know some of you want more and you want new. So there are a couple of completely exclusive stories written entirely for the book. So get your hands on the Desi Crime book
right now.
Chapter 1.
I mean, let the people have their bread, okay? They're doing a good job here, right? I'm greatly entertained. Let them have their bread. Somebody wants their book, they can get their book. Easy.
The Whistleblower's Confession. The story begins not with a crime, but with a confession. On July 3rd, 2025, just a few weeks ago, a man walks into the Dakshina Kannada police station. He's not here to report his phone missing, nor does he seem to be from around the neighborhood. But there's an air of suspicion around him, and something vaguely familiar the cops can sense, but not quite pinpoint. The day must have begun for the cops just as...
His aura is negative. He has negative a million aura. Desi people, cultures, and products originating from the Indian subcontinent. Okay. What did the bird say? Do not skip the ads. If I use their content, react to it, and add my own stuff, I should at least watch the ads. So we're gonna watch the ads. Except if the ads are scummy, then that's a different situation.
Another with chai and routine paperwork. But what this man says next to them has India on its feet right now. He tells them he's a Dalit man who had once worked as a sanitation employee.
Right now? This is new? When did that drop? That video. Oh, that's essentially, basically, almost completely new 3 weeks ago. Okay, cool.
For the Dharmasthala temple administration. Something clicks for the cops. The man in front of them is a wanted fugitive. He's been on the run, but now he's here. Why? He tells them he has been living under a hidden identity since 2014, but he wanted to bring this 16-year-long nightmare to an end. And to do so, he had in his hands a sworn affidavit. In the affidavit lay his very nightmare. He told the police that his job involved more than just sanitation. From 1998 to 2014, he claimed he was the man they called when a body needed to disappear. The first time he was ordered to dispose of a corpse, he hesitated. His supervisor's response was a...
So he put himself to the police. Weird behavior, something's off. July 2025, it's a recent discovery, appears to be the case.
Swift and brutal, quote, "We will cut you into pieces, your body will be buried like the rest," end quote. After that, he obeyed. At first, he tried to rationalize it. The bodies found near the Netravati river, he told himself, must be suicides or accidental drownings. But the pattern became undeniable. The victims were almost always women, often found naked or partially clothed, their bodies marked with the distinct signs of sexual assault and strangulation. The quiet instructions from his superior...
Oh, a classic. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised to hear that, to be fair. I'm not surprised. That happens way too often.
Was always the same, quote, "Take care of them quietly." His affidavit reads like a ledger of death. He remembers a schoolgirl, no older than 15, found near a petrol bunk in 2010. Quote, "She was wearing a school uniform and her skirt and innerwear were missing," his statement reads. He was ordered to dig a pit and bury her right there, along with her school bag.
Bro has been active since 2010, probably longer? And nobody bats an eye? How do these guys... I know. Very often indeed. I know. No one is surprised, Doug. I don't think so. I know that there's a lot of people in that country. But you can't tell me that this motherfucker just ran around in public for 15 years and possibly longer if his cases date back even longer. Bro, what the fuck?
Her from the world entirely. He remembers another woman, her face destroyed by acid, her body wrapped in newspaper. His orders were to burn her with diesel fuel until nothing remained. The methods were cold and clinical. Shallow graves along the riverbank, bodies dumped into the water.
He was ordered. He was ordered. Okay, does that not... That sounds like he wasn't the one committing the crimes. He was just the one getting rid of the bodies. Wording. As I said, police is here shit. Shit is not even comparable. Except the neighbor police guy, he's cool. Shit is not even... That does not even describe it. Like, man. Completely, you might as well not have any police at all.
Remains incinerated with chemicals and fire. In total, he believes he had disposed of over 100 people. Now fast forward to this month where...
Well, the title said 1,000. Bro, useless is not the description I would use for that police. What the fuck? How do you not catch a dude that possibly buried 1,000 people?
He shows up at the police station to unburden himself of the guilt of burying almost 100 people. He needed evidence to back this big claim. To prove this wasn't just a story, he takes a huge risk. Before approaching the police this very month, he had secretly returned to one of the burial sites from 2014. He dug into the earth and unearthed the grim proof of his past. A human skull and bones, which he photographed and later handed over to the court.
Yeah, I have a feeling that he was not the one doing it, actually. He was just the one Again, he used the term ordered. That means that he was told to do it. That means somebody else was at least also involved.
Now, in most cases, leading the police to skeletons would make you guilty of the murder, or at least make you seem like guilty. Then why is this poor guy who's been in hiding going on the hunt for bones? How great is his guilt that he's putting everything on the line? What you need to understand is that by 2014, this man had buried nearly 100 bodies, according to him. But it was the final body he was told to bury, that changed things for him. For 10 years of burying people, he had lived with these images, haunted by what he had done. But the final push came not from the ghosts of strangers, but from the fear.
Wait a minute. Was that what? Mom, daughter, sister?
Of his own family. In late
Knew it. Well, that makes sense.
In 2014, a minor girl in his own family was sexually harassed by an individual linked to his supervisors. It was a terrifying realization. The circle of victims was closing in.
Hold up. Is this like a big circle of multiple perpetrators? In law, it's basic. If a servant does something wrong, the owner will be blamed. It's a basic law tort. Okay. There's many more people involved, possibly. A single man probably is incapable of having 1,000. Huh.
That night, he fled with his family and never looked back. Until now. Until July 2025.
A whistleblower.
The whistleblower.
A whistleblower.
Now the man, a former sanitation worker at the Dharmasthala temple, claiming that for decades he was burying bodies in Dharmasthala.
This confession, as shocking as it is for us, it didn't emerge in a vacuum from the people of Dharmasthala. For the people there, it felt like a dark prophecy fulfilled. It was a terrifying echo of a story they all knew, a story of another young girl whose death had become a symbol of justice denied. And I'm talking about the case of 17-year-old Sojanya. Chapter 2. The Ghost of Sojanya. To understand the sheer terror and fury that the whistleblower's claims have unleashed in 2025, we have to go back to 2012. We have to walk the path that Sojanya walked on the last day of her life. It was the morning of October 9th, a Tuesday. Sojanya, a bright second-year pre-university student at the Sri Dharmasthala Manjunatheshwara College in Ujjir, left her home.
Is there a reason why Indians are going everywhere but staying in India? I want to put that out there. Why is that the reason? Is this country actually that unsafe for women? By the owner will be blamed usually could end with deleting the slave. Most of the times, the owner didn't have to carry a heavy punishment. Okay.
For classes. She was by all accounts a gentle and soft-spoken girl, deeply cherished by her family. Her mother, Kusumvati, would later describe their bond with a heartbreaking intimacy, saying they were more like sisters than mother and daughter. That afternoon, after her classes ended, Sojanya boarded a bus home. The last time anybody saw her alive, she was getting off a nearby junction, a familiar landmark just a short walk from her house, with the Netravati river flowing nearby. But she never made it home. As evening fell, a quiet worry in the Gowda household bloomed into full-blown panic. Her father, Chandappa Gowda, rushed to the nearby station to file a missing person complaint. But the family didn't just wait for the police. They, along with their neighbors and friends, mounted a desperate search. A massive crowd, numbering as many as 2,000 people, fanned.
2,000 people looking for the girl. Hey, you don't hear that from other places. They do work together a lot, which is cool.
Out into the night, their torchlights cutting through the darkness, their voices calling Sojanya's name. They scoured the very woods where her body would later be found, but the night gave them no answers. They returned home at 2 a.m., exhausted and terrified. It was only the next morning, October 10th, that their worst fears were realized. A local villager discovered her body in a wooded area near her own village, just a few kilometers from the Dharmasthala temple. The scene was one of unimaginable brutality. The 17-year-old had been raped and strangled to death, her hands cruelly bound to a tree with her own shawl. The autopsy would later confirm the horror, revealing injuries so, quote, shocking and disturbing, they spoke of a monstrous level of violence.
Bro, just 17-year-old. What the fuck are we doing, bro? This country needs a police reform. This land, this country needs a police reform. Holy shit, it does. It does. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it does depend on where you live, where you are, but it's just better to stay more cautious. Man.
In a final depraved act, her killer had packed sand into her private parts.
Well, that's what won't I believe, dear? Bro.
Cold, calculated attempt, investigators believe, to destroy any forensic evidence, any trace of his DNA. The public outcry was immediate and immense, a wave of grief and anger that put the Belthangadi police under a microscope. Under pressure to deliver swift results, they did just that, and we know how that goes. 2 days after Sojanya's body was found on October 11th, they announced, lo and behold, an arrest. They paraded their prime suspect, a 28-year-old man named Santosh Rao. Rao was a local labourer, an outsider who was known to be mentally ill according to them or intellectually challenged.
Aryan, we've seen this in way too many cases across India. This like immediate need for justice
always happens
and outcome.
Screws the case.
Absolutely. I don't know if in this case it worked or not. In a lot of cases it backfired.
So they got a dude. At least they got a dude. At least they got a dude. There's a reason I still consider India below third world countries, bro. A shawl is a scarf, a long piece of cloth. Oh, yeah, I expected that much because it sounds similar to the German word Schal. So I'm not surprised. Because scarf is Schal. And Schal does sound similar. With an Indian girl living right below our door. Right below the door, so she's living in the floor. Interesting.
Where the police end up giving a verdict that isn't necessarily true. It backfires for the families, for the victim indeed.
Yeah.
But did it work in this case?
I think when a case, firstly to answer your question, not at all.
Okay.
It did not work at all. And I think speedy justice is good. I'm not against the output.
Right.
I'm against the intention.
Yep.
If your intention is I'm going to do a good investigation because we are well trained, by all means.
Yeah.
Deliver the result in 10 hours, I don't care. But if you're doing it to appease the public, appease your superiors, or sort of just put the story to rest, or if there's some malicious intent behind finding a scapegoat, all those factors play in, then speedy justice always...
It has no meaning because it's not real justice.
It's not real justice.
Yeah.
But for now, the police had their victim, a man named Rao. He had reportedly been seen lingering suspiciously near the temple's Bahubali hillock around the time of the murder and had been caught by temple security staff and handed over to the police. The police claimed Rao had confessed to the crime. The case, it seemed...
Also, it's very simple what should happen to these people, right? They found the guy, but is he a real guy? Is he a real guy who did it? Good question. I'm gonna say this. Whoever they catch, all of them, whoever they catch, and they're all responsible, they all deserve to die. They all deserve to die. Jail is not good enough for them at all. Yeah, I misread it for floor for door. The problem is that the chat is super far away because my chat is usually on my phone when I do these, so I can't really see it. And in this room, I need to keep my phone far away. It sucks, but it is what it is.
Was closed. But from the very beginning, Sojanya's family and the local community rejected this narrative. They were adamant that Rao was a scapegoat, a convenient bali ka bakra, or sacrificial lamb, framed to protect the real culprits. How could a lone
So they used a decoy, and he's not the real dude. Oh god, 90% of their situation, police catch guy who is catch the guy who is the easiest. Oh no. This is not the real dude.
Unstable man commits such a calculated and brutal crime on his own. They allege the true perpetrators were powerful young men from influential local families, men who were being shielded from justice. Sojanya's parents, Chandappa and Kusumvati, even gave the police a list of 4 suspects they wanted investigated. One of those names was Nishchal Jain, a man widely believed to be the nephew of the temple's powerful and revered administrator, Dr. Virendra Hegde. What followed was not a pursuit of justice, but a decade-long masterclass in investigative failure. Bowing to public pressure, the case was transferred from the
This is turning out to be how huge actually is this? How huge actually is this? This must be humongous. This must be a humongous thing here. Whatever's happening here.
Local police to the state's Criminal Investigative Department, the CID. Hopes for an impartial probe were high. But in September 2013, the CID filed its charge sheet, and the community's worst fears were realized. They named only one man, Santosh Rao. The other suspects, the ones named by the family, were explicitly given a clean chit. The CID report was denounced as false by activists who accused the agency of colluding with the powerful people in question. The protests intensified, now with a new demand, a CBI probe. Even Dr. Virendra Hegde himself, with his family's name being dragged through the mud, publicly requested a CBI inquiry to clear the air. In November 2013, the case was officially handed over to the nation's premier agency, the Central Bureau of Investigation. Again, there was a flicker of hope. The CBI people thought would show.
Central Bureau of Investigation. Is this essentially like the FBI for India? Must be, right? Crime branch shit as well. Egotistic, undeserving guys. Okay. As much as I want those guys, they can't. Okay. I wonder if this literally is just a huge crime syndicate doing this weird shit.
Surely get to the bottom of the truth. They reinvestigated for over a year. They subjected the suspects named by the family, Malik Jain, Dheeraj Jain, and Uday Jain, to a battery of forensic tests, DNA sampling, polygraphs, and even brain mapping. But in October 2015, the CBI filed its final charge sheet. And on it, there was only one name, Santosh Rao. The CBI's conclusion was identical to the CID's and the local police's. The influential youths were cleared, and the mentally troubled drifter was the sole accused. For Saujanya's father, it was a devastating betrayal. He publicly criticized the charge sheet, insisting that, quote, the real culprits were being shielded. The case against Rao, however, was built on sand. For 11 long years, he languished in the justice system until his trial finally concluded in June of 2023. And the
Father of the girl living below us is kind of cute. You find every woman cute at this point. And skin in those eyes, father, and her hair. Bro is ready. Bro, crime syndicate, highly not possible. Pretty sure the temple guys did it. You get the idea. It's a huge it's a huge group that somehow organizes this, right? This is in some way organized. Because how do you have essentially dummies available at all times when you get caught? That's odd. That's just weird.
The verdict was a bombshell that vindicated Saujanya's family. The special CBI court acquitted Santosh Rao of all charges. The judge declared that the prosecution had utterly failed to prove his involvement, that there was nothing to show his involvement in the crime. But the judgment did more than just free an innocent man. It delivered a scathing indictment of the entire investigation. The court laid bare a litany of shocking lapses, a systemic failure that made a mockery of justice. First, the golden hour evidence was never collected. Now, you see, in a rape and murder case, the first few hours are critical. They're called the golden hours. Yet the initial investigators failed to take the most basic steps. No semen samples, no blood samples, no DNA swabs.
Yeah, it's over, because that's going to be gone pretty quickly. Here's Krog Rock. Hi, Krog Rock. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Most of that stuff is going to be unusable sooner or later. So yeah, they have to grab that quite quickly. And let me guess, they did not do that.
Were taken from Saujanya's body. This glaring omission made it impossible.
None! These guys are retarded! Oh my god, they took nothing? They took none of it? Bro, these useless. Useless. That does not describe it at all. What do you mean, none? Accent is so cute. Let's go. Some rural area, especially in South India, temple society has much influence. Unfortunately, police is under their hands. Crazy. Wow.
Forever to identify her attacker through forensic science. Second, crucial leads were ignored. The court learned that PSI Yogesh Kumar Nayak, the first investigating officer, had failed to secure CCTV footage from a clinic run by the temple management, a key location on Saujanya's route home. That footage could have shown her final movements or who had been following her, but it was never seen. Nayak also collected mobile tower data from the area, another vital piece of evidence, but never handed it over to his successor when he was transferred. Third, evidence appeared to have been mishandled, tampered with, or even planted. Saujanya's family had pointed out a glaring anomaly from...
It's not incompetence, it's just being scared of someone powerful. Okay. Well, yeah, that's technically true. If they can plan it this way and this well, it just makes sense that they are just not powerful enough to do this.
Day 1. It had been raining around the time her body was found, yet her clothes were oddly dry, suggesting the crime had happened elsewhere and the scene was staged. The recovery of clothes allegedly belonging to Santosh Rao near the scene was also highly disputed. The court's verdict was so damning that it took the rare step of recommending that the police officials who botched the investigation, specifically naming PSI Yogesh Nayak and Circle Inspector Bhaskar Rai, be investigated themselves by an acquittal committee. Yet, as of 2020...
Wait, so the police themselves are being investigated. Huh, interesting.
25, no action has been taken against them. In fact, Bhaskar Rai was later promoted to Deputy SP. Now here's where we connect Saujanya's story with what's happening at Dharmasthala right now. You see, Santosh Rao's acquittal confirmed what Saujanya's family had screamed for a decade. An innocent man had been framed and her real killers, the real killers, were still free. The case remains officially unsolved. And now, with the whistleblower's claims of over 100 victims in the same town, the ghost of Saujanya looms larger than ever. Her story is no longer seen as just a tragic, isolated case of a botched investigation. It has become Exhibit A in a much larger, more terrifying possibility that the rape and murder of Saujanya was not an anomaly, but part of a horrifying, long-running pattern of violence and cover-ups in the holy town of Dharmasthala. Chapter 3. The Case of Ananya Bhatt. The failure...
Ananya. See? I can pronounce it. I can. Okay, this appears to be a huge group of multiple perpetrators and some big numbers, some big guys behind it.
To find justice for Saujanya left a deep, unhealed wound in the community, a wound of mistrust and fear. But as the whistleblower story began to unravel this month, it became terrifyingly clear that Saujanya's case might not have been the beginning. Her story was an echo of an even older, colder case, a 22-year-old.
So you're saying there was something else in the beginning? Could you do me a favor? Search total language spoken in India. I can do that real quick. I can do that real quick. Otherwise I need to change the chat there real quick. Total language spoken in India. 121 languages spoken. 121. That's a lot of languages. A lot of languages. That's a lot of languages. So investigation, get investigated, get promotion, apparently. Apparently. Alright, we continue. We continue.
Role mystery that had been buried by silence and violence. This is the story of Ananya Bhatt and her mother's 2-decade-long nightmare. In October of 2003, Ananya Bhatt was an 18-year-old medical student at the prestigious Kasturba Medical College, her future bright with promise. She travelled to Dharmasthala with her college for a trip, and then she simply vanished. Her mother, Sujata Bhatt, who was in another city at the time, received a frantic call from Ananya's friend. The college hostel warden admitted Ananya hadn't been seen for days. Sujata rushed to Dharmasthala, her heart pounding with the fear only a parent can know. She walked the streets of the holy town, frantically showing a photograph of her daughter to anyone who would listen. Disturbingly, several locals told her that they had in fact seen a young woman matching Ananya's description being escorted by temple staff around.
Oh, so another girl. Okay. Weird. Guys, I need to make an in-between break. Apparently, my dog needs to go outside. So I need to make a quick break. I will be right back. I need to make an in-between break. The dog is more important. I'm not like Hassan or XQC and let the video run, so I'll be right back. Dog is more important. All right, back. Dot was important. Yeah, she just wanted to go outside, take a break, a little pee, you know. It's hot today, so obviously it makes sense that she wanted to go outside. No, I need water there. I was as fast as I could. Same with the dog. That's it. Hold on, I will stalk her so Insta for some clues. Stalk her. The pumpkin is replaced. Poor pumpkin. Anyways, back to it. Let's see how this goes. Let's see how this continues. It was hella fast, Poke. Yeah, she just needs to pee. That was pretty quick. Like 20 minutes. Break? Nah. Just pee. She's been walking. I've had her walk a lot today already anyways. Alright, let's continue.
Around the time she disappeared, a cold dread began to set in. Sensing something was terribly wrong, Sujata went to the local Belthangadi police station, the same station Saujany's father went to file yet again a missing person report. But instead of help, she was met with hostility. Quote, "The officers refused to register my complaint and accused my daughter of eloping," she would later recount. They verbally abused the distraught mother and threw her out of the station, more interested in smearing a young woman's character than investigating a potential crime. Desperate and with nowhere else to turn, Sujata says in her testimony that she went to the most powerful figures in town, Dr. Virendra Hegde, the Dharmadhikari of the temple, and his brother Harshen.
They must... Whoever is behind this must have enormous power. They must have enormous power that whoever brings this up in any way, shape, or form just gets kicked out and ignored, rejected. This is insane. What the fuck?
Indra Kumar. She went to their residence and pleaded for their help in finding her daughter. She was, in her own words, quote, dismissed. She was rebuked and told to leave. Sujata was offered no assistance. That night, her ordeal took a surreal and terrifying turn. As she sat weeping near the temple, her hope dwindling, 4 men dressed in white approached her. She identified them as temple staff. They claimed that they had information about Ananya. Trusting them, she followed, only to be abducted at knife point. Quote, "They tied me up, gagged me, and held me overnight in a dark room near the temple."
Yeah, it's the temple people. It's the temple people. It's the temple people. Yeah, I'm not, nah. It is the temple people. It is the temple people, 100%. It is.
She recounted.
What? So there is this mother who's traveled to this town in a hunt for her daughter who's missing.
Yeah.
And in the middle of this hunt, she's been abducted at knife point?
According to her, by temple staff. And keep in mind, she also said that locals told her her daughter was last seen with temple staff as well.
There are some things in some of our cases that are so mind-blowing to me. Like, this is perfect proof of who is involved in this.
You know what's even crazier? The temple staff told her to not talk about her daughter's disappearance, to not prod and make any queries.
What?
They then went on to physically assault her, upon which they inflicted blunt force trauma, knocking her unconscious.
No way.
Aishwarya, Ananya's mom, was in a coma for 3 months, after which she woke up in a hospital in Bangalore.
3 months in a coma. 3 months in a coma. This woman was beaten into a coma. Did they do worse to her as well? Did they? Hopefully not. Worse than what I... No, hopefully not what I think.
With no wallet, no ID, no memory of what has happened in the last 3 months with her or her body.
That's maddening.
Yeah.
And even then, based on what I know now, it's taken that many years.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's 2003, so 20 plus years. And I mean...
That's crazy.
Nobody gave a shit. Nobody gave a shit. Then this is why this case is infuriating people. So Saujany's case made the headlines. Now Ananya's case is getting the limelight because some people are covering it.
Right.
That's 2 in 100. that this man claims. And the missing person cases in this area are...
Well, that's technically up to now, for what we know, since there's 1,000 other bodies. That's 2 out of 1,000. Well, she could have never come back. Potentially, she could have never come back.
Down to over 400, by the way.
Wow.
Which is far above any district's average.
I have
for
never
missing
heard of anything like
women
this.
Of young age.
The only thing that is kind of close to this that I've sort of heard of, and it's not even this systematic, is the disappearance of a huge, very large number of like prostitutes back in the US. So there'll be cities where multiple of them have gone missing over years. But even then, the number is not even close to this many.
This reminds me of Nethari, and it reminds me of the black hole. Remember, there was this area in Nethari where kids used to disappear.
Right.
Specific area that was known as the black hole.
Oh yeah, the last thing we watched, where not the last one, but the thing before that, where that one guy buried all the kids in like behind the other guy's house that he was working for. That one. Yeah, it does remind me of that, because if this was an issue, people would be talking about it a lot, but apparently that's not the case. Parents not, I guess when their child disappears, parents just have so little faith that they're not reporting it.
By the police. To me, everything surrounding this temple, black hole. These cases, where is the woman last seen? Around the temple.
Yeah.
Seen around whom? Temple staff.
Yeah.
Again, that's circumstantial evidence. Don't get me wrong. But I think with this whistleblower coming out, that those whispers, the whispers that have been talked about for decades in this town might finally have forensic evidence backing it up, which is why everybody is up in arms, which is why people in power are scared.
Yeah.
When Sujata awoke, all she had left was a scar from an 8-stitch wound on her head, a grim reminder of the night.
I must say, though, these two have some balls. I must admit, these two have some balls. You know why? Aren't they, with this video, right? Aren't they putting a target on their back as well? Just thinking about this seems kind of unsafe to make a video about it now, knowing how many powerful people maybe you may be targeted by. Though then again, I don't know where they currently are. Are they in India? Are they not in India? Regardless, that is insane.
She tried to find her daughter.
ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು 4 ಜನ ಬಂದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಗಳನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿ ಕೈಯೆಲ್ಲ ರೂಮಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡಿ ಹಾಕಿ ಕೈಯೆಲ್ಲ ಕಟ್ಟ ಹಾಕಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಗಾಯಗಳಿದಾವೆ.
For years, Sujata was silenced by trauma and fear. Quote, I lived in fear for years, she said, terrified to return to Dharmasthala or speak out against the influential forces she believed were responsible for her daughter's disappearance and her own brutal assault. Ananya's case was never formally registered by the police. It was never investigated. It was, for all intents and purposes, erased. But in July 2025, the whistleblower's confession gave Sujata a glimmer of hope. His account of unidentified female bodies, and especially the recovery of a human skull, prompted her to act. So on July 15, 2025, just a week ago, the 60-year-old mother walked back into the Dharmasthala police station, the same place that had turned her away 22 years ago, and filed a fresh complaint. She believes her daughter is one of the whistleblower's unnamed victims, and in her appeal, she no longer asks for justice, but for a final, heartbreaking closure. Please find my daughter's skeletal remains and allow me to perform the funeral rites with...
That's so sad. That's so sad. That is so sad. I don't know why you bring that up, Zoom, and I won't read it out. Simple. They are in high society, plus the capital, plus the travel on foreign a lot. But don't you think that the people that are this powerful, that can essentially hide all of this, don't you think they have a lot more power than these two? Like, I feel like that puts a target on them, to be fair.
Honor, give peace to Ananya's soul, and let me spend my final days in peace. End quote.
ಇವಾಗ ಆಸ್ತಿ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರೆ ಅವಳದು ಬಾಡಿ ಆಸ್ತಿ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರೆ ನನಗೆ ಒಂದು ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಓವರ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ನನ್ನನ್ನು DNA ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಅಷ್ಟು ಜನರ ಅಸ್ಥಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ನನ್ನ ಮಗಳ ಒಂದು ಅಸ್ಥಿ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು DNA ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಆ ಅಸ್ಥಿಯನ್ನು ನನಗೆ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಓವರ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಓಕೆ.
And in a stunning act of courage, she has offered to undergo a polygraph test to prove her credibility and has pointedly requested that Virendra Hegde and his brother be made to do the same, asserting that they might possess critical information. Sujata Bhatt's 22-year-old wound has been torn open, but this time she is not alone. The skeletons of Dharmasthala are beginning to surface. Chapter 4: The Unraveling. Sujata's story, layered on top of Saujanyas, paints a chilling picture of a town where for decades power, fear and silence reign supreme. But the whistleblower's testimony in July is a crack in that fortress. And through that crack, a storm is brewing. The battle for the truth is happening right now. You see, on 11th July 2025, the case took a dramatic, almost cinematic turn. A figure completely disguised in cloth with only a narrow slit for the eyes was escorted under armed guard into the magistrate court in Belthangadi. This is the whistleblower.
Well, that makes sense, because if they know what he looks like, they can take him out. To be fair, probably some people know what he looks like, potentially. Maybe not. I guess they don't know what he looks like. Because otherwise they wouldn't do it, and also that would put them in danger. Huh. The powerful people hide as best as they can. True, that is true, but they are just reading the stuff that is already out there. Yes, but they're spreading it to a big audience. If they've been caught, they're the police and the news media who comes first and second, so I don't think they even know about the channel that re-exposed them, assuming the crime got solved eventually. This is new. This is a new one. This is still fairly new.
Brought to give his official statement under oath. In the closed courtroom, he recounts his story. And then he presents his proof. He hands over a bag to the court, and inside it is a human skull and other bone fragments, physical evidence of the horrors he has described. In that moment, the case moves from allegation to a tangible forensic reality. He also, for the first time, officially names the alleged perpetrators in a sealed statement. The act ignites a firestorm of public outrage. Civil society groups, women's organizations, and legal advocates mobilize, all with one unified demand. This investigation cannot be trusted to the local police. Citing the disastrous and failed SIT in the Saujanya case, they call for an independent, court-monitored special investigative team led by a senior and respected IPS officer. Another very important thing to note and very unique in this case is that the affidavit submitted by the whistleblower includes the names of the perpetrators, but it is sealed. So even the judges aren't aware of the names inside that just yet. It has been given as an insurance against the man's life so that the whistleblower is not eliminated by those in power. So it's a very interesting scenario brewing where he has basically ensured that he'll be fine. And if anything happens to him, the judge opens that file and sees the name of who apparently is the alleged perpetrator. Recently, a delegation of 30 advocates met with the Chief Minister demanding an SIT be formed, that all procedures be video recorded, and that arrests be made immediately, regardless of the accused's position or power. But even as the public calls for a transparent investigation, a troubling tug of war is unfolding behind the scenes between the whistleblower's legal team.
Okay. So, he has the names of the alleged perpetrators, so that's good. Okay. Yet if the criminal got caught, he can't do nothing to those two. If he didn't got caught, he won't do anything, not reveal anything, not reveal anything. Yeah. I guess. But it's probably multiple people. This isn't just one guy. This area is not getting one guide for sure.
And the Dakshin Kannada police. The trust is already broken, and the actions of the police in the days following the testimony only deepen the suspicion. The conflict erupts into public view on July 16th. In a press release covered by the Indian Express, the district SP, Dr. Arun K, makes a shocking announcement. He states, quote, "There is confidential information that the complainant could abscond," end quote. The police imply the key witness is uncooperative and his whereabouts were unknown. The very next day, the whistleblower's lawyers fire back, calling the police's claim false. In a statement reported by the New Indian Express, they revealed that just 2 days prior, on July 14th, the whistleblower had met with the police investigators at a secure location for 4 hours. They had even emailed his confidential temporary address to the police on July 13th. The police, they argue, know exactly how to reach him. But then comes the next move. On July 15th, instead of preparing to visit the burial sites the whistleblower had offered to identify, the police file an application in court seeking permission to conduct a brain mapping, fingerprint analysis, and narco analysis, the truth serum test, on the whistleblower himself. His lawyers are stunned. The police seem more interested in questioning the witness's credibility than in verifying his claims. I will say at this point, Ishwarya, I do think it is fair to question the credibility of a whistleblower.
Obviously, it is important to question the truth, right? Makes sense. Oh my god, I hope that these people all get not just get jailed, but just taken out forever. I do think so. I do think so. I do think so that these people should be gone after this one once they are all in jail.
That has been absconding, has come back with these big allegations. I think you need to both question his credibility, but also investigate his claims that have been backed by forensic evidence. Nothing can be greater than a skull or pointing to a burial site and going, I know something's buried there.
Of course, it's not one or the other.
It's not one or the other.
100%.
So, yeah. His legal team expresses their frustration in a powerful statement saying he had every reason to believe that the very next day after his deposition, the police would return with him to the site for documentation. Yet, as of today, 16 July, no such step has been taken. The continued delay is not just inexplicable, it is shocking to the complainant. End quote. The breaking point comes just hours after that statement.
They're actively not visiting the sites that he's pointing out, aren't they? They're actively not seeking them out.
Is released. An exhumation exercise is scheduled for the same day, July 16th. The whistleblower is ready to guide the police to a specific burial spot. His lawyers are present to witness the process. But as reported by several news outlets, the police don't show up. After waiting for over an hour in vain, the attempt...
Yeah, they're actively trying to avoid it. Yup. They're actively trying to do that. Yup. Definitely.
Is abandoned. The series of events claiming the witness is missing, pushing for a narco test, and skipping a planned exhumation sends a clear message to the whistleblower's camp and to the public. The local police cannot be trusted. The parallels to Saujanya investigation are undeniable. The fear is that this case, just like hers, will be deliberately sabotaged through delay, indifference, and a focus on discrediting those who dare to speak out. The unraveling has begun, but it isn't clear if it is the crime that is being unraveled or the investigation itself. Chapter 5. The Fortress.
I mean, true, right? This goes much deep. This goes very, very deep. The police is giga corrupted. This goes very deep.
Of power and fear. The question on our minds, those of us who do not live in Dharmasthala, is that why would an entire system appear to move so slowly, so strangely, when faced with one of the most horrific allegations in the state, if not the country's history? But to find the answer, you have to understand that Dharmasthala is more than just a temple town. It is a fortress of power. The Dharmasthala temple is not only a religious institution, but also a powerful socio-economic force in the region. The trust, run by the Hegde family, ironic in its name, controls a vast network of local educational institutions, businesses, charities, and considerable land. Now, this is common for any temple or religious trust in India, but this family's influence is immense, and its head is the Dharmadhikari, Dr. Virendra Hegde, a Padma Award-winning philanthropist and a sitting Rajya Sabha MP, a member of India's upper house of parliament. This connects the temple's administration to the highest echelons of political power. For decades, this influence has allegedly fostered a climate of fear. The whistleblower's claims of over 100 murders are shocking, but for local activists, they resonate with a horrifying...
But when did they... They haven't said anything about 1,000 other bodies. When does that come into play? We don't have much time anymore, so that has to be talked about at one point.
Statistic that has been whispered for years. According to some investigative reports, as many as 400 women from Dharmasthala and the surrounding areas have either gone missing or been found dead under suspicious
Just as I say it, they say it.
circumstances over the last 20 years, with many cases allegedly brushed aside by authorities. This number is so alarming that in July 2025, the Karnataka State Commission for Women took official notice, writing to the Chief Minister and demanding data on all missing women and girls from the region over the past 2 decades. The fear is sustained by what happens to those who dare to question the narrative. Activists and journalists who have tried to investigate Dharmasthala have faced severe pushback. The news outlet, the News Minute, which extensively covered the Saujanya case, was reportedly forced to take down articles after being hit with defamation suits by individuals linked to the temple, and is now entangled in ongoing legal battles over its reporting. Even in 2025, attempts to silence critics continues. A Kannada YouTuber who created a viral video explaining the alleged cover-up in the Saujanya case was served a notice by the police, accusing him of hurting religious sentiments. We hope we are not offending anybody's sentiments in covering this story. The Karnataka High Court had to step in to protect him from arrest, with the judge sharply asking the police, quote, "Where is the mortal hurry?" Because the YouTuber has projected somebody influential.
That's sus. That is sus. 400k, yeah, it's not one murder for sure. This is a big group. This is This is probably the temple's doing for sure.
The judge's question hangs in the air, echoing what so many believe, that the system is being weaponized to protect the powerful. The whistleblower himself articulated this fear in his own complaint. He wrote that the perpetrators he is ready to name are very influential and have a tendency to eliminate those who oppose them. This isn't just paranoia. It is a fear born from decades of seeing justice denied and questions silenced. It is this fortress of power and fear that the current investigation must now confront. As of today, July 20th, 2025, the Dharmasthala mass burial case stands at a precarious crossroad. The Karnataka government, led by its chief minister, has acknowledged the gravity of the allegations but remains cautious. He has publicly stated that his government is not opposed to forming a special investigative team, but insists on waiting for a preliminary police report before making a decision. In his words, quote, "If an SIT is required, it will be constituted. But we cannot take a hurried decision based on the complaint of a person who has claimed he buried the bodies." End quote. He assures the public that his government will not budge under any pressure, but for the families of the missing, every moment of a delay feels like an eternity.
Aran, what kind of logic is this, that just because maybe the person who was engaged in hiding up these crimes has come forward, we can no longer have an SIT team? Like, so what?
Yeah.
There is still an investigation that needs to happen.
Yeah. I mean, can't even...
Because there's a good chance this investigation is not happening because the people in power are actively blocking it. Everything makes logical sense that you could do that, but if somebody behind that doesn't want it to happen, then it won't happen.
Argue with that. I thought about, let me play a devil's advocate. The only devil's advocate I could see to this is, had the police been a reliable investigative body in the past, and you're going, hey, they've done their job in the past.
Yeah, we trust them.
We trust them.
Right.
They've not. 400 people allegedly.
Yeah, how does it matter who came forward with the information? There is a man coming forward and saying there are these many bodies here in the skull.
I mean, bro literally said, "Here. These are the bodies. They're buried here. Dig here. You will find them. We're not gonna pull up." It's literally stupid.
401st case by this police department, that one they will nail. Sorry they've fucked up the last 400.
And the man that is coming forward is maybe somehow... Even if he is involved.
If he is.
Investigate that. Like,
clearly the man hasn't done 100 alone.
That's wild.
And it's a man who was in hiding who's come out. To me, even circumstantially, why would he come out? He was in hiding.
No, and even if
he is, I know, I'm saying.
Even if he's guilty and he needs to be taken
get
and
the SIT
prosecuted and put behind bars,
Get the
it
SIT
still needs to be investigated.
Of course. The whistleblower, the single key to this entire case, remains in a safe house, a man caught between his past and an uncertain future. His cooperation hinging on a system he has every reason to mistrust. The exhumations have not yet begun, and the police investigation is proceeding at a pace that activists and lawyers call shocking. No arrests have been made, and the fortress of power, for now, remains unshaken. Covering a story like this comes with its own set of challenges. We've seen how journalists and activists who previously dug into the mysteries of Dharmasthala have been met with defamation lawsuits and legal battles that have had a chilling effect, forcing some news outlets to...
Exactly, see? While they could not be a target of being taken out, they can definitely be a target of a defamation lawsuit, for sure. Let's hope that doesn't happen to them.
Pull down their own reports. It is a stark reminder that in some stories, the powerful can wield silence as a weapon. But it is for this very reason that these stories must be told. The search for justice for Saujanya, for Ananya Bhatt, and for the 100+ unnamed souls that whistleblower speaks of deserve a voice, not a court-ordered gag. The skeletons of Dharmasthala have been unearthed, both literally and figuratively. The question now is, will they be allowed to speak? Or will the sacred soil of a holy town be used to bury the truth once more?
If you like what we do here at Desi...
This was insane. I can't say it differently. That was insane. That was wild. This was insane. So this is completely an ongoing case of ginormous of a ginormous size, with people that appear to be way too powerful to be taken out. Damn, bro. Well, this probably won't be the final cover. They will cover this probably again once it is solved anyways. Like, comment, and subscribe. Whew, that was a long one. That was a long one. Okay, I need something more normal. I need something more normal. I do. What are we gonna do? What we're gonna do? I have an idea.
Hey, what's up?
I haven't done a ref video in a bit. I think it's time, because this one is interesting. This one's gonna be interesting, okay. Let's see. Something more normal. This is interesting. This sounds interesting. This corn recovery coach is unironically evil. Let me guess. I saw the thumbnail. It said from corn recovery coach to OF. So let's see this pipeline. Let's see the pipeline. Let's see the pipeline. Let's go. Let's go. I don't care if you don't like him. He has some. This one is curious.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rip here. So today we're going to be talking about a particular YouTube channel that is ridiculous for reasons that will become very clear in just a moment. And due to the subject matter we're going to cover, this video will likely get bonked by YouTube. So becoming an engaged viewer by liking, subscribing, or commenting on this video will help get the message out there. This also makes you an engaged viewer, which means your view will actually count. This is a new system on YouTube where you can watch a video in its entirety, but if you don't do those 3 steps, or at least one of them to become an engaged viewer...
This is gonna be interesting. Okay. Fight the beast. Help for... It's probably SUL addiction. Huh. All he does is read out tweets. I don't think this is completely read out tweets. I was looking around and found ref something disgusting. A lot of stuff, yeah. He did not post the CP, he posted lollies. Which he does no longer do. After touring, I was invited to barbecue, but people started getting too loud and drunk for my liking. Okay. And his wife also had a dark past of being an alcoholic.
Your view might not count. So let's do one of those and help spread the message, because what's happening here is insane. Over the years, I've talked about hundreds of content creators, channels I disagree with, channels that I think might even have some messed up rhetoric. But there are some rare times where the channel we're talking about is just, they gotta go. Like, this is another example that this channel has gotta go. What they're doing is so predatory and insane, they do not belong here. So here's the channel we're talking about today. It's called Fight the Beast, okay? And this channel explains what the beast is in a pinned video, which will be ironic for many reasons in just a second.
The beast. Chat, we have a beast in our pants. At least the men. That's the beast. That's gonna be interesting.
But the beast to her, or was, addiction to adult content and acting upon that. She sells herself as a coach that will help you heal from an adult content addiction, okay? And this is something she has campaigned on. This is something she has monetized for many years, and she has described that she has helped hundreds, if not thousands of men try to get over this addiction. So if you go to her...
Yeah, hundreds of thousands of men. With barely 7K subs? Yeah, these are definitely all porn addicts. There's an OF link. I know there's an OF link. I know there's an OF link somewhere.
Her links page, you might be confused why this coach fighting this sort of addiction has some standard links right here about people.
Okay. Are we seeing the hypocrisy here? Are we seeing the hypocrisy here? Are we seeing the hypocrisy here? Not interested in recovery. This is like the men's rights activists having an OF. This is the exact thing. This is like a men's rights activist having an OF. This is wild.
People trying to quit, but also has this link saying, not interested in recovery, with spicy emojis around it. And to answer your first question, yes, it's a link to her OnlyFans pages. And to answer your second question, yes, one of them is paywalled with full-on pornography that she's posting.
You know, it could have been funny, right? It could have been funny, you know? You know, it's not interested in recovery. You click on the link, it leads you to an OF, but instead of spicy content, right? It is content about how to quit, right? So, like, you can milk the degenerate ass who wanted to watch that and not take it seriously. Sure. That is not what's happening here. This is ironic.
Okay, I cannot sugarcoat this enough. This is some of the most vile content and choices I've ever seen on YouTube. To basically...
This is predatory. This is predatory. This is like the drug dealer trying to sell you not only the drug, but the solution to to getting rid of the addiction. It's like dangling, like on one side you're dangling the, here, look at this. This is how to solve your problem. On the other side you dangle, here, look at this though. Don't you want to watch it? What are we doing?
Captivate this audience that for years and years, we're going to help you get through your addiction to adult content. And then to turn around years later and basically say, you probably will never beat this, so let me sell you my adult content instead. Basically trying to trap all these people in a net she's been collecting for years to financially benefit herself by feeding into their addictions that they were trusting her to help them beat. That is diabolical, ladies and gentlemen. And you can see like the dissent, like recently you can see, you know, posting the OnlyFans and why she left religion and all.
Usually you see the OF into religious pipeline. We have the reverse here, chat. We have the religious into OF. What? This is unique, chat. We're witnessing the end times. What kind of copium is this?
These things. Then you scroll down to like a year ago, right? Where she's giving tips on how to beat this addiction. But now she's basically telling you, pay me to feed into it. That's how insane things have gotten. And recently she went viral, and this is how I noticed
People are paying for this, by the way. For this? For this? Men, stop giving these women money. Just go onto the hub.
This account in the first place because of this post she made 3 weeks ago. You can see it's going really well right now. It's
Look, what the fuck is that? 2.1k dislikes. They really said, nah, fuck you, whore. That's crazy.
It's titled From Porn Addiction Recovery Coach to OnlyFans. What broke me? And it's so ironic she describes it as what broke me, because clearly something was broken over the past year or so that led her down this insanely manipulative and disgusting path where she's trying to monetize the people she was attempting to help for years.
I'm honestly so scared of making this video, and I will cry. Not because I think that I'm in the wrong, but most of you won't understand. As the title...
No, we don't! We do not understand how you can promote yourself as anti-corn and trying to help men to get out of their addiction, and then at the same time you think it's funny and promote the same stuff you're trying to advocate against. You dumb fucking bitch.
Of this video said, after 5 years of teaching porn and sexual addiction recovery, I created and launched an OnlyFans. That decision has hurt a lot of people tremendously. People have told me that they had panic attacks, that they've cried, that they felt sick, that they were shaking, and I feel terrible about that. But I need you to trust me in a way. Understand that this decision was made very, very carefully. Understand.
No, it was not. You just realized that you had a bunch of addicts that you could feed your dog to. I bet this bitch ends the video and then starts laughing. For sure.
And that I have my reasons for what I did.
Money. That's the reason. Money. She is charging a very large sum for people to get into that page. And if she thought this stuff was so helpful, wouldn't she just give it out for free? Right? Like she's trying to paywall this for her own enrichment. And on top of that, like you can hear the coping. There's a level of self-awareness here where she's like, you know, I'm so sad about this. I was so scared to post this. And I've heard a lot of people like, yeah, no kidding. People trusted you. They confided in you. They paid you for help to break their addiction to this cycle. And now you're feeding into it and monetizing it. That is so disturbing. It turns out the beast was her.
The beast is her. I got a beast inside of me. Bro. What kind of levels are we achieving? What kind of tactics are these bitches using? It's crazy. What kind of tactics are these women using? What kind of crazy tactics are these women using?
She was the beast all along, and she's been playing people like a fiddle for years. And yes, to this woman, you are wrong. You set people up for failure. You try to help them, quote unquote, try to help them, and now you're feeding into the thing that is ruining their life just so you can make a quick buck. Now, here's another section of this video we're going to look at where she talks about taking ownership.
In the new link in my bio, you can go scroll down and it says, I don't want to quit porn. And then there's a page and it says, what do you want? I don't want to quit porn. I do want to quit porn. You have that choice, okay? And I think that's a very important choice for men to recognize.
I'm currently also having a decision. Do I want you to get punched? Or do I not want to get you punched? I'm leaning towards the first one. I'm genuinely leaning towards the first one. Ugh, gross.
I've worked with so many men that deep down I knew that they didn't want to quit. They just didn't want to feel guilty anymore. And it's very hard. I've worked with some men for months, even years, and I'm just like, they like what they're doing. And I want those people to just take ownership. The world.
Oh, yeah. Oh, did we always do that? Oh, it was so rough to quit alcohol. I don't feel happy about it. Yeah, just start drinking again. Just drink yourself to death. We do that constantly, right? Who would have guessed that quitting an addiction is not comfortable? It's just money.
Is extremely complex. There's a lot of nuance here. I think we really need to stop blaming the porn industry, stop blaming female creators. And so I literally threw myself out there, literally saying, what, you're going to blame me? The one that you respect the most, you're going to blame?
Yes. Now you can, in fact, be blamed. For sure. For sure. What if it's women doing it, platforms, and the men consuming it? Maybe it's a combination of all three. Maybe it's just two. Who knows?
Me? Well, a lot of people lost respect for me, I guess. I don't know. But it's like, don't blame me. That content, I'll put it out there. You still have the choice. You can book a recovery call with me. You can book a coaching call with me. Or you can, like I said in my TikTok video, sink your ship. Like, that's up to you, bro. Like, you gotta decide, like, which force is stronger in your head.
This is like the drug addict actually dangling in front of you. Literally. You want to quit? You want to take the drug? I can't with these people anymore. Get the asteroid coming. Come on.
I mean,
there's so many flying past Jupiter. You just have to move over a little bit to the side, and they can all reach us. We're straight up in the way, right?
Porn's out there. There's plenty of it. I'm just saying, look, the choice is yours. I'm not fighting the industry. You're fighting the industry in your own head, and you have to decide what you want. You're fighting yourself.
This section
makes porn recovery content. Does not fight the industry. Is this a psyop?
Is crazy, right? What do you want? She keeps asking over and over again. What do you want? Okay, ask a crackhead what they want. Hold up a job application and potential sobriety and then put a brick next to it. I think I know what they're probably going to take in most cases. That is so stupid as someone who is trying to convince people that what they were doing was harming them and self-destructive, and then to turn around and just say, well, what do you want? Yeah, what do you want? And then she goes, well, to help with that choice, I threw myself out there. And now you're gonna blame me? Someone who you hold up on such a pedestal? Like, she tries to literally guilt trip and shame these people into feeling like they have to support this new treatment, which I feel bad even saying that in quotes. And she's trying to...
Well, you sound so much like me. Maybe we're thinking like, there is no way we have anti-corn actresses. What is she trying to achieve? Is she trying to like, what is this gonna look like? Like, is she trying like to like, you know what that makes me feel like? It's the same as these motivation YouTubers, right? The guys that try to motivate you. You get motivated, you want to do things, but it just makes you feel motivated. You're not actually doing anything. So you just come back so you can get your dopamine again. This is the same thing. This is like, I'm gonna consume corn, but I'm gonna watch this woman tell me how to recover from it, so it makes me feel better. So I just keep coming back to her OF and the corn recovery stuff.
You basically make herself out to be some sacrificial lamb trying to save all of these men she supposedly cared so much about, while literally feeding into the thing that they...
The only thing that really cared is the wallet.
wanted to rid their lives of, right? And she couldn't even help herself, right? She's not just going for this new OnlyFans angle of her treatment program. She was also doing so while shilling recovery calls and coaching. Like, don't worry. You might go on to the new page and you'll relapse and have an issue, but if that...
Stop mooing! This is a serious topic! This woman makes me angry! This bitch makes me so angry. Oh my god. This makes me so angry. I think In the last recent few streams, I think in the past 2 months, nothing made me as angry as this did.
That happens, don't worry. You could always pay me more for a recovery call. Yeah, why do you need those services if none of these things are self-destructive in any sort of a way? And she uses the justification of, well, it's all out there. You know, at one point she talks about like the adult industry and how terrible and awful it is, but what she's doing is totally...
OF is nothing else but prostitution through Wi-Fi. It is literally the same. There is no difference. The only difference is the physical contact. The missing physical contact. That's it. It's all the same.
Like fine.
And these tears, they are crocodile tears. They are. This apple and this deer is retarded. Both of them. I'm gonna remove leading mod from both of you, and I'm gonna make frog time you out.
Whatever. But she tries to say like this stuff's out there, so what's the harm in me jumping in? Well, that's like someone saying to a drug addict, like, dude, what's the big deal? There's so much out there already. And making it even worse, this would be like their recovery therapist saying it to them and then offering them some directly and saying, not only can you do this and I'll help you do it, you shouldn't feel ashamed. That is a common theme throughout the video. We're not playing the whole 28-minute video, don't worry. But she talks over and over again about shame and guilt and how you should never feel those things. And she genuinely believes that it's not the content, it's not the addiction, it's the shame. That's the problem. People feeling guilty. That's what's feeding all this. There's no reason to stop making this stuff. It's clearly not harmful. It's like literally insane. And she even tries at many points not just to say you shouldn't feel guilty. She's saying basically this stuff isn't wrong at all. And that a lot of men, well, they don't want to quit this thing even.
Yes, addicts don't want to quit their addiction. What do you mean? Father, milk us, father. First of all, that would be gay. Second of all, I have a girlfriend, so I can't be milking some ex either. What is wrong with you two? Neither of you are getting milked, no matter how much you ask for it.
No, they're addicted to it. Like, the fact that she's called, you know, fight the beast, and now we're saying like she's like the beast. I can't help myself. Like 2 Corinthians 11:14, and no wonder, for Satan himself masquerades as an angel of lights. What she's doing with this new art.
Bro, okay, this is interesting. I think this is the first time Ref is quoting. This is the first time Ref is quoting a Bible verse. Interesting. I'll say this video is in general interesting. I've never seen Ref covering something on its own. On its own. I find that very interesting. I like this style of videos. This is a new style. I like this. Not gonna lie. If you can't own the libs or the retards of Twitter, this is a good alternative. Maybe you realize this. Based. I will not milk neither of you. You will not get milked. Samex, just ask my body pillow if he'll do it. That's fine.
She is trying to normalize and even profit from these self-destructive behaviors. She's trying to convince these people who were once seeking help to now normalize and even encourage them to engage with this stuff for her own monetary gain, while she's trying to act like she's doing them a service, that she's sacrificing herself and her time and her energy to help them out with this new endeavor.
Chat, I think we should sacrifice her. I think we should sacrifice her to the rain gods, because I need some rain.
This is so beyond diabolical. I can't even believe this is real. Now she's going to get into some bullet points about her new radical treatment method, and it's just as insane as you might have thought.
Okay, so here's a couple bullet points on just what the new program is going to look like and what I feel called to teach. First one is rewiring sexual arousal patterns for freedom and self-mastery, not just through denial, but through rewiring. The next one is rebuild sexual vitality and pleasure sensitivity. Like, who doesn't want that? Everyone wants that. The next one is I'm going to take aggressive measures to help people shift out of shame cycles. I think this is extremely important. So important that I was willing to maybe mildly destroy my own life for it.
I don't buy this. I do not buy this. Maybe I should milk both of you. First, I will milk dearest little femboy Dicky, and then Sumax. And I'm gonna sell it on the black market. You know what? I'm gonna use your little Dicky spurt. I'm gonna sell it to a woman. That woman gets pregnant, and then you have to pay. Then you have to pay child support.
Did what I had to do. Like, I literally was a human sacrifice for the idea of please stop.
I'm jumping. I'm looking for the next. I'm looking for the next bridge.
Shaming yourself. And I hope I shook a lot of people. And I hope you are more at peace now. Some will call me a villain, some will call me a hero.
Every single one of these is just...
I will call you a whore.
It's like the most desperate attempt to legitimize what she's doing and rationalize it as well. And she starts with that whole rewiring process. I don't know, man. That sounds like some commie gobbledygook to me. Like, rewiring... How are you going to do that? You're going to rewire them? And at different points in the video, she basically says, like, your brain's already been completely, like, screwed. Like, it's been changed so much by this addiction. Like, you basically are completely cooked. But then she's like, oh, well, don't worry. Don't worry about anyone else. I can rewire your brain. Like, that's...
Rewire... Nah. She's gonna rewire your wallet to her OF. What about the Indian baddie? You can't do this to her? I could put... his little wiener milk into her coffee. She drinks it. Apparently goes into the brain chat. Okay, that is scariest gay freight I've ever heard.
Absolutely crazy. And also, you know, she spends a lot of the previous clip saying, like, this is optional, this is voluntary, you don't have to do this. But then she talks about some of the benefits of this, and she says, who doesn't want this? Everyone does. So she's literally making it clear that she wants everyone to engage with this stuff, no matter what.
I can fix her. There is no fixing. There is no fixing. This woman needs... That channel needs to be gone. This woman needs to get kicked off the platform. I don't know what to say. I was waiting for the day for this to happen, but now I've actually seen it. I was expecting something like this ever to happen, right? Somebody who advocates against corn, but does corn. I've seen men's rights activists being like, maybe you women are the problem. But then you look at the bio and there's a spicy link.
What's going on, and oh my god, the Messiah complex at the end about sacrificing herself to end the shame of everyone else. Do you see, like, the metaphor she's going for here? It's again, it's just diabolical, okay? She is basically saying, I'm going to sacrifice myself for financial gain. And you're going to see me as the hero at the end of all this. I mean, bro, they couldn't write an anime villain like this. This is so corny and ridiculous. But we kind of find out, I think, through some slips here, like, why this is happening, and it makes it even more shameful.
Why is this happening? Oh boy. Just where you usually were, what you usually were. To be fair, I have the idea. Just wear a male thong. Just wear a BDSM stripper outfit. Like they do in Love and Deep Space.
Basically, she describes this section as letting go, but it's more like giving up.
Another thing that I needed to personally do is I needed to let go of trying to control men. It was a very hard job. It wore me down. It was exhausting trying to constantly carry men. Men are supposed to be the leaders, okay? I, as a feminine woman, can...
You dropped all your femininity the moment you did that. You are now not a woman even. You have turned yourself into a product to be consumed. And to be honest, the idea, these men come to you because they need help. They need help. But instead of offering them help like you did before, you are now offering them the stuff that led them to you asking for help. These men can't lead because they need help. And you abuse that help. You use that this desperation for your financial gain. I'll wear Doom Guy's fit based.
Not carry men and their problems. It is not my job to tell men what to do. I don't have the energy for it. I don't have the energy. I just don't have the energy. If you want to quit, quit. If you don't want to quit,
then quit content creation. Then quit the entire thing. Delete every video. Delete the channel. Start over again. With the content you're now making. But you won't do that. Oh my god. I am getting angry.
don't. I'll tell you how to do it, but I'm tired of trying to convince men what they should be doing. It just was emotionally very hard. I think every man needs...
Imagine if all therapists just said, yeah, nah, I'm good. I'm quitting. Imagine all therapists or doctors were like, I'm tired of taking care of people. I'm tired that these people get sick. So now, either you stay healthy or you die. That's what you're essentially saying.
To decide for himself. And now what I'm doing is I'm just holding up the mirror and I'm saying, what do you want? What do you want? What do you want? What side of this do you stand on? What's going to bring you joy? I want to force you into your logical brain here. I want to help you to understand that you have a say. You have power over your life. You don't have to let this control you. You can make the choice that makes you happy, but take full ownership.
Hey, she had me in the first F. Am I right, fellas? Okay. Jokes aside, it goes off the rails real quick there. Basically, she tries to say over and over again, it's up to the man to decide. Wait, what? Like, why were people paying you this whole time? Like, you were coaching people for years, probably making a lot of money, and now you're just saying, well, it's on you, dude. Like, it's up to you, bruh. What do you mean? You're basically saying it was, like, pointless to ever seek out help over this stuff. It's such a defeatist and really awful thing to say that it's just...
Essentially, she's just saying, take the drug. I don't care anymore. At the end of the day, this is all about money. That's wrong. What about consently? You can't force someone. I don't even think that's the problem here. The problem is that she's offering the solution and selling the problem. Literally, she's offering the solution and selling the problem. Actually, she's selling the solution, offering and selling the solution, and also selling the problem.
Kind of like, if you want it, you can get it. If you don't, you don't. It's really that simple, guys. And she keeps asking again, like, what do you want? What do you want? And she talks about, like, thinking logically about this. And she really kind of, like, makes it...
Addicts cannot think logically. If you take a heroin addict and show him a job application or a little bit of the drug. The chances are pretty high he's taking the drug. There is no logic. Addicts don't think logically.
Clear, it's like, what makes you feel best in the moment? That's like this animalistic instinct that separates us, right? As a species. We have at least the capability in most cases to understand, like, yeah, there might be a lot of things I want, but acting on that all the time would be a really bad thing. People would act on what makes them feel best in the moment their entire life. You know where they end up? They end up in prison really quickly. This is a super dangerous thing to say to anyone.
It's just like acting on what you feel like can get you into quite a big problem. Maybe actually that's the reason why society is as fucked up as it is. Because we have taught people to do what feels good, not what is right. Just to do what feels good in the moment. Frustrating. Offering the solution, selling the problem is already taken by politicians. Well, apparently OF girls do the same now.
Especially someone who has an addiction like this. But, guys, don't worry. She wraps this off with a absolutely stunning closing statement. Her final message, filled with more tears and more... I don't even know. I'm at a loss here. Let's just listen to her fight against the beast and how she's reflecting on everything she's done and the road to the future.
And finally, I want people to have an exciting, healthy relationship with themselves and their sexuality. Take away the shame. Love yourself, love your body, love your sexuality. Honor it, respect it, be excited about it, and learn to make good decisions with it. Maybe my final emotional message here is that although I loved fighting the beast, I realized that the beast was not the industry, not urges. The beast was deeply hurting people. I think my greatest sin in this whole process, the thing that I regret the most, is that I wasn't fighting, while I thought I was fighting the forces of evil, while I thought I was fighting the devil, so to speak, what I was really fighting was broken people, and in some ways making their hurt worse. I think of the hundreds.
So, you get depressed about people putting themselves in worse place. So your decision is to actually help them. Make it even worse, potentially. No, you are the beast. Now, you are.
Maybe thousands of calls at this point of people telling me, I'm so sorry I relapsed. No one should have to tell me that they're sorry for relapsing, that they're sorry for being broken. I'm not a priest that you have to confess to. I'm a friend that understands your want and hurt. My goal from now on, moving forward, is not to tell people that they're not good enough and to tell them that they should be better. It's to give them what they're truly lacking.
To give them what they're truly lacking. And instead of help, you give them adult content. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh god. I'm sending an airstrike.
Inspire them to seek it out in real life and to help them believe that they can.
Yeah, guys, she loved fighting the beast, the devil, as she saw in many cases, but turns out, number one, you can't win, I guess, and also it turns out, well, she's the beast. Yeah, she's the beast. She's the one who told you what you're doing for years and years was wrong and you needed to fix it, and then she's the one to turn around and feed you the thing that you were addicted to and that you were convinced was ruining your life. And it's not just anyone doing it, it's the person who is helping you, quote unquote, helping you all this time. And she describes herself as a friend. Back up.
That is not a friend. And if that's the friend, you do not. If this is your friend, you don't need any enemies anymore. Just saying.
Okay, a little weird, a little parasocial, and also in another portion of the video, she describes how many of her clients would develop feelings for her. And she even said, too many of them. And it's like, it seems so grossly parasocial, not just now, but it's always been that way. Like, I really cannot believe the dynamic going on here. And she also has this quote about, like, she believes in you, that, like, you can seek what you want and you can get it. And we're talking about an addiction to adult content. What are we saying? Like, what?
It's just unbelievable that the DLC finally dropped. The anti-corn actress. The DLC dropped.
What kind of a twisted, insane message is this? I cannot believe this is a real sentient human being. I don't know if this is, I have a feeling, but either this is incredible stupidity and hypocrisy on levels you can't imagine, or this is just true diabolical actions at play here. I don't really know any other way to.
So, this is either retardation, delusion, evil, woman, or what's the last one? The most diabolical rage bait I have ever seen.
Break this down. But for now, and don't worry, there's a lot more to go into with their channel. There's a lot of yapping, a lot more crazy stuff to get into, but that's enough for today. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video.
This is the end. Okay. Men. Come a little closer. Men. I have been an addict for a year. I know what this feels like. I know how bad it can get. You can quit. It will take a few attempts. It will take a few attempts. This will not work the first week. Probably not after 2 weeks. Probably not after a month. Not after maybe even a year. But it will get less. And the less it gets, that's already progress. That's already progress. That you can stop this. Just don't follow women like that. You might be cooked. You might actually be cooked. Then. Because it's the drug dealer selling you the solution and the problem. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Touch grass. Speaking of grass, yeah, I need to do the grass wonder video as well. I will do that after deer snake video. Tarantula video. I need to do the tarantula video because that man probably wants to go to sleep. So yeah, after tarantula, we do grass wonder. Uma, exactly. This isn't a long one. This should get fast. Ooh. This should be fast. That's good. At least Eliza isn't here. She can't cry again. But yeah. Hungry tarantulas are the most fun by Exotic Slayer. Well, the last time that didn't go quite so well when they were hungry. We had an exploded abdomen. So I don't know.
Ooh, enjoying some oranges, are we? Had your fair share of oranges?
Look at them. Look at all those roaches. I feel like I'm in Asmongold's chat.
I'm sure you did. Now tarantulas are gonna have a fair share of you. Why am I so evil? Let me go. We're gonna start things off with a GBB, you guys. A GBB. Ooh, here we go. She has sensed it. Come on, little roachy. You are gone. Ooh, don't come to my finger.
Good roach. The roach is living for now.
Alright, so... Oh, you want to come to my fingers. Okay.
Boy, this is a big roach. Let me eat him.
Okay, I'll give you another one, because why not? Here you go. Let's get the roach, man. The roach is right here. What are you doing? Here. There you go. Man.
The other roach is still living. The other roach is still fine. No, I can't. Terrible. Sonics, you should eat one. Bro, that's wild. That's what I feed my a frog and mantis. Okay.
That took you long enough. You're a GBB.
Also, that did kind of crunch.
You're supposed to be super hungry. This one. Here. There you go. Beautiful. Very, very nice. We have got quite a few GBBs to feed, so bear with us. Whoa! That was fast. Do you want...
There's a little blood there. There's a little baroche blood.
Another one? Another one? Yes, you do. No, you don't. Okay. Well, you don't know how to... Okay, fine. Just one, I guess. Someone's already waiting for food. Here you go. Okay. You don't want... Right. You saw that? You saw that? Hairs. Man, it's quite rare for a GBB to kick hairs at me, because usually they're ready to eat.
Bro is like, defense mechanism activated. Killing the owner with hairs.
And this one's not ready to eat. Oh, there you go. What? What was even that, man? What? Bro, that's not how you're supposed to eat. You're supposed to straight away grab the...
You hear the roach ASMR? You see kicking hair? Yes, I did. Do you hear the roach ASMR?
Roach when I give it to you. Like this. Here you go. Nope, you don't want a second one? Kicking hairs as well. Bro, what's wrong with my GBBs, man, today? Could I interest you in a little roachy? Would you like a... Yes, you do. You would like a roach. You're supposed to grab the roach.
It's rare to see properly on camera or we watch it. Here, was it?
Okay. You don't want... Right. Just one, I guess. Someone's already waiting for food. Here you go. Oh.
There, look. That was the one. That was the one. Back to the roach queen.
Man, today. Could I interest you in a little roachy? Would you like a... Yes, you do. You would like a roach. You're supposed to grab the roach as soon as it falls. What are you doing, man? Man, GBBs, what is wrong with you guys today? What is wrong?
I hasn't removed the mold yet.
Yeah, that's right. That's how you're supposed to grab a meal, little GBB. Here, let me grab you another one so you can show the viewers how GBBs are built. That is what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I'd be good. I don't want these. This is ugh.
That right there. That's how GBBs are built. I keep saying GBB. For those who don't know, GBB stands for green bottle blue, which is this tarantula species over here. Man, nice takedown, little buddy. Nice. I'll give you a second one, because GBBs are usually pretty aggressive, so there's a second one. Do you want it? Yep. There you go. Good boy.
That's mean, biting it into its butt. So many roaches, truly the roach kings.
Boy or girl. Good job. There's my curly haired tarantula. Let's drop the roach over there, and we will see her take it down. Here we go. Oh, that was fast. Nice job, girl. I'm not sure if this one's a matured male. But wait, what? What was that? What was that, man? What? Okay, I thought...
He lives! Not for long.
He grabbed it. Could I interest you in a little roach? And of course the roach decided to run away. Here you go. There you go. Yes. That is my Stromatopelma calceatum. Probably what? Where'd you come from?
He lived! He's escaping! The roach bro is escaping. That thing is ugly, for sure. For sure. Bro is running.
Probably the deadliest, well, not deadliest, but the most potent venom tarantula species that I have. Moving on to my grandma.
My homie escaped. He just ran away. There's now a stray roach running around in his house. My frog tried to eat me yesterday. Damn, bro would even eat dragons.
Stola actaeon. No idea what the common name for this species is, But it's fine, because common names are not even, there you go, are not even important. Because they're never really accurate. So yeah, that's a nice little meal for you. Hello, Stella. I wonder if Stella is hungry. Let's give her a little...
Is that even...
roachy over here.
Is that even a tarantula? Is that a baby? Why is that so small? It's got to be a baby. Why is it so small? Or are these naturally this small?
And see if she'll... Nope, she's scared of the roach. Okay. Maybe I will crush the roach and leave it in
I think this is a baby.
In her enclosure. That way she will... Oh my gosh, Stella. Oh my gosh, Stella. What?
Oh, not again. Not again. An escapist. It's a baby, okay.
What are you doing? No, Stella. No, Stella. That's not a good girl. That's not a good... I don't know if you're a boy or a girl anyway, but... for an Aphonopelma, you are a very, 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 very bolty one. Get back into your enclosure, Stella. There we go. And that is the tarantula doing the happy dance. Usually every time you feed them, after you feed them, they will spin a web, but...
Why is bro dancing? Why is this tarantula twerking? Whore!
Tarantula keepers usually like to call it the happy dance. Next up, this is a Formictopus species Dominican purple. God dang it, roach. What are you doing, man? Wow. You're on my foot. No. You're going in...
The feet! He's a feeder! They have fetishes as well!
To the tarantula's enclosure right there. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's go! Come on. Come on. You know you want the roachy. You know you want the roachy. Focus on the tarantula or focus on the roach? Yeah, I mean, why not both, right? Sick. Next up, we have got a Pamphobedius platyoma. Oh, do you not want the roach? I'm sure you were hungry, that's why you turned around. Right? Am I right? Come on, grab the roach, man. There we go.
Stop slapping the roach. Let nature take its course. This is abuse. Eggs.
Oh, and that's what we're talking about. Beautiful. Look at the pink on her head. That is super, super nice. Can't wait for this one to grow up to be a majestic girl. Hopefully it's a girl, though. Tarantula's in there, but I'm not sure if she's gonna come out to eat. I think she got it. Yep, she got it. So that's the Ceratojaurus.
I came here looking for booty. Tarantula booty.
Darlingy. And of course we were not able to see the takedown. Not to worry, because I always have a backup plan. Here is another Ceratojaurus darlingy, which should eat for us on freaking roach on camera. There we go. There we go. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. As a matter of fact, Ceratojaurus darlingy, this over here, well, not this one, but the species, is my second ever tarantula that I ever got. So the first one was a Chaco Goldeny, and then I went ahead and bought an Old World. Yep, I did that, and it was a Ceratojaurus darlingy because it was cheap. Next up, we have my Formictopus cancerides. Look at that. Let me see if she'll take another roach. Yes, she would. Absolutely gorgeous.
I wonder, since Deer's so into tarantulas, do you goon to spider girls? Just saying, like monster girls, but spiders. It's like upper body is a woman and the rest is spider. Because I feel like you are one of those people that does.
She also has pinks on her head. Look at that. Just like the Pamphobedius platyoma. Beautiful. What you see over there is my dwarf pink leg, also known as the Cochiana brunipes. So I've got 5 of them. Let's go for the second one. They are a dwarf species, as you can see. They don't get very big. Maybe slightly bigger than this, but not so much bigger. So I don't really need a huge roach to get them to be filled up. But they're very, very hungry, as you can see. Ho, ho.
Also very fast. These small, I would always be afraid of these small ones because they feel like they move a lot faster.
Oh, just chased it down the hole, man, and drag it into the burrow. Let's go.
She was supposed to drag bro into the shadow realm.
Very, very beautiful. Gorgeous, gorgeous. And you can see, that's why they call them the dwarf pink legs. Their leg is pink. Nice. Let's move on to the third one. Incoming number 3. Very, very aggressive species. Oh man, Roach, you gotta move in order for the tarantula to find you. Look at that. Roach, you don't be playing dead with us. You gotta move. You got to move. Let's move so the tarantula can eat you. Yes? Yes! Whoa! Look at that. That was a mistake by the roach, but it was something awesome for us and the
I believed in the roach. I believe that the roaches one day will win. They will get their revenge. They will walk among this planet as the last species, proclaiming victory, and then you will in the future have roach men and women.
tarantula. Dang, look at that. Whoa, right in the neck. I'm curious if this tarantula would eat for us. I don't know. Let's see. Oh, yes.
Oh, not again on the glass. Oh no, not again. I have flashbacks, trauma.
Whoa, she ate. Nice. That's my Nandu chromatus. Very, very beautiful. And where are you going? Oh, well, your friend will have to be sacrificed because of you. Look at that. No, she was going to be sacrificed. But, I mean, she will be once this tarantula finds her tonight. Sorry, guys, I got distracted. The fourth Cochiana Bruna piece. Oh, where is my Bruna piece? You are so gorgeous to me, with your legs so pink and your attitude so strong.
Like I said, the fact that, first of all, the small ones are incredibly fast, I feel like. Also, the fact that the enclosure, like, is so, not small, but, like, it's filled up so much that they can just escape. Technically, if they wanted to. Bro, insane. Victory in the long term, maybe. In short term, the spider will take the W every single time. So many lives saved or sacrificed.
Oh, where can you be? Look at that. She went all the way down her burrow to grab the roach. Freaking awesome, man. I love this species. If only they grew a little bit bigger. This time, we're gonna dangle it for her. Whoa! Yo, did you see that? I really hope I got that on camera. That was...
Bro got dragged into the shadow realm, actually. The large one can run faster. But these ones feel a lot more jumpy.
Sick. She jumped up and grabbed it from the tongs. So those are the 5 Bruna pieces that I have. Oh yeah, if you're wondering what happened to my finger over here, I was unboxing something and I sliced myself with the blade. Yep, we've got a Ceratochar's darling.
It sounds like a deer level move. It's like dropping the cake. It needs to be filled for the tarantula to make a burrow. Yeah, I'm this just still afraid. This still makes me afraid though.
Right down there, and did she take it? No. Wait, what? No, she didn't. I think she's in primo. I don't know. Well, there she comes. Yeah, I think she's in primo. Look at her abdomen. Look at that. Yep. She doesn't want to take the roach. Oh, well. Summerpoise Armenia, anyone? Yes? I think these guys are hungry. Look at that. Venezuelan sun tiger. And why do they call him that? Yeah, you just take a guess. Sorry, roach. Ooh, nice. Let's see if she'll take this roach. Okay, roachy, go down. Go down. Nice. She got it. Beautiful. This time I'm gonna get a... Stop struggling, man. A big female. And we'll see if this one will eat.
I mean, you're grabbing bro by the leg and take him away from his family. What do you mean? Lord have mercy is more crazy. Yeah, I've realized that one is crazy.
Eat for us. Yes. Nice. Gorgeous. Another sun tiger. You know, even small tarantulas gotta eat. It's so cute, man. That's my little pumpkin patch. Super cute. Ding.
Ah, pumpkin. We haven't heard that name before.
Ding dong bell. That is super cute. It's so small that it doesn't even focus. Wait, what? Bro, you bit on the roach, but you let it go. Ah, so freaking cute. You gonna grab it? Yeah. My phone doesn't even want to focus on these guys because it's so small. Man, I totally forgot how fun doing feeding videos were. I think I gotta have to... Oh man, no, you're not coming out. You're not going out. I think I'm gonna have to start doing all these fun feeding videos again. Look at how cute that little guy is. Ah.
Imagine being one of those roaches. It's his profile pic, tarantula. Okay. Being one of these roaches would suck for sure.
Man, I feel like just getting a little roach and just... Wait, what? Oh, okay. You grabbed that one when the one that... Okay, never mind. Don't ask me why I have so many of these pumpkin patches. Well, spoiler alert, they're super cute. Ah yes, fun fact. For those who don't know, my profile photo, actually the channel's photo, if you guys realize, it's actually... That's right, it's actually a pumpkin patch. Hey, get in there.
That little guy tries to survive, but he's gets sacrificed anyways.
It's actually a pumpkin patch tarantula, but that one is a slightly different species. The one in my picture, that is a Haplopa species Columbia Klein gross. Wait, no, Columbia gross. These ones over here are the Klein. So basically, the Kleins are the smaller species, which get about 2 inches, and the gross are the bigger species, which get about 3 inches. But they both look very...
That's the max size? They don't get taller than this? Ain't no way, bro. You get infinite food but also die? True, true. I don't know if that's a worthy trade-off. Also, you might inbreed.
Very similar and equally as cute. Hey, little roachy. It's time for you to meet your doom. Your little doom. This roach is probably just like... These roaches are like kind of newborn. And they're already ending their lives. I'm so sorry. Yeah. And you are history. That's it. Oh, he bit it. And he went in for a second chance. Second chance. Come on. Yep. There we go. That's right. A little bit hesitant at first, but she got it. So, yeah. No, you're not coming out.
Get a Goliath bird eater? No, I will not. Also... Is interbreeding a thing? Can you just mix together a new tarantula for yourself?
You're not coming out. Stay inside, girl. Yeah. Alright, guys. So, I think this video is really long enough. So, I'll just end it here. Hope you guys enjoyed this little feeding video. If you did, make sure you thumbs it up. And thumbs it down if you didn't like it. I mean, because what's not to like, right? We've got pumpkin patches. And we've had, like, Bruna peas, the pink-legged ones. So yeah, guys, I'll see you in the next video. Make sure you like this video. And stay tuned for the next feeding video. Because I think I'm going to start doing more feeding videos from now. Because it's so fun. And I have a lot of roaches. And they deserve to be fed. Because... It's a little roach egg over there. They deserve to be fed.
Well, that one's disabled now.
Because I feed them too. So, life cycle, man. That's the food chain. I'll see you in the next video. Stay safe. Have a good one.
That's the end of the video. Yeah, but illegal. Okay, okay. Well, so many roaches died. So many tarantulas seen. I still don't like the roach ASMR. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Finally, we can do what we want to do. The Uma video. Finally. I've been waiting for it. It makes sense that we would do it. It makes sense with the right spiders and signs. I'm sure you can breed a bunch of new things. Possibly. Yeah, possibly. But yeah. We're doing the Uma video. The horse. It's time to horse around a little bit. Because we have to do it. Alright. Grass Wonder. A golden legacy of Uma Musume by Pyrex. As of right now, if you didn't know, Grass Wonder has passed away. So this is essentially just a tribute to that horse. We'll see. I also did finish my first career in the last Thursday stream, where I streamed Uma Musume. So yeah, there's that. And I did finish her career, and I did win. which is nice. Anyways, we'll jump in. We'll jump in. Also, like, comment, and subscribe if you like this kind of content. We'll see what Grass Wonder has achieved in his lifetime.
It's funny how works of media can bring people together, whether it be modern art, literature.
There were also people in W Place making plenty of artworks of Grass Wonder. So yeah, that was cute.
Movies, or in this case, an anime horse racing game. Uma Musume has reached a global scale, impacting the lives of many trainers eager to learn more about their favorite Umas. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for this game, and you wouldn't be watching either without the global release. So with this newfound platform, I wanted to take today to...
I also hate how she looks sad when she loses. When she's like not first place, she just looks sad. She just looks depressed. She just does. I don't know if they did it on purpose.
Honor the legacy of an Uma, whose real-life counterpart has unfortunately passed away a few days ago. This isn't just a video.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, August 8th. That's when the horse passed away. Guys, remember, Haru Urara is 29 years old. 30 might be her last year.
Of his life and career, but also a tribute to his legacy and the closing of an iconic era with his passing. This is a story of Grass Wonder, the last remaining racehorse of the golden generation. Grass Wonder was a chestnut horse born on February 18, 1995 at the Darby Dan Farm in Kentucky. Despite being raced in
Kentucky? Okay, interesting. Also, hi Sway, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good.
Japan, Grass Wonder was a racehorse originally born in America. His sire was Silverhawk, an American-bred thoroughbred who was widely known for producing strong offspring. Hawk's children were commonly adept to turf courses. Diving further back into Grass's sire's lineage also reveals a connection to Hail to Reason, an American champion 2-year-old colt of 1960. Grass's dam was a mare of Flora, an unraced mare who came from a lineage of memorable horses. Flora's grandsire was Northern Dancer, yet another famous racehorse, this time from Canada. Dancer would display a monstrous racing career.
Ooh, not bad. A lot of first places. Not bad. How long do horses last? Up to 30 years. I think the average is between 25 and 30. That's still quite long. Though I think that probably average racehorse probably a little less because of injuries that might happen and stuff. So that might bring it down a little. I will not. What is your problem, Sway?
With the lowest placement being 3rd place over the course of 18 races in the 1960s. Northern Dancer would be the first non-human inducted to the Canadian Sports Hall of Fame. And was
That's not bad. That's cool. In the Hall of Fame, you look in there, it's like there's just a heckin' horse.
was amongst the most successful stallions of the 20th century. Just like Hail to Reason, Dancer's lineage would also provide Grass Wonder with a great skill of adaptability on the racecourse. In September of 1996, Grass Wonder was placed in the Keeneland sale. This sale was standard in the world of horse racing.
Like, you just look there, it's like great Canadians, athletes, and then it's just in between somewhere there's just a horse.
Where racehorses are purchased by new owners and trained for future racing careers. The Darby Dan Farm, where Grass was born, mainly makes money through breeding and racing, with the sale of foals and yearlings playing a big financial role at the farm. It would be at this sale that Grass Wonder would catch the attention of Hanzawa Ltd., who would pay $250,000 to purchase Grass Wonder and bring him back to Japan. Grass Wonder, despite the name's seeming simplicity, does have a meaning behind it. Grass refers to the Hanzawa's clan name, while Wonder refers to his sibling, Wonder Again, who was a 2-time G1 winner.
What are these? I still don't quite understand the logic behind these names, knowing there's a horse named Kids Look Untouchable and Skibbity Riz. I'm just like, what it is, sometimes, like, some names is understandable. Some names are actually cool, right? Like Agnes Tachyon. Special Week is also still pretty fine. Symbolic Rudolph, by the way, I pulled from the free poll today. I pulled the 3-star. I think was it Miro Bourbon? I don't know what it was called. Like flashy, long-haired horse, kind of looks like an idol, that kind of thing. And I did have my second 3-star ticket, and I did get Symbolic Rudolph, which is really cool.
In the USA. Upon arriving in Japan, Grass Wonder would be placed under the care of Mitsuhiro Ogata, who would begin to train Grass for future races to come. Grass Wonder would debut on September 13, 1997 at the 3-year-old Shinma tournament at the Nakayama racecourse. Grass Wonder, despite this being their debut, would be the fan favorite to win this race. This was due to the strong lineage Grass Wonder came from and the high expectation for him to perform at his debut. Grass Wonder would be jockeyed by Hitoshi Matoba, a familiar name if you've been following this series. Matoba would famously jockey Rice Shower with his Triple Crown up.
Well, that brings up bad memories of Rice Shower being euthanized on the track. That reminds me of bad things. Pain.
Upsets, earning him the nickname Hitman. Grass Wonder would live up to the expectations set for him.
No, not only the horses have aura, but the jockeys have aura too. What do you mean, Hitman?
Winning his debut race by 3 horse lengths. It was clear that Grass had a knack for racing, and due to his strong lineage, was more than capable of performing on the racecourse. Unlike many horses' first year of racing, Grass Wonder would aim to compete in nearly every level of the graded races, these being G3, G2, and G1 graded races. Following his victory debut, Grass would compete in the Ivy Stakes. Unsurprisingly, he'd be the fan favorite to win once again. Just like his debut race, Grass Wonder would claim victory once more, this time with 5 horse lengths between him and second place. It would be after 2 ungraded races, and in the first year of Grass's career, that he would enter his first graded race. On November 8, 1997, Grass Wonder competed in the Keisei High Sansei Stakes, a G2 graded race held in Tokyo. Even with this being a G2 race, hopes were still high for Grass Wonder to continue his winning streak. To no one's surprise,
Does the horse have a chain in its mouth? You do have these mouth thingies in there, right? So the trainers can hold on to, if I'm not wrong. Something like that, right? If I'm not wrong, I could be wrong.
Grass Wonder's winning streak would continue with yet another first place finish. Winning a G2 graded race, there was only one test left of Grass Wonder's strength. This would be participating in a G1 race. G1s are the pinnacle of the racing world in Japan, bringing the strongest horses to each competition. On December 7, 1997, Grass Wonder participated in the Asahi High Sansei Stakes, with 2 notable competitors being Minor Love and Agnes World.
My New Love? Wait, that horse is named My New Love? I still have these names. These names are interesting.
Agnes would have a winning streak of his own, while Love had competed in previous races against notable horses like King Halo. Despite the G1 grade and the participation of other strong horses, Grass Wonder was still the fan favorite to win by a large margin. Grass Wonder wouldn't only break away from the pack and secure first place, but would also set a record time of 1 minute 33.6 seconds. With 4 victories under his belt, Grass Wonder would end the first year of his racing undefeated, placing first in every race he participated in. Due to the sheer display of strength and the winning streak,
not bad, all first place. Pretty good, pretty good. Will there be also accidents? I wonder. Also, I think of this one, I will do the TikTok one as well. I will go a little overtime and do the TikTok one.
Grass Wonder would be named the strongest 2-year-old horse in Japan in the year 1997. Now, I know what you may be thinking. Pyrex, Grass Wonder is in Uma Musume's first season, But you haven't talked about the parallels at all yet. That's because Grass Wonder's career in the anime follows his history between 1998 and 1999. This period would spark a fierce rivalry between several notable names in Japanese horse racing history, and provide many triumphs and upsets over the span of these 2 years. Unsurprisingly, entering the year 1998, expectations were high for Grass Wonder to perform well once again. Coming off an undefeated year, fans were eager to see a winning streak continue. One interesting thing to note about Grass Wonder's career is the absence in participation for the spring season, reflected in Uma Musume's.
So no spring season, okay. What? Yeah, the one with Great Pissed. That one, the 14-minute long one you send in.
Season 1, Grass Wonder is unable to race against anyone in Tracing Academy due to a leg injury she's recovering from at the start of the season. This will reflect events that would occur in March of 1998, where Grass Wonder would sustain a leg injury.
Well, I was saying there's an injury, and, well, there was in fact an injury. That's depressing, but nothing too great.
This would put Grass out of the competition for the spring season, and force him on a road to recovery. As a quick refresher, at this time, Grass Wonder was not eligible to compete in the Japan Triple Crown Series. This was due to Grass Wonder being a foreign-born horse brought to Japan. Regulations were in place against foreign horses competing in G1 races, in which all 3 legs of the Triple Crown reside. Returning to racing on October 11, 1998, and after 10 months away from the race course, Grass Wonder will participate.
So did Grass Wonder, let's say they changed that rule, right? Which they did later on, if I'm not wrong. At least that was in one of the videos. If they did change it, did Grass Wonder have a chance to obtain the Triple Crown potentially?
Participate in the Mainichi Okan. This race is reflected in Uma Musume. However, the focus of this race is between Silent Suzuka and El Condor Pasa. This is due to the
She looks so silly with that mask. I get it. I get the idea, but she looks so silly. She's quite easy to train though, I feel like.
fact that Grass Wonder, despite the long hiatus, had still not recovered to full strength. Grass Wonder had periostitis on his left front leg, possibly caused from the strain on his other leg due to the previous fracture. This condition is described as the inflammation of the periosteum, a tough membrane that covers the bones in the body. This would cause pain, tenderness, and swelling of the affected area. In the anime, prior to Grass Wonder's participation in the Mainichi Okan, we see her practicing all she can in order to seize yet another victory. Even her trainer advises her not to overdo it, at risk of injuring herself again. Knowing Grass Wonder's condition, Matoba, Grass's jockey, was presented with a choice. In addition to Grass Wonder, El Condor Pasa was also participating, Matoba being the primary.
So he had the choice. Does he race or does he not race? What is he gonna do? Is he gonna race?
Jockey for both. Mitsuhiro Ogata.
Oh, he could be jockey for both. So did he pick? Did he say we're not gonna do Grass Wonder and still the other one?
Due to Grass's current condition, advised Matoba to jockey El Condor Pasa. Even though Pasa was strong and in far better shape over Grass Wonder, after heavy deliberation, Matoba would stay by Grass Wonder's side, and
based. All these jockeys are incredibly based. I think that's cool.
Jockey him at the Mainichi Okan. Grass Wonder's participation in the Mainichi Okan in the anime is brief, only showing her marking Silent Suzuka just to be distanced as the race continued. Just like in the anime, Matoba would attempt to keep a mark on Silent Suzuka. However, he soon found Grass Wonder stalling slightly, drifting further back. Ultimately, this would be Grass Wonder's first defeat, placing 5th at the Mainichi Okan. Despite the loss, Matoba would later regard that the outcome wasn't bad whatsoever. For not racing for a 10-month span, it was understandable that Grass Wonder wasn't back to his full potential.
Well, not racing for a few months, but also still being injured. 5th place is not bad. Could have been worse.
This hits in.
Could have been an accident. Why are they racing when the horse is clearly hurt. I find that dumb.
Incredibly hard if you know Matoba's history, being the jockey that rode Rice Shower in his final race at the Takarazuka Kinen in 1995. These events are reflected in the Uma Musume anime, where following the Mainichi Okon, we see Grass Wonder completely dejected as she exits the race course, only to encounter her trainer, Hana Tojo. Tojo, in the Uma Musume universe, seems to be a strict trainer who wants only the best out of her Umas. Even so, after this crushing defeat, she acts to comfort Grass Wonder, stating that she'll peak at her next G1 race. The Mainichi Okon is a G Argentine Republic Cup. Once more, this race will result in an even lower placement for Grass.
Oh, yikes. No! Even lower? No! Don't make me sad.
Wonder, ending the race in 6th. Originally, the plan was to recover and come back eventually to compete in the Japan Cup in 1998. After the back-to-back losses, that goal would ultimately be abandoned, with some criticizing the choice made by Ogata. Both Ogata and Matoba wondered at this point if Grass Wonder would be able to secure victories like he did in the first year of his career. Even with these doubts, Grass Wonder was
not the Arima Keenan. Not the Arima Keenan. Oh no, I hate this race. Every time it pops up, it fucks something up. I hate it. I think of it as why you took important school tests, although being sick sometimes. The occasion is too important. True. Sure. But like it was obvious that Grass Wonder would not win here.
Set a new goal. The Arima Kinen, which would be held on December 27th, 1998. While training for the Arima Kinen, Grass Wonder would not respond well to Matoba's whipping, signifying a possible disconnect between racehorse and jockey. Due to this, several of Grass Wonder's competitors considered his career all but over. A horse that once showed great promise reduced to one that could barely chase after 5th place. Even with the doubt from his competition, there were still those who believed in Grass Wonder's capabilities. Aside from the difficulty synergizing with Grass Wonder,
hey, people were still believing in Haru Urara. Our little loser. I will not give up.
both Matoba and Ogata continue to train for the Arima Kinen. One interesting thing to note in Season 1 is an interaction that occurs in Episode 7. Though brief, it plays a tremendous depth to Grass Wonder's career. In Episode 7, after suffering the 5th place finish at the Mainichi Okon, Grass Wonder approaches Maruzensky, inquiring to train alongside her. Though this may come across as a simple determined gesture to grow.
Okay, so Maruzensky is how you pronounce her name. Because I struggled when I originally wanted to pronounce that name because I didn't know how to pronounce it. Well, now I do.
Stronger. It actually ties to real life events. Following Grass Wonder's
and she's also really cool to use. Like, genuinely, she's so cool to use. She's fast, she wins a lot of races, it's just fun.
Multiple wins in 1997, many were referred to him as the second coming of Maruzensky. This stemmed from the fact that both horses were of foreign lineage and displayed exceptional talent while racing. The main race aiding to this title would be the 1997 Asahi High, where both Maruzensky and Grass Wonder would display impressive victories. Season 1 of Uma Musume is full of horses who competed against one another during their careers, and the 1998 Arima Kinen is a prime example of that fact. This race would include Grass Wonder, Seiyun Sky, Air Groove, King Halo, Mejiro Dober, Mejiro Bright, and Matikane Fukukitaru. In this particular race, Seiyun Sky, the underdog of his generation, would be the fan favorite to win. Grass Wonder would be third under Mejiro Bright and Air Groove. An important note is the fact that Matoba, Grass's jockey, was known for his target marking strategy. Matoba had a clear mastery in marking certain racehorses and maintaining chase throughout the race. Grass Wonder would hang in 7th to 8th place for a majority of the race before advancing after the 3rd corner. Keeping a lock on Seiyun Sky, Grass would overtake him in the final 200 meters, claiming a win at the Arima Kinen. This victory,
huge, amazing, great, awesome. Oh boy. This is gonna be sad though. definitely. There's gonna be some sadder parts.
Victory would be nearly a year after Grass Wonder's Asahi Cup victory in 1990.
That was 1998, right? How old was Grass Wonder? Probably also close to 30?
97. It is also important to note that Matoba, despite jockeying several famous racehorses, didn't gloat after a victory. Matoba firmly believed in the strength of the horse, allowing him to claim a victory alongside them. To Matoba, a win was a collective between a racehorse and jockey, and he alone could never claim that title. Matoba had a deep connection with every horse he worked with, making each victory a catalyst to only deepen the connection he had with each horse he raced. After nearly a year of trial and tribulations, Grass Wonder had
I'm gonna be honest. If I was him, like if I was in his position, I think I would have quit it as a jockey after Rice Shower. I'll be real, I would have quit. I could have never gotten on a horse again. I'll be real. That would have been too traumatizing.
fully bounced back from an injury that forcefully paused his career. Even though his trainer and jockey thought that Grass would never claim another victory, he would act to prove them wrong in the final race of 1998. This victory would end Grass Wonder's racing career on a high note that year.
First place. Pretty good, pretty good. Nice.
Before we move on to the remaining 2 years of Grass Wonder's career, it is important to establish a generation that he participated in. The Golden Generation is a term that describes a generation of horses who were born in 1995 and reached their classic year in 1998.
1995. So, that means he would hit 5 years in 2000. So he must have been 29 or 30. That's crazy. That's cool.
Many of Season 1's cast are members of this Golden Generation. This generation was described as incredibly strong, bringing forth fierce competition across a duration of several key races. This generation would also see both Japanese and foreign-bred horses rise to stardom with a series of impressive victories. Horses of this generation would include Special Week, Seiyun Sky, El Condor Pasa, King Halo, and Grass Wonder. 1999 would prove to be a monumental year for Grass Wonder, with one of his future races being a major upset in the Golden Generation. At the start of the year, Grass Wonder's original goal was to race in the Nakayama Kinen on March 14th. Ultimately, after examining Grass Wonder and discovering muscle pain in his right shoulder, his trainer would instead aim to compete in the Osaka High held on April 4th.
So we got another injury, it appears. Oh no!
Almost in a string of unfortunate events, Grass Wonder will receive a laceration after the final training session before the Osaka.
Oh no, not again. Not again. Oh no, not again! What is it with these guys? What is it with these guys just constantly getting injured? This is painful. I love animals. How could they do this to me?
High. This would once more cause his trainer to pull him from the race, this time aiming for the KO High Spring Cup, which would be held on May 15th. Grass Wonder would claim yet another victory at the KO High Spring Cup, finishing the race slightly in front of the second place recipient, Air Jihad. In the following race, Grass Wonder would compete against Jihad once more, but despite being the fan favorite, he'd place second, losing by a nose to Jihad. With 1 win and 1 loss under his...
What is that name? Why the... Nah. I must have misheard.
Belt for his 1999 career. The next race Grass Wonder would participate in will be one of the most iconic of his race history. The Takarazuka Kinen is one of 2 all-star races held in Japan alongside the Arima Kinen. In these races, a vast majority of horses are selected by fan vote, while the remainder are determined by total prize money won. In this race, Grass Wonder would be second favorite to win, and second in the fan voting. This placement was beneath the fan favorite, Special Week. Special Week...
Fun fact, I also just completed my first career with Special Week with a nice B+ rank. That's pretty nice. That's the first time I did it with her, so that's cool. It worked.
Was an incredibly strong horse during his time, sired by Sunday Silence, and whose dam was a descendant of Maruzensky. This race is reflected in the Uma Musume anime. where Grass Wonder's dead focus is reflected on the target marking tactics of Matoba. Matoba would heavily mark Special Week in this race, keeping a close eye on him as he jockeyed Grass Wonder. In the anime, Grass surges past Special Week in the final 200 meters of the race, directly reflecting Matoba's command to pursue Special Week in actual racing footage. In the anime, Grass Wonder's concentration comes off Special Week's failure to realize Grass as a real competitor. At this point in the anime, Special Week takes excessive care of Silent Suzuka.
Why Silent Suzuka? Oh yeah, probably during, because I think even Silent Suzuka also tripped, right? If I remember correctly, he tripped in one of the races and injured himself, right? So that's probably why in the wheelchair.
Who had injured herself at the Autumn Tenno show. This resulted in Grass Wonder's sheer determination to persevere and defeat Special Week at this race. Grass Wonder would claim victory by 3 horse lengths over Special Week. This would also mark a milestone in Grass Wonder's career, winning both the Arima Kinen and the Takarazuka Kinen, 2 races which made up the Grand Prix. With this overwhelming victory, the next race would be the Mainichi Okan, a race Grass had previously placed 5th in 1998. This time, Grass Wonder would barely seize victory over Meisho Odo, redeeming his previous loss in 1998. Though the final race of Grass Wonder's career in 1999 isn't displayed in the Uma Musume anime, it is a race that holds high significance in both his career and the career of another. Just like the Takarazuka Kinen, at the 1999 Arima
Run, my girlies, run! We'll say must have heard the horse name. Yeah, we probably have. There's no way.
Kinen. Grass Wonder would find himself once more against Special Week. This holds high significance since this would not only mark revenge for the Takarazuka Kinen if Special Week won, but also because this was Special Week's final race before retirement. In the month prior to the Arima Kinen, Special Week had competed in the Japan Cup.
Who is this baddie? What the heck? Who are you? Goddamn! When are you gonna release? Who are you?
It would be at this race where Special Week would make history, claiming a victory for Japan once more. This was during a period where Japanese racehorses were fighting to retain the Japan Cup title. Special Week's win would continue off the victory of El Condor Pasa, and be followed by the victories of TM Aparo and Jungle Pocket. Unsurprisingly, the victory at the Japan Cup gained a lot of attention for Special Week. However, Grass Wonder still remained the fan favorite to win. Special Week's jockey was also a famous figure in Japan. Yutaka Take, in modern day, is still an active jockey, being the first in Japan's history to...
Oh, cool! He's still an active jockey? That's amazing! Amazing.
Claim over 4,000 victories across a multitude of
4,000 victories in races! My man is Aura.
Races. Recently, he claimed his 4,600th victory on the track. In addition to a seasoned understanding of horse racing, Take had also jockeyed for various horses we see in Uma Musume.
Bro, he's not retiring.
A few being Kitasan Black, Oguri Cap, Super Creek, Mejido McQueen, and Air Groove. Both Special Week and Grass Wonder would keep a heavy eye on each other, waiting for the other to spurt to give chase as the race began. Both Matoba and Take were planning to wait it out and see who acted first. However, when Tsurumu Tsuyoshi, another competitor, began his spurt, Matoba gave chase. This resulted in Take commanding Special Week to surge as well. This fierce battle for the finish line resulted in both competitors finishing literally neck to neck. The race was so close that a photo finish needed to be announced to determine.
That's awesome, dude. They literally couldn't determine the winner. That's how close it was. Awesome. And who was the winner?
The winner. There was a lot on the line for both racehorses. For Special Week, it was the redemption for the defeat at the Takarazuka Kinen, and the continuation of victories following the Japan Cup. For Grass Wonder, it would be defeating Special Week yet again, and receiving his second Arima Kinen victory. Yutaka Take was confident that Special Week had claimed victory, but the results would shatter his expectations. Grass Wonder had beaten Special Week by only a few centimeters difference. This victory would hold.
Cool. The blonde horse isn't in game, no license. They need to get that license. I'll give them my soul. I need that baddie. Front plus. He got good genes.
Hold heavy significance, with Grass Wonder being the only racehorse from the golden generation to best Special Week not once, but twice. This was also a milestone with the third consecutive win in the Grand Prix titles for Grass Wonder, claiming the 1998 and 1999 Arima Kinen and the 1998 Takarazuka Kinen titles. This feat was only accomplished once before by Speed Symboli, truly a display of Grass Wonder's racing capabilities. Following the dominant career in 1999, Ogata planned on retiring Grass Wonder. However, with the retirement of El Condor Pasa in Special Week, he wanted to see how Grass would perform for one final year. Instead of playing a hand in directly training Grass, Ogata would instead observe from afar. Sadly, due to the exchange of hands and change in diet and training, Grass Wonder's final year of racing would be unremarkable.
Oh no, just 6th, 9th, and another 6th place? Goddamn, man. That's sad.
With his highest placement being 6th at the Nikkei show. Comically, you could blame this on Grass Wonder's American descent. Due to a change in caretakers, Grass Wonder was fed far too much, and ultimately would overeat, gaining over.
So Grass Wonder lost. Because they gave my man too much food. They made him fat, is what we're saying here. They made my boy fat. That's crazy.
20 kilograms during his racing career in the year 2000. This made him a lot more sluggish and far exceeded the recommended weight for each race he participated in. This would also prove to be a struggle for Matoba, Grass Wonder's jockey. With the string of defeats and the rapid weight gain, Matoba would see less inquiries to jockey other racehorses. The handling of Grass Wonder's final year didn't shine a stellar light on the jockey, even if it wasn't his fault for the horse's current state. Matoba would eventually win the Mile Championships alongside Agnes Digital and soon retire in 2001.
Agnes Digital. These names, man.
Becoming an assistant training instructor. After retirement, Grass Wonder will reside in the Big Red Farm in Hokkaido. It would be here that Grass Wonder would enjoy retirement life and balloon to a well-fed horse.
They made my boy even fatter. Look at that chunk! Look at that chunky boy! Yeah, no wonder bro lived that long. Look at this chunky. Look at that chunk!
Wonder would have 1,327 children, with more than half.
How many? How many?
A retirement life and balloon to a well-fed horse. Grass Wonder would have 1,327 children.
1,327 children. That's just insane.
With more than half being winners in their own respective races. Due to this, Grass Wonder was considered a successful sire in his retirement days. Funnily enough, Big Red Farm is also where Goldship would spend his time.
Look at that. Look at him! Not even in top 5, I'm aware, but still insane though. Look at him. Look at his brat. He needs correction. Man. It's just insane.
Later in Grass Wonder's retirement life, though they never raced together, it is said that Goldship and Grass Wonder would get along fairly well with one another. Grass Wonder would also be the highest real-life horse to receive donations from fans of the Uma Musume franchise. Even with the explosive rise of Haru Urara, she still sits second to the amount of support given to Grass.
Chad! We need to get that up! I must see Haru Urara at number 1. What do you mean she's just second? Once again, she loses!
Grass Wonder in retirement. Grass Wonder would live out the remainder of his days happy, well-fed, and active, living a life of leisure at the Big Red Farm. Grass Wonder would also be represented in the Uma Musume anime not only as a rival of Special Week, but also as a member of Team Regal. This team would have some of Japan's most influential racehorses as members. However, over time, each one would sadly pass away. The same can be said for the members of the Golden Generation, one by one, leaving a legacy behind.
Oh my goodness. Wait, let me go back. Let me go back when they started counting these 8 dates.
Member of Team Regal. This team.
So Marzensky, 1974 to 1997. Okay. Okay. Not bad. Not bad.
Team would have some of Japan's most influential racehorses.
1981 to 2011. Okay. Symbolic Rudolph.
As members. However,
TM Opera O, 1996 to 2018.
Over time, each one would sadly.
Fuji Kizeki, 1992 to 2015. That's a bit shorter.
Pass away. The same can be said for the members.
1995 to 2018. Okay. Your Special Week died shortly after episode 7 of the anime. That's sad.
Of the Golden Generation, one by one.
El Condor Pasa. That is short. That is 8 that is wait. That's 7 years. That is 7 years. That is damn. Bro. Wow.
Leaving a legacy behind.
1995, Sayun Sky. 1995 to 2011.
Both in the fans and in the remaining members who are still alive.
And King Halo. Wait a minute, you're a little fast.
Both in the fans and in the
1995 to 2019. Okay.
Remaining members who are still alive. Grass Wonder would pass away at the ripe age of 30 on August 8th, 2025, marking the passing of the final member from this golden generation. Although this marks the ending of a historical period in Japan's horse racing history, it's
El Condor pass away. Sorry, not sorry. Yeah, I'm canceling you. That is horrible! That's an awful joke! That's terrible!
certainly will not be forgotten. Through countless dedicated fans and avid members of the Uma Musume community, the legacy of these horses will remain strong in the years to come. A community that was already dedicated in Japan has now spread worldwide. A perfect way to bring people together and to ensure that these legacies are never forgotten. This was the story of Grass Wonder, a racehorse who would bounce back from injury and take on the strongest of his generation, personified in Uma Musume by a kind and gentle Uma, whose smile could warm anyone's heart. Rest in peace, Grass Wonder, and thank you for sharing your story with all of us. Until next time, take it easy, everyone, and I'll see you all in the next one.
That was sad. That was sad. I feel sad now. That was cute though. This is interesting. I wonder which one he will next cover. It's just these horses, man. These horses. I just like all these lore videos, and I feel like he's putting more effort into them than before. More information, he just stuffs more, just puts more stuff in. I like that. I like that quite a bit. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Okay, we're doing Samak's video, so
You're defending him because
Samax can be happy. Samax can be happy. We do be doing Samax video. We'll do that, and then we'll end for today. Okay. Okay. Apparently, there's a weirdo TikToker. I think Jo Zung, I think is how you pronounce that. Rapist TikToker made people believe he's innocent. I mean, this isn't really that much. That's really not special, to be fair. This is probably easier than people think. The information depends from horse to horse. Some got more to talk about. Yeah, sure. I feel like apparently a few people were complaining that his videos aren't as informative. So I don't know. He said, I think in a community post, so obviously not Samak's video, but the video Samak's recommended. This is by Roji, I think. Let's just jump in. Let's see.
They're defending him because he was and is innocent. He wasn't the one to the woman. The man who did had tattoos.
Is this another? He's hot, so he can't get away with it. Is this one of those? Please don't. Please don't.
Guys, this isn't the guy who raped a woman. He got framed and they arrested the wrong guy. He said that the man had a tattoo on his fist, but he doesn't. He's innocent. Your lies is what makes people get others' reputation ruined. A month ago, I dropped a video calling out Oxzung for SA after he made a not-so-quiet comeback on TikTok despite being found guilty of rape and actually sentenced for it. I spoke up because literally nobody else was talking about this. I couldn't find a single YouTube video cover.
Okay, bro is in fact not hot. I think we can throw it out of the window. This is not the same thing. Is it?
Bring it, so I did. And since then, the harassment has been insane. I'm talking bot-like comments, PR spin, fans sliding into my DMs with threats, and even someone straight up warning me to never talk about him again. This is my third video on him, and no, I'm not backing down. At first, I honestly thought these were just bots. In my original video, I made it crystal clear he is not innocent. Like, why would I make up something that serious? I don't know the guy, I have zero personal beef, and I'm not looking to get slapped with a defamation lawsuit. But my analytics show half these people didn't even watch the video. They just copy-pasted the same comments over and over. And it's not just on YouTube. The same pattern you can see on TikTok. Identical edits.
Is that you? Obito?
This is weird. This is odd. This can't be. Please don't let this be one of those cases. Maybe it is.
Is that you? Obito? Is that you? Obito?
Identical comments, all pushing this he's innocent narrative. Some are even saying I, and anyone else who spoke up.
You said, but these are identical comments. So are these bots? He was really popular, by the way. Interesting. Okay. From when was this? Oh, this is still ongoing. What does the comment say? There's smart people in this comment section! Insane. Okay, never mind. The comment section is normal.
Should apologize to him, which is sick. And I'm not the only one getting hit with this. There's an Indian YouTuber whose old video covering this case is now flooded with the same comments, which means Oxzung was able to convince a certain audience he's innocent, and now they're going after anyone who says otherwise. He also talked about having a similar experience to mine, and even made an updated video making it clear that he is not innocent.
This is my old video that I made on Mama Guy, and for the past several days, I've been constantly getting comments on it like, he is innocent, stop the hate already. Look at the news, he's back, he's proven innocent. He's been declared not guilty. Please take.
This is on TikTok, right? So it's gotta be TikTok people with TikTok accounts. Okay? Okay. I wouldn't take TikTok people too seriously. They are the most brain-rotted demographic there ever is. I mean, there's literally bots donating to horrible people on TikTok lives, so I'm not surprised. There's a literal dude making really weird content focused towards how do I say this? The guy is interested in children and is open about it. I wouldn't take TikTok way too seriously. These people have no brain, zero, negative. 2 years ago, he was caught in this situation. There was a video of someone dragging this girl, and it was one of his friends. He was there as well, and he did the thing as well. Oh my goodness. Ugh.
Down your video, and he's even asking for 1,000 likes on that comment. I'm sure after watching this video, you'll delete that comment yourself. And it's not just under my video. People have also been DMing me personally saying, Mama Guy is innocent. He's out of jail now. Yes, it's true that he's out of jail and has started posting on social media again. But do you know that in court he was found guilty? Yes, Mama Guy is not innocent, and despite being found guilty, he's roaming free. This hasn't just disappointed and angered people in South Korea, but people all over the world. Because once again, just like the Burning Sun scandal, the Korean justice system has failed the women of Korea.
Watching fans defend him while attacking creators is honestly scary.
And a bunch of these replies were also women, right? We have women literally defending rapists out here. This is so disgusting, man.
This guy has basically proven that if you have enough money, you can get away with SA and then make a full-on comeback online without being cancelled. And the wild part? He's doing it with an obvious PR machine behind him. The only silver lining is that I've started seeing more and more creators on TikTok speaking out about this. And to anyone still saying he's innocent, go read the court statements. The receipts.
In April 2025, it was reported that the influencer Mr. CEO was sentenced to 3 years and 6 months in prison, but the second trial found him guilty of only attempted rape due to a lack of evidence of gang rape. The sentence was then changed to 1 year and 6 months in prison, suspended for 2 years. They just literally let him go.
Are all there. Korean media's been all over this story. I explained in my video how he did it. I quoted sources and information about this.
In April 2025, it was reported that the influencer was sentenced to 3 years and 6 months in prison, but a second trial found him guilty of only attempted rape due to a lack of evidence of gang rape. The sentence was then changed to 1 year and 6 months in prison, suspended for 2 years. So yeah, he's not in prison. He's literally out here posting TikToks again, acting like he just got back from vacation. Then comes the apology post on TikTok, the one with over 5 million views. If you haven't read it, let me spoil it for you. It's manipulative.
Lack of evidence. Lack of evidence, yeah, sure, buddy.
Garbage, he says, and I quote, I was not found guilty of major charges. Excuse me? Attempted rape isn't a major charge now. What planet are we on? Now let's talk about this ridiculous caption he wrote, the one that honestly makes my blood boil. So, a video was circulating, a man hitting a woman. People online thought it might be him. And instead of addressing the real issue, you know, like the whole attempted rape thing he was literally charged with, this guy goes, "It's not me. That guy has a tattoo. I don't." Like, seriously, bro? That's what you're worried about. He's not even denying the assault charges. He's not apologizing to the victim properly. He's not taking accountability. He's just clarifying that, hey, I'm not the tattoo guy. This isn't just tone deaf.
So basically you're saying, oh, I did participate, but I'm not the guy in the video. That's pretty much what he said. He didn't deny the allegations. He just said, that's not me.
It's textbook manipulation. He knows that most people won't read the full post, especially not when it's long. Half in Korean, half in English. He put that sentence, the tattoo line, right there in the caption, separately, so that it's the first thing people see. It's like he's planting this little seed. Oh wait, he doesn't have a tattoo. Oh, okay, maybe that whole video is fake. Maybe he's being framed. Maybe he's innocent. And guess what? It's working. His fans, who probably didn't even bother reading the full context, are clinging to this one line like it's gospel. They're out here saying, oh no, that wasn't him.
People are so incredibly retarded if that's the case. Like, actively. People are stupid. Like, so stupid, it makes him... Oh my goodness. Oh my god.
Doesn't even have a tattoo. See? People spread fake rumors. Poor guy. Everyone believed he was violent, but he proved it's not him. Like, hello. Even if that one video wasn't him, it doesn't erase the fact that he was literally charged with attempted rape, had to be forcefully arrested, and got off easy only because of a suspended sentence and a settlement with the victim.
I also want to mention this creator. She made multiple videos talking about this.
Let me tell you, around the time it became known that one young man was arrested for SA charges, there was a video going very viral known as the Busan Roundhouse Kick Assailant.
Why do you give it that much of a stupid name? Busan Roundhouse Kick Assailant. Bro.
A man who violently kicked this woman to the ground and started dragging her and attempted to rape her. And someone online started claiming this was Won Jung because there were bits of information that he had dragged his victim to his friend's house to rape her. So someone cried wolf and said, this is Won Jung. But this was a totally different rape and violence by a different man. To which Won Jung was able...
So, to summarize, the CCTV footage that people think is basically exonerating him is a completely different crime. Is what you're saying. Welcome to the real world, people will narrative IRL, the power of storyteller. I'm just too smart with this. I don't even comment on clips that I don't have context on. It's just so dumb, dude. These people are just so stupid.
To say, I am innocent. I am not this man. This man had tattoos. I don't have tattoos. I am innocent. So yes, this man is innocent of the Busan Roundhouse Kick rape attack because this rape was in 2022. The rape that Won Jung is accused of was in July 2023, which the court did find him guilty for, but he was also charged for gang
55 million on TikTok.
Rape because he raped the woman with a buddy, and 2, he was charged with filming the victim because the victim was sure she had heard sounds of them filming and taking pictures, but he was found innocent of gang rape because the court couldn't be convinced that the sexual acts had been carried out in a continuous or sequential manner, even though both perpetrators was found guilty of quasi-rape where the victim is intoxicated of being able to consent, and he was found innocent of filming and taking photos of the act because the police weren't able to find any footage on that because when the police got there, Won Jung wouldn't open the door. So the police had to call the fire department to force open the door, which would be a great time to delete any incriminating evidence that you took on your phone.
So he just deleted the stuff. So he basically just said, this is not me. I didn't do this. Framed it as the other crime was recent when it wasn't. Deleted the evidence. Found guilty. Should have gone to prison. Didn't go to prison. People defend him because TikTok users, a lot of TikTok users are mentally restrained. Okay, get it.
So in summary, when this man claims his innocence, it's innocence from a different rape, innocence from not getting the gang rape charge, innocence of not having any SA footage on his phone, but guilty of the rape. And when he says he's become a better person now, it's because he paid the victim for a settlement and he hasn't raped anybody in the 2-year suspension he was given, which allowed him to avoid jail time. So there you have it. And let me leave you with this. Do you think a convicted rapist who lets people believe he is innocent and claims his innocence because people are misinformed about a different rape really is a reformed man? It really blows my mind that a convicted rapist is just back to making oh mama videos for the kids. Where am I getting the info that Won Jung man account at ox?
It worked. That's the worst bit. It worked fully. But people are calling him out, so I can't complain. But it worked fully, apparently.
_Zong is guilty of rape directly from Korean news, like SBS News, which is equivalent to like MBC News. 수천만 팔로워 20대 유튜버 성폭행 혐의 징역형 확정. A 20s YouTuber with millions of followers found guilty of rape. Here's another one from Money Today. 구독자 55천만 인플루언서 성폭행 혐의 유죄 확정. Again, an influencer with over 55 million followers guilty of rape. And the video in which you asked me where did I get this info, I showed you 한국일보, which is like Times of Korea. This one actually says 20s TikToker with over 55 million followers. It really narrows it down because there's not a lot of Korean TikTokers with this image that has over 55 million followers accused of rape. And you can click on any of these articles at your leisure. But
there's so much proof of him doing it and people believe that he didn't? The power of this man is diabolical.
I am happy to repeat myself because I can't believe how many people have been manipulated into believing he is innocent. And before I told you he was comparable to Brock Turner, but he's actually much worse because he actually premeditated the rape with another couple of guys. Whereas Brock Turner just happened to come across an intoxicated, passed out woman that he saw as an opportunity for rape. Wonjung and a couple of his friends got a known acquaintance drunk with the mission to rape her, luring her into a friend's house. Now where you're getting confused is his claim to innocence.
Well, he doesn't have 55 million anymore, so a couple of people definitely unfollowed. This guy deserves life in prison. This guy should be for prison in life. For life. This guy deserves life in prison. What is he doing out on the streets?
In his pinned statement where he states, I was found not guilty of the major charges that were widely reported. He didn't say I was not found guilty of rape. Instead, he says, I never filmed the other party. The investigation was closed without charges. So the victim was fearful that they had filmed her during the rape. And because they weren't able to find any footage on that, they were found innocent of that charge, which he's claiming is the major charge, but which is super manipulative because the main part, dude, is that you raped a woman that you knew. And the reason he's able to say the investigation was closed without charges when he was found guilty of rape and sentenced 1 year and 6 months in jail, because they don't give that out to innocent people. It was suspended for 2 years, which is the loophole that Korea has to protect rapists. His hello misogyny, where if he doesn't get into any trouble for 2 years, he doesn't have to serve that 1 year and 6 months sentence, which he was given because he was guilty of rape. So now that 2 years has passed.
I don't believe that a retard like that is just out there. That's just sad. Going out for drinks with people you know, and this is the outcome. He definitely does deserve worse than jail, but we can't say that here. Somehow work games work for him. Apparently they do. What are the chances that he somehow definitely, most certainly, manipulated a few minors? A few underage girls? Because, you know, a lot of girls have an obsession with Korean men. It is what it is.
Yeah, and he didn't have to go to jail. He's back on here saying, I'm innocent. When in Korea, they already been knowing that he's guilty. And the fact that he ends his statement with, I respectfully tell you that I'm not the man who kicked the woman in the video. He's a different person. Again, redirecting people to talk about the clickbait video where a man with tattoos was found assaulting a woman that people said falsely was him. And he keeps reiterating his innocence on that video, which had nothing to do with the rape. At this point, I'm beginning to think he dropped that video to distract people from his rape. Because now everybody's like, yeah, he's innocent of that video.
Because his audience are kids? Yeah, makes sense. I don't think an adult will do this too. It's TikTok, come on.
Yeah, that man had tattoos. He didn't. Manipulating people in this way is not the actions of a truly sorry man. He says, I now understand more than ever the weight of the responsibility I should have carried from the beginning. He's out here deleting comments and blocking people that tell him, actually, weren't you found guilty of rape? Oh, mama, your boy's a rapist. Contact. You have the answer directly from the convicted rapist himself. In his own words, money buys freedom. And just in case you tell me he didn't write that comment, it's on that very cheeky video where he's just a Barbie girl ready to party now, loving his own comment. And I told you, he's no different from Brock Turner.
Then I see comments like this one. Why should not he be posting again, though? He is clear under the law. The judgment does not limit his freedom of speech, and he has paid big money to the victim. So there is a good closure there, too. And yes, he is innocent in terms of all serious charges, including R. But yes, he was convicted of attempted statutory R. Thankfully, the R itself did not happen. The minimum mandatory sentence term for R in South Korea is 3 years, which is clearly not the case here.
Just 3 years? Just 3 years. 3 years, that is all. 3 years? Bro, this country I don't know why this country is ending. 3 years? Also, we literally have this creature here, right? This mongoloid is saying that he can post again because, hey, yo, he just tried to do it, but he paid the money to the victim, so it's all good. He doesn't. It's fine now. What are we doing, bro? What are we doing?
It all only means that we do not have to watch his content, because even an attempted statutory R is still a crime. And even though he is clear by now, we do not have to like him. Clear under the law doesn't mean morally clean. The fact that he was convicted of attempted statutory R is already enough. That's still predatory, still disgusting, and still something no decent person should brush off. Paying money to the victim isn't closure, it's just hush.
Also, it should absolutely be made videos about it and known. So women know that they have to avoid this dude. Absolutely.
Money. And yeah, he might have the legal right to post, but platforms aren't courtrooms. They're communities. Seeing someone with that kind of conviction on the feeds of literal kids and teenagers is disturbing. He's making money off TikTok, then using that same money to pay off the victim, and with that same money, running a campaign to push this "I'm innocent" narrative. He is back by exploiting the loopholes, and that's manipulation. If anyone who is okay with that, you're part of the problem. You seriously need to check your moral compass. I've already got 2 videos on my channel breaking down the full timeline of his crimes, so if I see any "he's innocent" comments, they're getting deleted. We're talking about a convicted rapist here. And yet somehow people still think this guy deserves a platform? No. Absolutely not. You commit a crime like that, you don't get to keep your fame, your influence, or your fan base. Honestly, I just wish more big creators would.
He should go to jail. He should go to jail. The thing is, when this came out, people didn't believe it because of his online persona. Yeah, obviously. My favorite creator could do no wrong.
Speak up about this. Anyway, thanks for watching.
Well, that's the end of the video. This guy needs to go to jail. This guy needs to be banned off of TikTok, and he needs to go to jail. And some still think he's innocent. Bro. Master manipulator. That's insane. That is insane. Bro, this is wild. 3 years. He would have, and even then, he would have gotten 3 years if he actually did it. I think there needs to be a lot of reforms in South Korea. A lot of reforms regarding that. It should be life in prison. Straight up. Not just 3 years, bro. Or 1.5. Oh my goodness. Bro, what the fuck? What the fuck are we doing? That's not normal. That is not normal. That should not happen. Yeah, good night. We're gonna end here. We will end here. Thank you so much for watching. We will be back tomorrow with more reactions. Have a good day or night. And yep, I will see you tomorrow. Bye bye. Don't goon or gum. Farewell.